Bombardment of the Dardanelles, no author named. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bombardment of the Dardanelles. First Allied attack described by an onlooker. From The New York Times, March 8, 1915. Athens, Saturday, March 6. Dispatch to the London Daily Chronicle. The bombardment of the Dardanelles forts, according to the latest news, proceeds with success and cautious thoroughness. It is now anticipated that before another 2 weeks are over, the Allied fleet will be in the Sea of Marmora, and Constantinople will quickly fall to the victorious Allies. Two features of the operations make extreme caution necessary for the attacking battleships. In the first place, the number of mines laid in the strait have been found to be enormous. They must all be picked up, and the work takes considerable time, seeing that it must be done thoroughly. In the second place, the larger batteries, against whom the Allied fleet is contending, are very skillfully hidden. I have had an interesting talk with a gentleman who has just arrived from Tenedos, where, from the height of Mount Ilios, he witnessed the bombardment. He tells me, quote, "The sight was most magnificent. At first the fleet was ranged in a semicircle some miles out to sea from the entrance to the strait. It afforded an inspiring spectacle as the ships came along and took up position, and the picture became most awe-inspiring when the guns began to boom. The bombardment at first was slow, shells from the various ships screaming through the air at the rate of about one every 2 minutes. Their practice was excellent, and with strong glasses I could see huge masses of earth and stonework thrown high up into the air. The din, even at a distance, was terrific, and when the largest ship, with the biggest guns in the world, joined in the martial chorus, the air was rent with ear-splitting noise. The Turkish batteries, however, were not being drawn, and, seeing this, the British admiral sent one British ship and one French ship close inshore toward the Sed el Bahr forts. It was a pretty sight to see the two battleships swing rapidly away toward the northern cape, spitting fire and smoke as they rode. They obscured the pure atmosphere with clouds of smoke from their funnels and guns, yet through it all I could see they were getting home with the shots they fired. As they went in they sped right under the guns of the shore batteries, which could no longer resist the temptation to see what they could do. Puffs of white smoke dotted the landscape on the far shore, and dull booms echoed over the placid water. Around the ships fountains of water sprang up into the air. The enemy had been drawn, but his marksmanship was obviously very bad. I think I am right in saying that not a single shot directed against the ships came within 100 yards of either. End of Bombardment of the Dardanelles. No author named. Read by Bologna Times.
The Buddhic Consciousness by C.W. Leadbeater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All students are theoretically acquainted with the idea of the Buddhic plane and its wonderful characteristic of unity of consciousness, but most of them probably regard the possibility of obtaining any personal experience of that consciousness as belonging to the far distant future. The full development of the Buddhic vehicle is for most of us still remote, for it belongs to the stage of the fourth, or Arhat, initiation, but it is perhaps not entirely impossible for those who are as yet far from that level to gain some touch of that higher type of consciousness in quite another way. I was myself brought along what I should describe as the ordinary and commonplace line of occult development, and I had to fight my way laboriously upward, conquering one subplane after another, first in the astral world, then in the mental, and then in the Buddhic, which means that I had a full use of my astral, mental, and causal vehicles before anything came to me that I could define certainly as a real Buddhic experience. This method is slow and toilsome, though I think it has its advantages in developing accuracy in observation, in making sure of each step before the next is taken. I have no doubt whatever that it was the best for a person of my temperament. Indeed, it was probably the only way possible for me, but it does not follow that other people may not have quite other opportunities. It has happened to me in the course of my work to come into contact with a number of those who are undergoing occult training, and perhaps the fact which emerges most prominently from my experience in that direction in the marvelous variety of method employed by our masters. So closely adapted is the training to the individual that in no two cases it is the same. Not only has every master his own plan, but the same master adopts a different scheme for each pupil, so each person is brought along exactly that line which is most suitable for him. A remarkable instance of this variability of method came under my notice not long ago, and I think that an explanation of it may perhaps be useful to some of our students. Let me first remind them of the curious inverted way in which the ego is reflected in the personality. The higher manas, or intellect, images itself in the mental body. The intuition, or buddhi, reflects itself in the astral body, and the spirit, or atma, itself somehow corresponds to the physical. These correspondences show themselves in the three methods of individualization, and they play their part in certain inner developments, but until lately it had not occurred to me that they could be turned to practical account at a much earlier stage by the aspirant for the occult progress. A certain student of deeply affectionate nature developed, as it was quite right and proper that he should, an intense love for the teacher who had been appointed by his master to assist him in the preliminary training. He made it a daily practice to form a strong mental image of that teacher, and then pour out his love upon him with all his force, thereby flooding his own astral body with crimson, and temporarily increasing its size enormously. He used to call the process enlarging his aura. He showed such remarkable aptitude in this exercise, and it was so obviously beneficial to him, that an additional effort along the same line was suggested to him. He was recommended, while holding the image clearly before him and sending out the love force as strongly as ever, to try to raise his consciousness to a higher level and unify it with that of his teacher. His first attempt to do this was amazingly successful. He described a sensation as of actually rising through space. He found what he supposed to be the sky like a roof barring his way, but the force of his will seemed to form a sort of cone in it, which presently became a tube through which he found himself rushing. He emerged into a region of blinding light, which was at the same time a sea of bliss so overwhelming that he could find no words to describe it. It was not in the least like anything that he had ever felt before. It grasped him as definitely and instantaneously as a giant hand might have done, and permeated his whole nature in a moment like a flood of electricity. It was more real than any physical object that he had ever seen, and yet at the same time so utterly spiritual. It was as though God had taken me into Himself, and I felt His life running through me, he said. He gradually recovered himself and was able to examine his condition, and as he did so, he began to realize that his consciousness was no longer limited as it had hitherto been, that he was somehow simultaneously present at every point of that marvelous sea of light; indeed, that in some inexplicable way he was himself at sea, even though apparently at the same time he was a point floating in it. It seemed to us who heard that he was groping after words to express the consciousness which, as Madame Blavatsky so well puts it, has its center everywhere and circumference nowhere. Further realization revealed to him that he had succeeded in his effort to become one with the consciousness of his teacher. He found himself thoroughly comprehending and sharing that teacher's feelings, and possessing a far wider and higher outlook on life than he had ever had before. One thing that impressed him immensely was the image of himself as seen through the teacher's eyes. It filled him with a sense of unworthiness, and yet of high resolve, as he whimsically put it. I found myself loving myself through my teacher's intense love for me, and I knew that I could and would make myself worthy of it. He sensed also a depth of devotion and reverence which he had never before reached, and he knew that in becoming one with his earthly teacher he had also entered the shrine of his true master, with whom that teacher in turn was one, and he dimly felt himself in touch with a consciousness of unrealizable splendor. But here his strength failed him. He seemed to slide down to his tube again, and opened his eyes upon the physical plane. Consulted as to this transcendent experience, I inquired minutely into it, and easily satisfied myself that it was unquestionably an entry into the Buddhic world, not by some toilsome progress through the various stages of mental, but by a direct course along the ray of reflection from the highest astral subplane to the lowest of that intuitional world. I asked as to physical efforts, and found that there were absolutely none. The student was in radiant health. So I recommended that he should repeat the effort, and that he should, with utmost reverence, try to press higher still, and to raise himself, if it might be, into that other astral consciousness. For I saw that here was a case of that combination of golden love and iron will that is so rare on this our sorrowful star, and I knew that a love which is utterly unselfish, and a will which recognizes no obstacles, may carry their possessor to the very feet of God Himself. The student repeated his experiment, and again he succeeded beyond all hope or expectation. He was able to enter that wider consciousness, and he pressed outward and upward into it as though he were swimming out into some vast lake. Much of what he brought back with him could not be comprehended. Shreds of ineffable glories, fragments of conceptions so vast and so glorious that no mere human mind can grasp them in their totality. But he gained a new idea of what love and devotion could be, an ideal after which to strive for the rest of his life. Day after day he continued his efforts. We found that once a day was as often as he could be wisely attempted. Further and further he penetrated into that great lake of love, and yet found no end to it. But gradually he became aware of something far greater still. He somehow knew that this indescribable splendor was permeated by a subtler glory, yet more inconceivably splendid, and he tried to raise himself into that. And when he succeeded, he knew by its characteristics that it was the consciousness of the great world teacher himself. In becoming one with his own earthly teacher, he had inevitably joined himself to the consciousness of his master, with whom that teacher was already united, and in this further marvelous experience he was but proving the close union which exists between that master and the Bodhisattva, one who in turn had taught him. Into that shoreless sea of love and compassion he plunges daily in his meditation, with such uplifting and strengthening for himself as may readily be imagined, but he can never reach its limits, for no mortal man can fathom such an ocean as that. Striving ever to penetrate more deeply into this wondrous new realm which had so suddenly opened before him, he succeeded one day in reaching a yet further development, a bliss so much more intense, a feeling so much more profound, that it seemed to him at first as much higher than his first Buddhic touch as that had been above his earlier astral experiences. He remarked, "If I did not know that it is impossible for me to attain it yet, I should say that this must be Nirvana." In reality, it was only the next subplane of the Buddhic, the second from the bottom, and the sixth from the top, but his impression is significant as showing that not only does consciousness widen as we rise, but the rate at which it widens increases rapidly. Not only is progress accelerated, but the rate of such acceleration grows by geometrical progression. Now this student reaches that higher subplane daily and as a matter of course, and is working vigorously and perseveringly in the hopes of advancing still farther. And the power, the balance, and the certainty which this introduces into his daily physical life is amazing and beautiful to see. Another phenomenon which he observes as accompanying this is that intense bliss of that higher plane now persists beyond the time of meditation, and is becoming more and more a part of his whole life. At first this persistence was for some 20 minutes after each meditation, then it reached an hour, then 2 hours, and he is confidently looking toward a time when it will be his as a permanent possession, a part of himself. A remarkable feature of the case is that this prodigious daily exaltation is not followed by any sign of the slightest reaction or depression, but instead produces an ever-augmenting radiance and sunniness. Becoming gradually more accustomed to functioning in this higher and more glorious world, he began to look about him to some extent, and was presently able to identify himself with many other less exalted consciousnesses. He found these existing as points within his extended self, and he discovered that by focusing himself at any of these points he could at once realize the highest qualities and spiritual aspirations of the person whom is represented. Seeking for a more detailed sympathy with whom he knew and loved, he discerned that these points of consciousness were also, as he puts it, holes through which he could pour himself down into their lower vehicles, and thus he came into touch with those parts of their lives and dispositions which could find no expression on the Buddhic plane. This gave him a sympathy with their characters, a comprehension of their weaknesses, which was truly remarkable, and could probably have been attained in no other way, a most valuable quality for the work of a disciple in the future. The wondrous unity of that intuitional world manifested itself to him in unsuspected examples. Holding in his hand one day what he regarded as a specially beautiful little object, part of which was white, he fell into a sort of ecstasy of admiration of its graceful form and harmonious coloring. Suddenly, through the object, as he gazed at it, he saw unfolded before him a landscape, just as though the object had become a tiny window, or perhaps a crystal. The landscape is one that he knows and loves well, but there was no obvious reason why the little object should bring thus before him. A curious feature was that the white part of the object was represented in the sky of his picture. Impressed by this wholly unexpected phenomenon, he tried the experiment of raising his consciousness while he revelled in the beauty of the prospect. He had the sensation of passing through some resisting medium into a higher plane, and found that the view before him had changed to one which was strange to him, but even more beautiful than that which he knew so well. The piles of white cloud had become towering snow-covered mountain, with its long lines sweeping down to a sea of color richer than any that in this incarnation he had seen. The rocky bays, the buildings, the vegetation, were all foreign to him, though well known to me, and by a little careful questioning I soon ascertained without room for doubt that the scene upon which he was looking was that which I suspected, a real physical view, but one many thousands of miles from the spot where he sat gazing at it. Since that hallowed spot is often in my mind, though I assuredly was not thinking of it that moment, what the student saw may have been a thought form of mine. I imagine that up to this point what had happened may be quite simply described. I presume that the student's emotion was excited by his admiration, and that the heightened vibrations which were caused in this way brought into operation his astral senses, and this enabled him to see a view which was not physically visible, but well within astral reach. The endeavor to press on further temporarily opened the mental sense, and by it he was able to see my thought form, if that second view was a thought form of mine. But the student did not rest satisfied with that. He repeated his attempt to push on still higher, or as he put it, still deeper into the real meaning of it all. Once more he had the experience of breaking through into some exalted and more refined state of matter, and this time it was no earthly scene that rewarded his effort, for the foreground burgeoned forth with an illimitable universe filled with masses of splendid color, pulsating with glorious life, and the snow-covered mountain became a great white throne, vaster than any mountain, veiled in dazzling gold light. A strange fact connected with this vision is that the student to whom the experience came is entirely unacquainted with the Christian Scripture, and was unaware that any text existing therein had any bearing upon what he saw. I asked him whether he could repeat this experience at will. He did not know, but later on he tried the experiment, and succeeded in again passing through those stages in the same order, giving some additional details of the foreign landscape, which proved to me that this was not merely a feat of memory, and this time the awe-stricken seer whispered that amidst the coruscations of that light he once had a passing glimpse of the outline of a mighty figure who sat upon the throne. This also, you may say, might be a thought form, built by some Christian of vivid imagination. Perhaps, but when a few days later an opportunity occurred, and I asked a wise one what signification we might attach to such a vision, he replied, "Do you not see that, as there is but one love, so there is but one beauty? Whatever is beautiful on any plane is so because it is pushed back far enough, its connection will become manifest. All beauty is of God, as all love is of God, and through these, His qualities, the pure in heart may always reach Him." Our students would do well to weigh these words, and follow out the idea contained in them. All beauty, whether it be of form or of color, whether it be in nature or in the human frame, in high achievements of art, or in the humblest household utensil, is but an expression of the one beauty, and therefore, in even the lowliest thing that is beautiful, all beauty is implicitly contained, and so through it all beauty may be realized, and he who himself is beauty may be reached. To understand this fully needs the Buddhic consciousness by which our student arrived at its realization, but even at much lower levels the idea may be useful and fruitful. I fully admit that the student whose experiences I have been relating is exceptional, that he possesses a strength of will, a power of love, a purity of heart, and utter unselfishness which are, unfortunately, far from common. Nevertheless, what he has done with such marked success may surely be copied to some extent by others less gifted. He has unfolded his consciousness upon a plane which is not normally reached by aspirants. He is rapidly building for himself a capable and most valuable vehicle there, for that is the meaning of the ever-increasing persistence of sense of bliss and power. That this is a definite line of progress, and not a mere isolated example, is shown by the fact that even already the abnormal Buddhic development is producing its effect upon the apparently neglected causal and mental bodies, stimulating them into action from above, instead of leaving them to be laboriously influenced from below as usual. All this success is the result of steady effort along the line which I have described. Go thou and do likewise. No harm can come to any man from an earnest endeavor to increase his power of love, his power of devotion, and his power to appreciate beauty, and by such endeavor it is at least possible that he may attain a progress of which he had not dreamed. Only be it remembered that, in this path as in every other, growth is achieved only by him who desires it, not for his own sake, but for the sake of service. Forgetfulness of self and an eager desire to help others are the most prominent characteristics of the student whose inner story I have here told. These characteristics must be equally prominent in any who aspire to follow his example. Without them, no such consummation is possible. The Theosophist, August 1915. End of the Buddhic Consciousness by C.W. Leadbeater. Read by Andrea Fiore.
The Code of Honor by John Lyde Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timothy Ferguson. The Code of Honor, or Rules for the Government of Principals and Seconds in Duelling, by John Lyde Wilson. To the Public. The man who adds in any way to the sum of human happiness is strictly in the discharge of a moral duty. When Howard visited the victims of crime and licentiousness to reform their habits and ameliorate their condition, the question was never asked whether he had been guilty of like excesses or not. The only question the philanthropist would propound should be, has the deed been done in the true spirit of Christian benevolence? And those who know me can well attest the motive which has caused the publication of the following sheets, to which they for a long time urged me in vain. Those who do not know me have no right to impute a wrong motive, and if they do, I had rather be the object than the authors of condemnation. To publish a code of honor, to govern in cases of individual combat, might seem to imply that the publisher was an advocate of duelling, and wished to introduce it as a proper mode of deciding all personal difficulties and misunderstandings. Such an implication would do me great injustice. But if the question be directly put to me, whether there are not cases where duels are right and proper, I would unhesitatingly answer, there are. If an oppressed nation has a right to appeal to arms in the defence of liberty and the happiness of its people, there can be no argument used in support of such an appeal which will not apply in equal force to individuals. How many cases are there that might be enumerated where there is no tribunal to do justice to the oppressed and deeply wronged individual? If he be subjected to a tame submission to insult and disgrace, where no power can shield him from its effects, then indeed it would seem that the first law of nature, self-preservation, points out the only remedy for his wrongs. The history of all animated nature exhibits a determined resistance to the encroachment upon natural rights. Nay, I might add, inanimate nature, for it also exhibits a continual warfare for supremacy. Plants of the same kind, as well as trees, do not stop their vigorous growth because they overshadow their kind, but, on the contrary, flourish with greater vigour as the more weak and delicate decline and die. Those of different species are at perpetual warfare. The sweetest rose tree will sicken and waste on the near approach of the noxious bramble, and the most promising fields of wheat yield a miserable harvest if choked up with tares and thistles. The elements themselves war together, and the angels of heaven have met in fierce encounter. The principle of self-preservation is coextensive with creation, and when, by education, we make character and moral worth a part of ourselves, we guard these possessions with more watchful zeal than life itself, and would go farther for their protection. When one finds himself avoided in society, his friends shunning his approach, his substance wasting, his wife and children in want around him, and traces all his misfortunes and misery to the slanderous tongue of a calumniator, who, by secret whisper or artful innuendo, has sapped and undermined his reputation, he must be more or less than a man to submit in silence. The indiscriminate and frequent appeal to arms, to settle trivial disputes and misunderstandings, cannot be too severely censured and deprecated. I am no advocate of such duelling. But in cases where the laws of the country give no redress for injuries received, where public opinion not only authorises but enjoins resistance, it is needless and a waste of time to denounce the practice. It will be persisted in as long as manly independence and a lofty personal pride in all that dignifies and ennobles the human character shall continue to exist. If a man be smote on one cheek in public, and he turns the other, which is also smitten, and he offers no resistance, but blesses him that so despitefully used him, I am aware that he is in the exercise of great Christian forbearance, highly recommended and enjoined by many very good men, but utterly repugnant to those feelings which nature and education have implanted in the human character. If it was possible to enact laws so severe and impossible to be evaded as to enforce such rule of behaviour, all that is honourable in the community would quit the country and inhabit the wilderness with the Indians. If such a course of conduct was infused by education into the minds of our youth, and it became praiseworthy and honourable to a man to submit to insult and indignity, then indeed the forbearance might be borne without disgrace. Those, therefore, who condemn all who do not denounce duelling in every case, should establish schools where a passive submission to force would be the exercise of a commendable virtue. I have not the least doubt that if I had been educated in such a school, and lived in such a society, I would have proved a very good member of it. But I much doubt if a seminary of learning was established where this Christian forbearance was inculcated and enforced, whether there would be many scholars. I would not wish to be understood to say that I do not desire to see duelling to cease to exist entirely in society, but my plan for doing it away is essentially different from the one which teaches a passive forbearance to insults and indignity. I would inculcate in the rising generation a spirit of lofty independence. I would have them taught that nothing was more derogatory to the honour of a gentleman than to wound the feelings of any one, however humble. That if wrong were to be done to another, it was more an act of heroism and bravery to repair the injury than to persist in error, and enter into mortal combat with the injured party. This would be an aggravation of that which was already odious, and would put him without the pale of all decent society and honourable men. I would strongly inculcate the propriety of being tender of the feelings, as well as of the failings, of those around him. I would teach immutable integrity and uniform urbanity of manners, scrupulously to guard individual honour by a high personal self-respect, and the practice of every commendable virtue. Once let such a system of education be universal, and we should seldom hear, if ever, of any more duelling. The severest penal enactments cannot restrain the practice of duelling, and their extreme severity in this state the more effectually shields the offenders. The teaching and preaching of our eloquent clergy may do some service, but it is wholly inadequate to suppress it. Under these circumstances the following rules are given to the public, and if I can save the life of one useful member of society, I will be compensated. I have restored to the bosoms of many their sons by my timely interference, who are ignorant of the misery I have averted from them. I believe that 9 duels out of 10, if not 99 out of 100, originate in the want of experience in the seconds. A book of authority, to which they can refer in matters where they are uninformed, will therefore be a desideratum. How far this code will be that book, the public will decide. The Author. Chapter 1. The Person Insulted Before Challenge Sent. 1. Whenever you believe that you are insulted, if the insult be in public, and by words or behaviour, never resent it there, if you have self-command enough to avoid noticing it. If resented there, you offer an indignity to the company, which you should not. 2. If the insult be by blows or any personal indignity, it may be resented at the moment, for the insult to the company did not originate with you. But although resented at the moment, you are bound still to have satisfaction, and must therefore make the demand. 3. When you believe yourself aggrieved, be silent on the subject, speak to no one about the matter, and see your friend, who is to act for you as soon as possible. 4. Never send a challenge in the first instance, for that precludes all negotiation. Let your note be in the language of a gentleman, and let the subject matter of complaint be truly and fairly set forth, cautiously avoiding attributing to the adverse party any improper motive. 5. When your second is in full possession of the facts, leave the whole matter to his judgment, and avoid any consultation with him unless he seeks it. He has the custody of your honour, and by obeying him you cannot be compromitted. 6. Let the time of demand upon your adversary after the insult be as short as possible, for he has the right to double that time in replying to you, unless you give him some good reason for your delay. Each party is entitled to reasonable time to make the necessary domestic arrangements, by will or otherwise, before fighting. 7. To a written communication you are entitled to a written reply, and it is the business of your friend to require it. Second's duty before challenge sent. 1. Whenever you are applied to by a friend to act as his second, before you agree to do so, state distinctly to your principal that you will be governed only by your own judgment, that he will not be consulted, after you are in full possession of the facts, unless it becomes necessary to make or accept the amende honorable, or send a challenge. You are supposed to be cool and collected, and your friend's feelings are more or less irritated. Use every effort to soothe and tranquilize your principal. Do not see things in the same aggrieved light in which he views them. Extenuate the conduct of his adversary whenever you see the clear opportunity to do so, without doing violence to your friend's irritated mind. Endeavor to persuade him that there must have been some misunderstanding in the matter. Check him if he uses opprobrious epithet towards his adversary, and never permit improper or insulting words in the note you carry. 3. To the note you carry in writing to the party complained of, you are entitled to a written answer, which will be directed to your principal, and will be delivered to you by his adversary's friend. If this be not written in the style of a gentleman, refuse to receive it, and assign your reason for such refusal. If there be a question made as to the character of the note, require the second presenting it to you, who considers it respectful, to endorse it upon these words: I consider the note of my friend respectful, and would not have been the bearer of it, if I believed otherwise. 4. If the party called on refuses to receive the note you bear, you are entitled to demand a reason for such refusal. If he refuses to give you any reason, and persists in such refusal, he treats not only your friend, but yourself with indignity, and you must make yourself the actor by sending a respectful note, requiring a proper explanation of the course he has pursued towards you and your friend, and if he still adheres to his determination, you are to challenge or post him. 5. If the person to whom you deliver the note of your friend declines meeting him on the ground of inequality, you are bound to tender yourself in his stead by a note directed to him from yourself, and if he refuses to meet you, you are to post him. 6. In all cases of the substitution of the second for the principal, the second should interpose and adjust the matter, if the party substituting avows he does not make the quarrel of the principal his own. The true reason for substitution is the supposed insult of imputing to you the like inequality, which if charged upon your friend, and when the contrary is declared, there should be no fight, for individuals may well differ in their estimate of an individual's character and standing in society. In case of substitution and a satisfactory arrangement, you are to inform your friend of all the facts, whose duty it will be to post in person. 7. If the party to whom you present a note employ a son, father, or brother as second, you may decline acting with either on the ground of consanguinity. 8. If a minor wishes you to take a note to an adult, decline doing so on the ground of his minority. But if the adult complained of had made a companion of the minor in society, you may bear the note. 9. When an accommodation is tendered, never require too much, and if the party offering the amende honorable wishes to give a reason for his conduct in the matter, do not, unless offensive to your friend, refuse to receive it. By doing so you heal the breach more effectually. 10. If a stranger wishes you to bear a note for him, Be well satisfied before you do so that he is on equality with you, and in presenting the note state to the party the relationship you stand toward him, and what you know and believe about him, for strangers are entitled to redress for wrongs as well as others, and the rules of honor and hospitality should protect him. Chapter 2. The party receiving a note before challenge. 1. When a note is presented to you by an equal, receive it and read it, although you may suppose it to be from one you do not intend to meet, because its requisites may be of a character which may readily be complied with. But if the requirements of a note cannot be acceded to, return it through the medium of your friend to the person who handed it to you, with your reason for returning it. 2. If the note received be in abusive terms, object to its reception and return it for that reason, but if it be respectful, return an answer of the same character, in which respond correctly and openly to all interrogatories fairly propounded, and hand it to your friend, who, it is presumed, you have consulted, and who has advised the answer, direct to the opposite party, and let it be delivered to his friend. 3. You may refuse to receive a note from a minor, if you have not made an associate of him, one that has been posted, one that has been publicly disgraced without resenting it, one whose occupation is unlawful, a man in his dotage, and a lunatic. There may be other cases, but the character of those enumerated will lead to a correct decision upon those omitted. If you receive a note from a stranger, you have a right to a reasonable time to ascertain his standing in society, unless he is fully vouched for by his friend. 4. If a party delays calling on you for a week or more after the supposed insult, and assigns no cause for the delay, if you require it, you may double the time before you respond to him. For the wrong cannot be considered aggravated if borne patiently for some days, and the time may have been used in preparation and practice. Second's duty of the party receiving a note before challenge sent. 1. When consulted by your friend, who has received a note requiring explanation, inform him distinctly that he must be governed wholly by you in the progress of the dispute. If he refuses, decline to act on that ground. 2. Use your utmost efforts to allay all excitement which your principal may labor under. Search diligently into the origin of the misunderstanding, for gentlemen seldom insult each other, unless they labor under some misapprehension or mistake, and when you have discovered the original ground or error, follow each movement to the time of the sending of the note, and harmony will be restored. 3. When your principal refuses to do what you require of him, decline further acting on that ground, and inform the opposing second of your withdrawal from the negotiation. Chapter 3. Duty of challenger and his second before fighting. 1. After all efforts for a reconciliation are over, the party aggrieved sends a challenge to his adversary, which will be delivered to his second. 2. Upon the acceptance of the challenge, the seconds make the necessary arrangements for the meeting, in which each party is entitled to a perfect equality. The old notion that the party challenged was authorized to name the time, place, distance, and weapon has long since exploded, nor would a man of chivalric honor use such a right if he possessed it. The time must be as soon as practicable, the place such as had ordinarily been used where the parties are, the distance usual, and the weapon that which is most generally used, which in this state is the pistol. 3. If the challengee insist upon what is not usual in time, place, distance, and weapon, do not yield the point, and tender in writing what is usual in each, and if he refuses to give satisfaction, then your friend may post him. 4. If your friend be determined to fight and not post, you have the right to withdraw, but if you continue to act, and have the right to tender a still more deadly distance and weapon, and he must accept. 5. The usual distance is from 10 to 20 paces, as may be agreed on, and the seconds in measuring the ground usually step 3 feet. 6. After all the arrangements are made, the seconds determine the giving of the word and position by lot, and he who gains has the choice of the one or the other, selects whether it be the word or the position, but he cannot have both. Chapter 4. Duty of challengee and second after challenge sent. 1. The challengee has no option, when negotiation has ceased, but to accept the challenge. 2. The second makes the necessary arrangements with the second of the person challenging. The arrangements are detailed in the preceding chapter. Chapter 5. Duty of Principals and Seconds on the Ground. 1. The principals are to be respectful in meeting, and neither by look or expression irritate each other. They are to be wholly passive, being entirely under the guidance of their seconds. 2. When once posted, they are not to quit their positions under any circumstances without leave or direction of their seconds. 3. When the parties are posted, the second giving the word must tell them to stand firm until he repeats the giving of the word in the manner it will be given when the parties are at liberty to fire. 4. Each second has a loaded pistol, in order to enforce a fair combat according to the rules agreed on, and if a principal fires before the word or time agreed on, he is at liberty to fire at him, and if such a second's principal fall, it is his duty to do so. 5. If after a fire either party be touched, the duel is to end, and no second is excusable who permits a wounded friend to fight, and no second who knows his duty will permit his friend to fight a man already hit. I am aware there have been many instances where a contest has continued, not only after slight but severe wounds had been received. In all such cases, I think the seconds are blamable. 6. If after the exchange of shots neither party be hit, it is the duty of the second of the challengee to approach the second of the challenger and say, "Our friends have exchanged shots. Are you satisfied, or is there any cause why the contest should be continued?" If the meeting be of no serious cause of complaint, where the party complaining had in no way been deeply injured or grossly insulted, the second of the party challenging should reply, "The point of honour being settled, there can, I conceive, be no objection to a reconciliation, and I propose that our principals meet in the middle of the ground, shake hands, and be friends." If this be acceded to by the second of the challengee, the second of the party challenging says, "We have agreed that the present duel shall cease, the honour of each of you is preserved, and you will meet on the middle ground, shake hands, and be reconciled." 7. If the insult be of a serious character, it will be the duty of the second of the challenger to say, in reply to the second of the challengee, "We have been deeply wronged, and if you are not disposed to repair the injury, the contest must continue." And if the challengee offers nothing by way of reparation, the fight continues until one or the other of the principals is hit. 8. If in cases where the contest is ended by the seconds, as mentioned in the 6th rule of this chapter, the parties refuse to meet and be reconciled, it is the duty of the seconds to withdraw from the field, informing their principals that the contest must be continued under the superintendence of other friends. But if one agrees to this arrangement of the seconds, and the other does not, the second of the disagreeing principal only withdraws. 9. If either principal on the ground refuses to fight, or continue the fight when required, it is the duty of his second to say to the other second, "I have come upon the ground with a coward, and do tender you my apology for an ignorance of his character. You are at liberty to post him." The second, by such conduct, stands excused to the opposite party. 10. When the duel is ended by a party being hit, it is the duty of the second to the party so hit to announce the fact to the second of the party hitting, who will forthwith tender any assistance he can command to the disabled principal. If the party challenging hit the challengee, it is his duty to say he is satisfied, and will leave the ground. If the challenger be hit, upon the challengee being informed of it, he should ask through his second whether he is at liberty to leave the ground, which should be assented to. Chapter 6. Who should be on the ground? 1. The principals, seconds, one surgeon and one assistant surgeon to each principal, but the assistant surgeon may be dispensed with. 2. Any number of friends that the seconds agree on may be present, provided they do not come within the degrees of consanguinity mentioned in the 7th rule of Chapter 1. 3. Persons admitted on the ground are careful to abstain by word or behaviour from any act that might be the least exceptionable, nor should they stand near the principals or seconds, or hold conversations with them. Chapter 7. Arms and manner of loading and presenting them. 1. The arms used should be small bore pistols, not exceeding 9 inches in length, with flint and steel. Percussion pistols may be mutually used if agreed on, but to object on that account is lawful. 2. Each second informs the other when he is about to load, and invites his presence, but seconds rarely attend on such invitation, as gentlemen may be safely trusted in the matter. 3. The second in presenting the pistol to his friend should never put it in his pistol hand, but should place it in the other, which is grasped midway the barrel, with muzzle pointing in the contrary way to that which he is to fire, informing him that the pistol is loaded and ready for use. Before the word is given, the principal grasps the butt firmly in his pistol hand, and brings it round, with muzzle downward, to the fighting position. 4. The fighting position is with the muzzle down, and the barrel from you. For, although it may be agreed that you hold your pistol with the muzzle up, it may be objected to, as you can fire sooner from that position, and consequently have a decided advantage, which ought not to be claimed, and should not be granted. Chapter 8. Degrees of Insult, and how compromised. 1. The prevailing rule is that words used in retort, although more violent and disrespectful than those first used, will not satisfy. Words bring no satisfaction for words. 2. When words are used, and a blow given in return, the insult is avenged, and if redress be sought, it must be from the person receiving the blow. 3. When blows are given in the first instance, and not returned, and the person striking, be he badly beaten or otherwise, the first party struck is to make the demand, for blows do not satisfy a blow. 4. Insults at a wine table, where the company are overexcited, must be answered for, and if the party insulting have no recollection of the insult, it is his duty to say so in writing, and negative the insult. For instance, if a man say, "You are a liar and no gentleman," he must, in addition to the plea of want of recollection, say, "I believe the party insulted to be a man of the strictest veracity, and a gentleman." 5. Intoxication is not a full excuse for insult, but it will greatly palliate. If it was a full excuse, it might well be counterfeited to wound feelings or destroy character. 6. In all cases of intoxication, the seconds must use a sound discretion under the above general rules. 7. Can every insult be compromised? It is a mooted and vexed question. On this subject, no rules can be given that will be satisfactory. The old opinion, that a blow must require blood, is not of force. Blows may be compromised in many cases. What those are, much depend on the seconds. Appendix. Since the above code was in press, a friend has favoured me with the Irish Code of Honour, which I had never seen, and it is published as an appendix to it. One thing must be apparent to every reader, viz. The marked amelioration of the rules that govern duelling at the present time. I am unable to say what code exists now in Ireland, but I very much doubt whether it be of the same character which it bore in 1777. The American Quarterly Review for September, 1824, in a notice of Sir Jonah Barrington's history of his own times, has published this code, and followed it up with some remarks, which I have thought proper to insert also. The grave reviewer has spoken of certain states in terms so unlike a gentleman that I would advise him to look at home, and say whether he does not think that the manners of his own countrymen do not require great amendment. I am very sure that the citizens of the states so disrespectfully spoken of would feel a deep humiliation to be compelled to exchange their urbanity of deportment for the uncouth incivility of the people of Massachusetts. Look at their public journals, and you will find them very generally teeming with abuse of private character, which would not be countenanced here. The idea of New England becoming a school for manners is almost as fanciful as Bolingbroke's idea of a patriot king. I like their fortier in re, but utterly eschew their suaviter in modo. The practice of duelling and points of honour settled in Clonmel Summer Assizes, 1777, by the gentlemen delegates of Tipperary, Galway, Mayo, Sligo, and Roscommon, and prescribed for general adoption throughout Ireland. Rule 1. The first offence requires the apology, although the retort may have been more offensive than the insult. Example, A tells B he is impertinent and such, B retorts that he lies, yet A must make the first apology because he gave the first offence, and then, after one fire, B may explain away the retort by a subsequent apology. Rule 2. But if the parties would rather fight on, then after 2 shots each, but in no case before, B may explain first, and A apologise afterward. Rule 3. If a doubt exists who gave the first offence, the decision rests with the seconds. If they won't decide or can't agree, the matter must proceed to 2 shots, or a hit, if the challenger requires it. Rule 4. When the lie direct is the first offence, the aggressor must either beg pardon in express terms, exchange 2 shots previous to an apology, or 3 shots followed up by an explanation, or fire on till a severe hit be received by one party or the other. Rule 5. As a blow is strictly prohibited under any circumstances among gentlemen, no verbal apology can be received for such an insult. The alternatives therefore are, the offender handing a cane to the injured party, to be used on his own back, at the same time begging pardon, firing on until one or both is disabled, or exchanging 3 shots, and then asking pardon without the proffer of the cane. If swords are used, the parties engage till one is well bloodied, disabled, or disarmed, or until after receiving a wound, and blood being drawn, the aggressor begs pardon. Nota bene, a disarm is considered the same as a disable. The disarmer may strictly break his adversary's sword, but if it be the challenger who is disarmed, it is considered ungenerous to do so. In case the challenged be disarmed, and refuses to ask pardon or atone, he must not be killed as formerly, but the challenger may lay his sword on the aggressor's shoulder, then break the aggressor's sword, and say, "I spare your life." The challenged can never revive the quarrel, the challenger may. Rule 6. If A give B the lie, and B retorts by a blow, being the 2 greatest offences, no reconciliation can take place till after 2 discharges each, or a severe hit, after which B may beg A's pardon for the blow, and then A may explain simply for the lie, because a blow is never allowable, and the offence of the lie therefore merges in it. See preceding rule. Nota bene, challenges for individual cases may be reconciled on the ground after 1 shot. An explanation or the slightest hit should be sufficient in such cases, because no personal offence transpired. Rule 7. But no apology can be received in any case after the parties have actually taken their ground, without exchange of fires. Rule 8. In the above case, no challenger is obliged to divulge the cause of his challenge, if private, unless required by the challenged to do so before their meeting. Rule 9. All imputations of cheating at play, races, and such, are considered equivalent to a blow, but may be reconciled after 1 shot, on admitting their falsehood and begging pardon publicly. Rule 10. Any insult to a lady under a gentleman's care or protection, to be considered as, by 1 degree, a greater offence than if given to the gentleman personally, and to be regulated accordingly. Rule 11. Offences originating or accruing from the support of a lady's reputation, to be considered as less unjustifiable than any other of the same class, and as admitting of lighter apologies by the transgressor, this to be determined by the circumstances of the case, but always favourably to the lady. Rule 12. In simple, unpremeditated rencontres with the small sword or couteau de chasse, the rule is first draw, first sheathe, unless blood be drawn, then both sheathe, and proceed to investigation. Rule 13. No dumb shooting, or firing in the air, admissible in any case. The challenger ought not to have challenged without receiving offence, and the challenged ought, if he gave offence, to have made an apology before he came to the ground. Therefore, children's play must be dishonourable on one side or the other, and is accordingly prohibited. Rule 14. Seconds to be of equal rank in society with principals they attend, inasmuch as a second may choose or chance to become a principal, and equality is indispensable. Rule 15. Challenges are never to be delivered at night, unless the party to be challenged intend leaving the place of offence before morning, for it is desirable to avoid all hot-headed proceedings. Rule 16. The challenged has the right to choose his own weapon, unless the challenger gives his honour that he is no swordsman, after which, however, he cannot decline any second species of weapon proposed by the challenged. Rule 17. The challenged chooses his ground, the challenger chooses his distance, the seconds fix the time and terms of firing. Rule 18. The seconds load in the presence of each other, unless they give their mutual honours that they have charged smooth and single, which should be held sufficient. Rule 18. Firing may be regulated, first by signal, secondly by word of command, or thirdly at pleasure as may be agreeable to the parties. In the latter case the parties may fire at their reasonable leisure, but second presence and rests are strictly prohibited. Rule 20. In all cases a misfire is equivalent to a shot, and a snap or a non-cock is to be considered as a misfire. Rule 21. Seconds are bound to attempt a reconciliation before the meeting takes place, or after a sufficient firing, or hits as specified. Rule 22. Any wound sufficient to agitate the nerves, and necessarily make the hand shake, must end the business for that day. Rule 23. If the cause of meeting be of such a nature that no apology or explanation can or will be received, the challenged takes his ground, and calls on the challenger to proceed as he chooses. In such cases firing at pleasure is the usual practice, but may be varied by agreement. Rule 24. In slight cases the second hands his principal but one pistol, but in gross cases two, holding another case ready charged in reserve. Rule 25. When seconds disagree, and resolve to exchange shots themselves, it must be at the same time, and at right angles with their principals. If with swords, side by side, at 5 paces interval. Nota bene. All matters and doubts not herein mentioned will be explained and cleared up by application to the committee, who meet alternately at Clonmel and Galway at their quarter sessions for the purpose. Crow Ryan, President. James Keogh, Amby Bodkin, Secretaries. Additional Galway Articles. Rule 1. No party can be allowed to bend his knee or cover his side with his left hand, but may present at any level from the hip to the eye. Rule 2. One can neither advance nor retreat if the ground be measured. If the ground be unmeasured, either party may advance at pleasure, even to touch muzzle, but neither can advance on his adversary after the fire, until his adversary step forward on him. The seconds stand responsible for this last rule being strictly observed. Bad cases have accrued from neglecting it. This precise and enlightened digest was rendered necessary by the multitude of quarrels that arose without sufficient dignified provocation. The point of honour men required a uniform government, and the code thus formed was disseminated throughout the island, with directions that it should be strictly observed by all gentlemen and kept in their pistol cases. The rules, and some others, were commonly styled the 36 Commandments, and, according to the author, have been much acted upon down to the present day. Tipperary and Galway were the chief schools of duelling. We remember to have heard, in travelling to the town of the former name in a stage-coach, a dispute between two Irish companions, on the point, which was the most gentlemanly country in all Ireland, Tipperary or Galway, and both laid great stress upon the relative duelling merits of those counties. By the same criterion, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and South Carolina would bear away the palm of gentility among the states of the Union. End of Code of Honour by John Lyde Wilson. Read by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
Woman and the New Race by Margaret Sanger. Chapter 10. Contraceptives or Abortion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Society has not yet learned the significance of the age-long effort of the feminine spirit to free itself of the burden of excessive childbearing. It has been singularly blind to the real forces underlying the cause of infanticide, child abandonment, and abortion. It has permitted the highest and most powerful thing in woman's nature to be hindered, diverted, repressed, and confused. Society has permitted this inner urge of woman to be rendered violent by repression, until it has expressed itself in cruel forms of family limitation, which the same society has promptly labeled crimes and sought to punish. It has gone on, blindly forcing women into these crimes, deaf alike to their entreaties and to the lessons of history. As we have seen in the second chapter of this book, child abandonment and infanticide are by no means obsolete practices. As for abortion, it has not decreased but increased with the advance of civilization. The reader will recall that one authority says that there are 1 million abortions in the United States every year, while another estimate doubles that number. Most of the women in the middle and upper classes in America seem secure in their knowledge of contraceptives as a means of birth control. Under present conditions, when the laws in most states regard this knowledge, howsoever it be imparted, as illicit, and the federal statutes prohibit the sending of it through the mails, even the women in more fortunate circumstances sometimes have difficulty in getting scientific information. Nevertheless, so strong is their purpose that they do obtain it and use it correctly or incorrectly. The great majority of women, however, belong to the working class. Nearly all of these women will fall into one of two general groups: the ones who are having children against their wills, and those who, to escape this evil, find refuge in abortion. Being given their choice by society, to continue to be overburdened mothers or to submit to a humiliating, repulsive, painful, and too often gravely dangerous operation, those women in whom the feminine urge to freedom is strongest choose the abortionist. One group goes on bringing children to birth, hoping that they will be born dead or die. The women of the other group strive consciously by drastic means to protect themselves and the children already born. Our examinations, says Dr. Max Hirsch, an authority on the subject, have informed us that the largest number of abortions in the United States are performed on married women. This fact brings us to the conclusion that contraceptive measures among the upper class and the practice of abortion among the lower class are the real means employed to regulate the number of offspring. Thus, a high percentage of women in comfortable circumstances escape overbreeding by the use of contraceptives. A similarly high percentage of women not in comfortable circumstances are forced to submit to forced maternity because their only alternative at present is abortion. When accidental conception takes place, some women of both classes resort to abortion if they can obtain the service of an abortionist. When society holds up its hands in horror at the crime of abortion, it forgets at whose door the first and principal responsibility for this practice rests. Does anyone imagine that a woman would submit to abortion if not denied the knowledge of scientific, effective contraceptives? Does anyone believe that physicians and midwives who perform abortions go from door to door soliciting patronage? The abortionist could not continue his practice for 24 hours if it were not for the fact that women come desperately begging for such operations. He could not stay out of jail a day if women did not so generally approve of his services as to hold his identity an open but seldom betrayed secret. The question, then, is not whether family limitation should be practiced. It is being practiced. It has been practiced for ages and will always be practiced. The question that society must answer is this: shall family limitation be achieved through birth control or abortion? Shall normal, safe, effective contraceptives be employed, or shall we continue to force women to the abnormal, often dangerous surgical operation? This question, too, the Church, the State, and the moralist must answer. The knowledge of contraceptive methods may yet for a time be denied to the woman of the working class, but those who are responsible for denying it to her, and she herself, should understand clearly the dangers to which she is exposed because of the laws which force her into the hands of the abortionist. To understand more clearly the difference between birth control by contraceptives and family limitation through abortion, it is necessary to know something of the process of conception. Knowledge of these processes will also enable us to comprehend more thoroughly the dangers to which woman is exposed by our antiquated laws. and how much better it would be for her to employ such preventative measures as would keep her out of the hands of the abortionist into which the laws now drive her. In every woman's ovaries are embedded millions of ovules, or eggs. They are in every female at birth, and as the girl develops into womanhood, these ovules develop also. At a certain age, varying slightly with the individual, the ripest ovule leaves the nest, or ovary, and comes down one of the tubes connecting with the womb and passes out of the body. When this takes place, it is said that the girl is at the age of puberty. When it reaches the womb, the ovule is ready for the process of conception, that is, fertilization by the male sperm. At the time the ovule is ripening, the womb is preparing to receive it. This preparation consists of a reinforced blood supply brought to its lining. If fertilization takes place, the fertilized ovule or ovum will cling to the lining of the womb and there gather its nourishment. If fertilization does not take place, the ovum passes out of the body and the uterus throws off its surplus blood supply. This is called the menstrual cycle. It occurs about once a month or every 28 days. In the male organs there are glands called testes. They secrete a fluid called the semen. In the semen is a life-giving principle called the sperm. When intercourse takes place, if no preventative is employed, the semen is deposited in the woman's vagina. The ovule is not in the vagina, but is in the womb, further up, or perhaps in the tube on its way to the womb. As steel is attracted to the magnet, the sperm of the male starts on its way to seek the ovum. Several of these sperm cells start, but only one enters the ovum and is absorbed into it. This process is called fertilization, contraception, or impregnation. If no children are desired, the meeting of the male sperm and the ovum must be prevented. When scientific means are employed to prevent this meeting, one is said to practice birth control. The means used is known as a contraceptive. If, however, a contraceptive is not used and the sperm meets the ovule and development begins, any attempt at removing it or stopping its further growth is called abortion. There is no doubt that women are apt to look upon abortion as of little consequence and to treat it accordingly. An abortion is as important a matter as a confinement and requires as much attention as the birth of a child at its full term. The immediate dangers of abortion, says Dr. J. Clifton Edgar in his book The Practice of Obstetrics, are hemorrhage, retention of an adherent placenta, sepsis, tetanus, perforation of the uterus. They also cause sterility, anemia, malignant diseases, displacements, neurosis, and endometritis. In plain everyday language, in an abortion there is always a very serious risk to the health and often to the life of the patient. It is only the women of wealth who can afford the best medical skill, care, and treatment both at the time of the operation and afterwards. In this way they escape the usual serious consequences. The women whose incomes are limited and who must continue at work before they have recovered from the effects of an abortion are the great army of sufferers. It is among such that the deaths due to abortion usually ensue. It is these, too, who are most often forced to resort to such operations. If death does not result, the woman who has undergone an abortion is not altogether safe from harm. The womb may not return to its natural size, but remain large and heavy, tending to fall away from its natural position. Abortion often leaves the uterus in a condition to conceive easily again, and unless prevention is strictly followed, another pregnancy will surely occur. Frequent abortions tend to cause barrenness and serious painful pelvic ailments. These and other conditions arising from such operations are very likely to ruin a woman's general health. While there are cases where even the law recognizes an abortion as justifiable if recommended by a physician, I assert that the hundreds of thousands of abortions performed in America each year are a disgrace to civilization. The effects of such operations upon a woman, serious as they may be, are nothing as compared to the injury done her general health by drugs taken to produce the same result. Even such drugs as are prescribed by physicians have harmful effects, and nostrums recommended by druggists are often worse still. Even more drastic may be the effect upon the unborn child. For many women fill their systems with poisonous drugs during the first weeks of their pregnancy, only to decide at last, when drugs have failed, as they usually do, to bring the child to birth. There are no statistics, of course, by which we may compute the amount of suffering to mother and child from the use of such drugs. But we know that the total of physical weakness and disease must be astounding. We know that the woman's own system feels the strain of these drugs, and that the embryo is usually poisoned by them. The child is likely to be rickety, have heart trouble, kidney disorder, or to be generally weak in its powers of resistance. If it does not die before it reaches its first year, it is probable that it will have to struggle against some of these weaknesses until its adolescent period. It needs no assertion of mine to call attention to the grim fact that the laws prohibiting the imparting of information concerning the prevention of conception are responsible for tens of thousands of deaths each year in this country, and an untold amount of sickness and sorrow. The suffering and the death of these women is squarely upon the heads of the lawmakers and the puritanical, masculine-minded person who insist upon retaining the abominable legal restrictions. Try as they will, they cannot escape the truth, nor hide it under the cloak of stupid hypocrisy. If the laws against imparting knowledge of scientific birth control were repealed, nearly all of the 1 million or 2 million women who undergo abortions in the United States each year would escape the agony of the surgeon's instruments and the long trail of disease, suffering, and death which so often follows. He who would combat abortion, says Dr. Hirsch, and at the same time combat contraceptive measures, may be likened to the person who would fight contagious disease and forbid disinfection. For contraceptive measures are important weapons in the fight against abortion. America has a law since 1873 which prohibits by criminal statute the distribution and regulation of contraceptive measures. It follows, therefore, that America stands at the head of all nations in the huge number of abortions. There is the case in a nutshell. Family limitation will always be practiced as it is now being practiced, either by birth control or by abortion. We know that. The one means health and happiness, a stronger, better race. The other means disease, suffering, death. The woman who goes to the abortionist's table is not a criminal but a martyr to the bitter, unthinkable conditions brought about by the blindness of society at large. These conditions give her the choice between the surgeon's instruments and the sacrificing of what is highest and holiest in her, her aspiration to freedom, her desire to protect the children already hers. These conditions, not the woman, outface society with this question: contraceptives or abortion? Which shall it be? End of Woman and the New Race by Margaret Sanger. Chapter 10. Contraceptives or Abortion. Read by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle by Professor George Howard Parker. From Lectures on the Harvard Classics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Had Charles Darwin never published more than The Voyage of the Beagle, his reputation as a naturalist of the first rank would have been fully assured. Even before the close of that eventful circumnavigation of the globe, the English geologist Sedgwick, who had probably seen some of the letters sent by the young naturalist to friends in England, predicted to Dr. Darwin, Charles Darwin's father, that his son would take a place among the leading scientific men of the day. As it afterward proved, the Voyage of the Beagle was the foundation stone on which rested that monument of work and industry which, as a matter of fact, made Charles Darwin one of the distinguished scientists, not only of his generation but of all time. The conventional school and university training had very little attraction for Darwin. From boyhood his real interests were to be found in collecting natural objects. Minerals, plants, insects, and birds were the materials that excited his mind to full activity. But it was not till his Cambridge days, when he was supposedly studying for the clergy, that the encouragement of Henslow changed this pastime into a serious occupation. The occasion of the voyage. About 1831 the British Admiralty decided to fit out the Beagle, a 10-gun brig, to complete the survey of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego, begun some years before, to survey the shores of Chile, Peru, and some of the islands of the Pacific, and to carry a chain of chronometrical measurements round the world. It seemed important to all concerned that a naturalist should accompany this expedition, and Captain Fitzroy, through the mediation of Professor Henslow, eventually induced Charles Darwin to become his cabin companion and naturalist for the voyage. Henslow recommended Darwin not as a finished naturalist, but as one amply qualified for collecting, observing, and noting anything worthy to be noted in natural history. The Beagle, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to get away, finally set sail from Devonport, England, December the 27th, 1831, and after a cruise of almost 5 years, she returned to Falmouth, England, October the 2nd, 1836. Her course had lain across the Atlantic to the Brazilian coast, thence southward along the east coast of South America to Tierra del Fuego, whence she turned northward, skirting the seaboard of Chile and Peru. Near the equator a westerly course was taken, and she then crossed the Pacific to Australia, whence she traversed the Indian Ocean, and rounding the Cape of Good Hope, headed across the South Atlantic for Brazil. Here she completed the circumnavigation of the globe, and picking up her former course, she retraced her way to England. When Darwin left England on the Beagle he was 22 years old. The 5-year voyage, therefore, occupied in his life the period of maturing manhood. What it was to mean to him he only partly saw. Before leaving England he declared that the day of sailing would mark the beginning of his second life, a new birthday to him. All through his boyhood he had dreamed of seeing the tropics, and now his dream was to be realized. His letters and his account of the voyage are full of the exuberance of youth. To his friend Fox he wrote from Brazil, "My mind has been, since leaving England, in a perfect hurricane of delight and astonishment." To Henslow he sent word from Rio as follows: "Here I first saw a tropical forest in all its sublime grandeur. Nothing but the reality can give you any idea how wonderful, how magnificent the scene is." And to another correspondent he wrote, "When I first entered on and beheld the luxuriant vegetation of Brazil, it was realizing the visions in the Arabian Nights. The brilliancy of the scenery throws one into a delirium of delight, and a beetle hunter is not likely soon to awaken from it, when, whichever way he turns, fresh treasures meet his eye." Such expressions could spring only from the enthusiasm of the born naturalist. The training of a naturalist. But the voyage of the Beagle meant more to Darwin than the mere opportunity to see the world. It trained him to be a naturalist. During his 5 years at sea he learned to work, and to work under conditions that were often almost intolerable. The Beagle was small and cramped, and the collections of a naturalist were not always easily cared for. The first lieutenant, who is described by Darwin in terms of the highest admiration, was responsible for the appearance of the ship, and strongly objected to having such a litter on deck as Darwin often made. To this man specimens were damned beastly devilment, and he is said to have added, "If I were skipper I would soon have you and all your damned mess out of the place." Darwin is quoted as saying that the absolute necessity of tidiness in the cramped space of the Beagle gave him his methodical habits of work. On the Beagle, too, he learned what he considered the golden rule for saving time, i.e., take care of the minutes, a rule that gives significance to an expression he has somewhere used, that all life is made of a succession of 5-minute periods. Darwin, however, not only learned on the Beagle how to work against time and under conditions of material inconvenience, but he also acquired the habit of carrying on his occupations under considerable physical discomfort. Although he was probably not seriously ill after the first 3 weeks of the voyage, he was constantly uncomfortable when the vessel pitched at all heavily, and his sensitiveness to this trouble is well shown in a letter dated June 3rd, 1836, from the Cape of Good Hope, in which he said, "It is lucky for me that the voyage is drawing to a close, for I positively suffer more from seasickness now than 3 years ago. Yet he always kept busily at work, and notwithstanding the more or less continuous nature of this discomfort, he was not inclined to attribute the digestive disturbances of his later life to these early experiences. The return voyage found his spirits somewhat subdued. Writing to his sister from Bahia in Brazil, where the Beagle crossed her outward course, he said, "It has been almost painful to find how much good enthusiasm has been evaporated in the last 4 years. I can now walk soberly through a Brazilian forest." Yet years after, in rehearsing the voyage in his autobiography, he declared, "The glories of the vegetation of the tropics rise before my mind at the present time more vividly than anything else." Practical results of the voyage. Darwin's opinion of the value of the voyage to him can scarcely be expressed better than in his own words. In his later years he wrote, "The voyage of the Beagle has been by far the most important event of my life," and again, "I have always felt that I owe to the voyage the first real training or education of my mind. I was led to attend closely to several branches of natural history, and thus my powers of observation were improved, though they were always fairly developed." And finally, in a letter to Captain Fitzroy, he said, "However others may look back on the Beagle's voyage, now that the small disagreeable parts are well nigh forgotten, I think it far the most fortunate circumstance in my life that the chance afforded by your offer of taking a naturalist fell on me. I often have the most vivid and delightful pictures of what I saw on board the Beagle pass before my eyes. These recollections, and what I learned on natural history, I would not exchange for twice 10,000 a year." But the voyage of the Beagle was not only training for Darwin. It was the means of gathering together a large and valuable collection of specimens that kept naturalists busy for some years to come, and added greatly to our knowledge of these distant lands and seas. In the work of arranging and describing these collections, Darwin was finally obliged to take an active part himself, for, to quote from his Life and Letters, "It seemed only gradually to have occurred to him that he would ever be more than a collector of specimens and facts, of which the great men were to make use, and even of the value of his collections he seems to have had much doubt, for he wrote to Henslow in 1834, 'I really began to think that my collections were so poor that you were puzzled what to say. The case is now quite on the opposite tack, for you are guilty of exciting all my vain feelings to a most comfortable pitch. If hard work will atone for these thoughts, I vow it shall not be spared.'" Thus the collections made on the Beagle served to confirm Darwin in the occupation of a naturalist, and brought him into contact with many of the working scientists of his day. Speculative results of the voyage. Darwin, however, not only brought back, as a result of his work on the Beagle, large collections of interesting specimens, but he came home with a mind richly stored with new ideas, and one of these he put into shape so rapidly that it forms no small part of the voyage of the Beagle. During much of the latter part of the journey he was occupied with a study of coral islands, and his theory of the method of formation of these remarkable deposits was the first to gain general acceptance in the scientific world. In fact, his views gained so firm a foothold that they are today more generally accepted than those of any other naturalist. But coral islands were not the only objects of his speculations. Without doubt he spent much time reflecting on that problem of problems, the origin of species, for though there is not much reference to this subject either in the voyage itself or in his letters of that period, he states in his autobiography that in July, 1837, less than a year after his return, he opened his first notebook for facts in relation to the origin of species, about which, as he remarks, he had long reflected. Thus the years spent on the Beagle were years rich in speculation, as well as in observation and field work. Doubtless the direct results of the voyage of the Beagle were acceptable to the British Admiralty, and justified in their eyes the necessary expenditure of money and energy. But the great accomplishment of that voyage was not the charting of distant shore lines, nor the carrying of a chain of chronometrical measurements round the world. It was the training and education of Charles Darwin as a naturalist, and no greater tribute can be paid to the voyage than what Darwin himself has said: "I feel sure that it was this training which has enabled me to do whatever I have done in science." End of Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle, by Professor George Howard Parker. Read by Marion Martin.
A Flowery January in Florida by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Flowery January in Florida. Mandarin, Florida, January 24th, 1872. Yes, it is done. The winter is over and past, and the time of the singing of the birds is come. They are at it, beak and claw, the redbirds, and the catbirds, and the chattering jays, and the twittering sparrows, busy and funny and bright. Down in the swampland, fronting our cottage, 4 calla lily buds are just unfolding themselves, and in the little garden plot at one side stand rose geraniums and camellias, white and pink, just unfolding. Right opposite to the window, through which the morning sun is pouring, stands a stately orange tree, 30 feet high, with spreading, graceful top and varnished green leaves, full of golden fruit. These are the veritable golden apples of the Hesperides, the apples that Atalanta threw in the famous race, and they are good enough to be run after. The things that fill the New York market, called by courtesy oranges, pithy, wilted, and sour, have not even a suggestion of what those golden balls are that weigh down the great glossy green branches of yonder tree. At the tree's foot, Aunt Katy does her weekly washing in the open air the winter through. We have been putting our tape measure about it, and find it 43 inches in girth, and for shapely beauty it has no equal. It gives one a sort of heart thrill of possession to say of such beauty, "It is mine." No wonder the Scripture says, "He that is so impoverished that he hath no oblation chooseth a tree that will not rot." The orange tree is, in our view, the best worthy to represent the tree of life of any that grows on our earth. It is the fairest, the noblest, the most generous, it is the most upspringing and abundant of all trees which the Lord God caused to grow eastward in Eden. Its wood is white and hard and tough, fit to sustain the immense weight of its fruitage. Real good ripe oranges are very heavy, and the generosity of the tree inclines it to fruit in clusters. We counted, the other day, a cluster of 18, hanging low and weighing down the limb. But this large orange tree, and many larger than this, which are parts of one orchard, are comparatively recent growths. In 1835 every one of them was killed even with the ground. Then they started up with the genuine pluck of a true-born orange tree, which never says die, and began to grow again. Nobody pruned them or helped them, or cared much about them anyway, and you can see trees that have grown up in 4, 5, and 6 trunks, just as the suckers sprung up from the roots. Then, when they had made some progress, came the orange insect, and nearly killed them down again. The owners of the land, discouraged, broke down the fences and moved off, and for a while the land was left an open common where wild cattle browsed and rubbed themselves on the trees. But still, in spite of all, they have held on their way rejoicing, till now they are the beautiful creatures they are. Truly we may call them trees of the Lord, full of sap and greenness, full of lessons of perseverance to us who get frosted down and cut off, time and time again, in our lives. Let us hope in the Lord, and be up and at it again. It is certainly quite necessary to have some such example before our eyes in struggling to found a colony here. We had such a hard time getting our church and schoolhouse, for in these primitive regions one building must do for both. There were infinite negotiations and cases to go through before a site could be bought with a clear title, and the Freedmen's Bureau would put us up a building where school could be taught on weekdays and worship held on Sundays. But at last it was done, and a neat, pleasant little place it was. We had a little Mason and Hamlin missionary organ, which we used to carry over on Sundays, and a cloth which converted the master's desk of weekdays into the minister's pulpit. And as we had a minister, organist, and choir all in our own family, we were sure of them at all events. And finally a good congregation was being gathered. On weekdays a school for whites and blacks was taught, until the mismanagement of the school fund had used up the sum devoted to common schools and left us without a teacher for a year. But this fall our friend Mr. D., who had accepted the situation of county overseer of schools, had just completed arrangements to open again both the white and the black schools, when lo! in one night our poor little schoolhouse was burned to the ground, with our Mason and Hamlin organ in it. Latterly it had been found inconvenient to carry it backward and forward, and so it had been left, locked in a closet, and met a fiery doom. We do not suppose any malicious incendiarism. There appears evidence that some strolling loafers had gotten in to spend the night, and probably been careless of their fire. The southern pine is inflammable as so much pitch, and will light with the scratch of a match. Well, all we had to do was to imitate the pluck of the orange trees, which we immediately did. Our neighborhood had increased by 3 or 4 families, and a meeting was immediately held, and each one pledged himself to raise a certain sum. We feel the want of it more for the schoolhouse than even for the church. We go on with our Sunday services at each other's houses, but alas for the poor children, black and white, growing up so fast, who have been kept out of school now a year, and who are losing these best months for study, to see people who are willing and anxious to be taught growing up in ignorance is the sorest sight that can afflict one. And we count the days until we shall have our church and schoolhouse again. But meanwhile Mandarin presents to our eyes a marvelously improved aspect. 2 or 3 large, handsome houses are built up in our immediate neighborhood. Your old collaborator of the Christian Union has a most fascinating place a short distance from us, commanding a noble sweep of view up and down the river. On our right hand 2 gentlemen from Newark have taken each a lot, and the gables of the house of one of them overlook the orange trees bravely from the river. This southern pine, unpainted, makes a rich, soft color for a house. Being merely oiled, it turns a soft golden brown, which harmonizes charmingly with the landscape. How cold is it here? We ask ourselves a dozen times a day, what season is it? We say, this spring, this summer, and speak of our northern life as last winter. There are cold nights and occasionally white frosts, but the degree of cold may be judged from the fact that the Calla Ethiopica goes on budding and blossoming out of doors, that Lamarck roses have not lost their leaves and have long young shoots on them, and that our handmaiden, a pretty young mulatress, occasionally brings to us a whole dish of roses and buds which her devoted has brought her from some back cottage in the pine woods. We have also eaten the last fresh tomatoes from the old vines since we came, but a pretty severe frost has nipped them, as well as cut off a promising lot of young peas just coming into pod. But the pea vines will still grow along, and we shall have others soon. We eat radishes out of the ground, and lettuce now and then, a little nipped by the frost, and we get long sprays of yellow jessamine just beginning to blossom in the woods. Yes, it is spring, though still it is cold enough to make our good bright fire a rallying point to the family. It is good to keep fire in a country where it is considered a great point to get rid of wood. One piles and heaps up with a genial cheer when one thinks, the more you burn, the better. It only costs what you pay for cutting and hauling. We begin to find our usual number of letters wanting to know all this, that, and the other about Florida. All in good time, friends. Come down here at once and use your own eyes, and you will know more than we can teach you. Till then, adieu. End of A Flowery January in Florida by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Read by Bellona Times.
Learning the Social Ropes. From the New York Tribune, January 7th, 1900, page 16. From the New Orleans Times-Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It takes some time to learn the social ropes in Central America, remarked a man in the banana trade, and a stranger is apt to put his foot in it. The first time I ever went into the country myself was as the representative of an American machinery house. There was a good field for us in one of the republics, but the tariff was prohibitive, and I concluded to go over to the capital and have an interview with the Minister of Agriculture, hoping to persuade him to recommend a reduction. I spoke pretty fair Ollendorf Spanish, but was otherwise green as a gourd, and as soon as I arrived I made a beeline for the administrative building. While I was cooling my heels in an anteroom, waiting for a chance to speak to somebody in authority and ascertain how the minister could be seen, a very black, fat little negro waddled in, wearing what I took to be a species of livery. He had exactly the air of an impudent, overfed house servant, and he looked me over in a way that made my blood boil. "Hi, boy," I said sharply. "How long must I wait here?" "How should I know?" he replied in Spanish. "If it doesn't suit you, get out." He chuckled as he spoke, and his answer so infuriated me that I lost my head. Jumping up, I seized him by the collar and the slack of his absurd embroidered trousers and propelled him turkey fashion through the open door. "There, you black scoundrel," I exclaimed. "Go and send somebody after my card." The little fat darky was so amazed he couldn't utter a word. He simply gasped and disappeared. Half a minute later a squad of soldiers rushed in and placed me under arrest, and then I learned that my friend in the embroidered pantaloons was the Minister of Public Instruction. I will leave you to imagine my feelings. It took 3 hours of solid talk from both the American and British consuls to get me out of the scrape. And, incidentally, I made a groveling apology. Of course, I didn't dare to introduce the machinery proposition after such a debut, so my trip was a flat failure. As I said before, it takes some time for a stranger to grasp the etiquette of those foreign parts. End of Learning the Social Ropes. Recorded by Craig Campbell.
Of the Pathetic Fallacy by John Ruskin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Walchem. Of the Pathetic Fallacy by John Ruskin. Taken from Modern Painters, Volume 3, Part 4, 1856. Paragraph 1. German dullness and English affectation have of late much multiplied among us, the use of two of the most objectionable words that were ever coined by the troublesomeness of metaphysicians, namely objective and subjective. No words can be more exquisitely and in all points useless, and I merely speak of them that I may, at once and forever, get them out of my way and out of my readers, but to get that done they must be explained. The word blue, say certain philosophers, means the sensation of colour which the human eye receives in looking at the open sky or at a bell gentian. Now, say they farther, as if this sensation can only be felt when the eye is turned to the object, and as therefore no such sensation is produced by the object when nobody looks at it, therefore the thing, when it is not looked at, is not blue. And thus, say they, there are many qualities of things which depend as much on something else as on themselves. To be sweet, a thing must have a taster. It is only sweet while it is being tasted, and if the tongue had not the capacity of taste, then the sugar would not have the quality of sweetness. And then they agree that the qualities of things which thus depend upon our perception of them, and upon our human nature as affected by them, shall be called subjective, and the qualities of things which they always have, irrespective of any other nature, as roundness or squareness, shall be called objective. From these ingenious views, the step is very easy to a farther opinion, that it does not much matter what things are in themselves, but only what they are to us, and that the only real truth of them is their appearance to or effect upon us. From which position, with a hearty desire for mystification, and much egotism, selfishness, shallowness, and impertinence, a philosopher may easily go so far as to believe and say that everything in the world depends upon his seeing or thinking of it, and that nothing therefore exists but what he sees or thinks of. Paragraph 2. Now, to get rid of all these ambiguities and troublesome words at once, be it observed that the word blue does not mean the sensation caused by a gentian on the human eye, but it means the power of producing that sensation, and this power is always there in the thing, whether we are there to experience it or not, and would remain there though there were not left a man on the face of the earth. Precisely in the same way gunpowder has a power of exploding. It will not explode if you put no match to it, but it has always the power of so exploding, and is therefore called an explosive compound, which it very positively and assuredly is, whatever philosophy may say to the contrary. In like manner, a gentian does not produce the sensation of blueness if you don't look at it, but it has always the power of doing so, its particles being everlastingly so arranged by its maker, and therefore the gentian and the sky are always verily blue, whatever philosophy may say to the contrary, and if you do not see them blue when you look at them, it is not their fault, but yours. Paragraph 3. Hence I would say to these philosophers, if, instead of using the sonorous phrase, "it is objectively so," you will use the plain old phrase, "it is so," and if instead of the sonorous phrase, "it is subjectively so," you will say in plain old English, "it does so," or "it seems so to me," you will, on the whole, be more intelligible to your fellow creatures, and besides, if you find that the thing which generally does so to other people, as a gentian looks blue to most men, does not so to you, on any particular occasion, you will not fall into the impertinence of saying that the thing is not so, or did not so, but you will say simply, what you will be all the better for speedily finding out, that something is the matter with you. If you find that you cannot explode the gunpowder, you will not declare that all gunpowder is subjective, and all explosion imaginary, but you will simply suspect and declare yourself to be an ill-made match, which on the whole, though there may be a distant chance of a mistake about it, is nevertheless the wisest conclusion you can come to until farther experiment. Paragraph 4. Now, therefore, putting these tiresome and absurd words quite out of our way, we may go on at our ease to examine the point in question, namely, the difference between the ordinary, proper, and true appearances of things to us, and the extraordinary or false appearances when we are under the influence of emotion or contemplative fancy. False appearances, I say, as being entirely unconnected with any real power or character in the object, and only imputed to it by us. For instance, the spendthrift Crocus bursting through the mould, naked and shivering with his cup of gold. This is very beautiful, and yet very untrue. The crocus is not a spendthrift, but a hardy plant. Its yellow is not gold, but saffron. How is it that we enjoy so much the having it put into our heads that it is anything else than a plain crocus? It is an important question, for throughout our past reasonings about art we have always found that nothing could be good or useful or ultimately pleasurable which was untrue. But here is something pleasurable in written poetry which is nevertheless untrue. And what is more, if we think over our favourite poetry, we shall find it full of this kind of fallacy, and that we like it all the more for being so. Paragraph 5. It will appear also, on consideration of the matter, that this fallacy is of two principal kinds. Either, as in this case of the crocus, it is the fallacy of wilful fancy, which involves no real expectation that it will be believed, or else it is a fallacy caused by an excited state of the feelings, making us, for the time, more or less irrational. Of the cheating of the fancy we shall have to speak presently, but in this chapter I want to examine the nature of the other error, that which the mind admits when affected strongly by emotion. Thus, for instance, in Elton Locke, they rowed her in across the rolling foam, the cruel, crawling foam. The foam is not cruel, neither does it crawl. The state of mind which attributes to it these characters of a living creature is one in which the reason is unhinged by grief. All violent feelings have the same effect. They produce in us a falseness in all our impressions of external things, which I would generally characterize as the pathetic fallacy. Paragraph 6. Now, we are in the habit of considering this fallacy as eminently a character of poetical description, and the temper of mind in which we allow it as one eminently poetical, because passionate. But I believe, if we look well into the matter, that we shall find the greatest poets do not often admit this kind of falseness, that it is only the second order of poets who much delight in it. Author's note: I admit two orders of poets, but no third, and by these two orders I mean the creative, Shakespeare, Homer, Dante, and reflective or perceptive, Wordsworth, Keats, Tennyson. But both of these must be first-rate in their range, though their range is different, and with poetry second-rate in quality, no one ought to be allowed to trouble mankind. There is quite enough of the best, much more than we can ever read or enjoy in the length of life, and it is a literal wrong or sin in any person to encumber us with inferior work. I have no patience with apologies made by young pseudo-poets, that they believe there is some good in what they have written, that they hope to do better in time, etc. Some good! If there is not all good, there is no good. If they ever hope to do better, why do they trouble us now? Let them rather courageously burn all they have done and wait for the better days. There are few men ordinarily educated, who in moments of strong feeling could not strike out a poetical thought, and afterwards polish it so as to be presentable. But men of sense know better than so to waste their time, and those who sincerely love poetry know the touch of the master's hand on the chords too well to fumble among them after him. Nay, more than this, all inferior poetry is an injury to the good, inasmuch as it takes away the freshness of rhymes, blunders upon and gives a wretched commonality to good thoughts, and in general adds to the weight of human weariness in the most woeful and culpable manner. There are few thoughts likely to come across ordinary men which have not already been expressed by greater men in the best possible way, and it is a wiser, more generous, more noble thing to remember and point out the perfect words than to invent poorer ones wherewith to encumber temporarily the world. End of author's note. Thus, when Dante describes the spirits falling from the bank of Acheron as dead leaves flutter from a bough, he gives the most perfect image possible of their utter lightness, feebleness, passiveness, and scattering agony of despair, without, however, for an instant losing his own clear perception that these are souls and those are leaves. He makes no confusion of one with the other. But when Coleridge speaks of the one red leaf, the last of its clan, that dances as often as dance it can, he has a morbid, that is to say, a so far false idea about the leaf. He fancies a life in it, and will, which there are not, confuses its powerlessness with choice, its fading death with merriment, and the wind shakes it with music. Here, however, there is some beauty even in the morbid passage. But take an instance in Homer and Pope. Without the knowledge of Ulysses, Elpenor, his youngest follower, has fallen from an upper chamber in the Circean palace, and has been left dead, unmissed by his leader or companions in the haste of their departure. They cross the sea to the Cimmerian land, and Ulysses summons the shades from Tartarus. The first which appears is that of the lost Elpenor. Ulysses, amazed, and in exactly the spirit of bitter and terrified lightness which is seen in Hamlet, author's note, "Well said, old mole, canst work in the ground so fast," end of author's note, addresses the spirit with the simple startled words, "Elpenor, how camest thou under the shadowy darkness? Hast thou come faster on foot than I my black ship?" Which Pope renders thus: "O say, what angry power Elpenor led to glide in shades and wander with the dead? How could thy soul, by realms and seas disjoined, outfly the nimble sail and leave the lagging wind?" I sincerely hope the reader finds no pleasure here, either in the nimbleness of the sail or the laziness of the wind. And yet how is it that these conceits are so painful now, when they have been pleasant to us in the other instances? Paragraph 7. For a very simple reason. They are not a pathetic fallacy at all, for they are put into the mouth of the wrong passion, a passion which never could possibly have spoken them. Agonized curiosity. Ulysses wants to know the facts of the matter, and the very last thing his mind could do at the moment would be to pause, or suggest in any wise what was not a fact. The delay in the first 3 lines, and conceit in the last, jar upon us instantly like the most frightful discord in music. No poet of true imaginative power could possibly have written the passage. Author's note. It is worth while comparing the way a similar question is put by the exquisite sincerity of Keats. He wept, and his bright tears went trickling down the golden bow he held. Thus, with half-shut, suffused eyes he stood, while from beneath some cumbrous boughs hard by, with solemn step an awful goddess came, and there was purport in her looks for him, which he with eager guess began to read. Perplexed the while, melodiously he said, "How camest thou over the unfooted sea?" End of author's note. Therefore, we see that the spirit of truth must guide us in some sort, even in our enjoyment of fallacy. Coleridge's fallacy has no discord in it, but Pope's has set our teeth on edge. Without farther questioning, I will endeavour to state the main bearings of this matter. Paragraph 8. The temperament which admits the pathetic fallacy is, as I said above, that of a mind and body, in some sort, too weak to deal fully with what is before them or upon them, borne away or overclouded or over-dazzled by emotion, and it is a more or less noble state, according to the force of the emotion which has induced it. For it is no credit to a man that he is not morbid or inaccurate in his perceptions, when he has no strength of feeling to warp them, and it is in general a sign of higher capacity and stand in the ranks of being, that the emotions should be strong enough to vanquish, partly the intellect, and make it believe what they choose. But it is still a grander condition when the intellect also rises, till it is strong enough to assert its rule against, or together with, the utmost efforts of the passions, and the whole man stands in an iron glow, white hot perhaps, but still strong, and in no wise evaporating, even if he melts, losing none of his weight. So then we have the three ranks: the man who perceives rightly, because he does not feel, and to whom the primrose is very accurately the primrose, because he does not love it. Then, secondly, the man who perceives wrongly, because he feels, and to whom the primrose is anything else than a primrose, a star, or a sun, or a fairish shield, or a forsaken maiden. And then lastly, there is the man who perceives rightly in spite of his feelings, and to whom the primrose is forever nothing else than itself, a little flower, apprehended in the very plain and leafy fact of it, whatever and how many soever the associations and passions may be that crowd around it. And in general, these three classes may be rated in comparative order, as the men who are not poets at all, and the poets of the second order, and the poets of the first. Only, however great a man may be, there are always some subjects which ought to throw him off his balance, some by which his poor human capacity of thought should be conquered, and brought into the inaccurate and vague state of perception, so that the language of the highest inspiration becomes broken, obscure, and wild to metaphor, resembling that of the weaker men overborne by weaker things. Paragraph 9. And thus, in full, there are four classes: the men who feel nothing, and therefore see truly; the men who feel strongly, think weakly, and see untruly, second order of poets; the men who feel strongly, think strongly, and see truly, first order of poets; and the men who, strong as human creatures can be, are yet submitted to influences stronger than they, and see in a sort untruly, because what they see is inconceivably above them. This last is the usual condition of prophetic inspiration. Paragraph 10. I separate these classes in order that their character may be clearly understood, but of course they are united each to the other by imperceptible transitions, and the same mind, according to the influences to which it is subjected, passes at different times into the various states. Still, the difference between the great and less men is, on the whole, chiefly in this point of alterability. That is to say, the one knows too much, and perceives and feels too much of the past and future, and of all things beside and around that which immediately affects him, to be in any wise shaken by it. His mind is made up, his thoughts have an accustomed current, his ways are steadfast. It is not this or that new side which will at once unbalance him. He is tender to impression at the surface, like a rock with deep moss upon it, but there is too much mass of him to be moved. The smaller man, with the same degree of sensibility, is at once carried off his feet. He wants to do something he did not want to do before. He views all the universe in a new light through his tears. He is gay or enthusiastic, melancholy or passionate, as things come and go to him. Therefore the high creative poet might even be thought, to a great extent, impassive, as shallow people think Dante stern, receiving indeed all feelings to the full, but having a great centre of reflection and knowledge, in which he stands serene, and watches the feeling as it were from far off. Dante, in his most intense moods, has entire command of himself, and can look around calmly at all moments for the image or the word that will best tell what he sees to the upper or lower world. But Keats and Tennyson, and the poets of the second order, are generally themselves subdued by the feelings under which they write, or at least write as choosing to be so, and therefore admit certain expressions and modes of thought which are in some sort diseased or false. Paragraph 11. Now, so long as we see that the feeling is true, we pardon, or are even pleased by the confessed fallacy of sight which it induces. We are pleased, for instance, with those lines of Kingsley's above quoted, not because they fallaciously describe foam, but because they faithfully describe sorrow. But the moment the mind of the speaker becomes cold, that moment every such expression becomes untrue, as being forever untrue in the external facts. And there is no greater baseness in literature than the habit of using these metaphorical expressions in cold blood. An inspired writer, in full impetuosity of passion, may speak wisely and truly of raging waves of the sea foaming out of their own shame, but it is only the basest writer who cannot speak of the sea without talking of raging waves, remorseless floods, ravenous billows, etc. And it is one of the signs of the highest power in a writer to check all such habits of thought, and to keep his eyes fixed firmly on the pure fact, out of which, if any feeling comes to him or his reader, he knows it must be a true one. To keep to the waves, I forget who it is who represents a man in despair, desiring that his body may be cast into the sea, whose changing mound and foam that passed away might mock the eye that questioned where I lay. Observe, there is not a single false or even overcharged expression. Mound of the sea wave is perfectly simple and true. Changing is as familiar as may be. Foam that passed away strictly literal, and the whole line descriptive of the reality with a degree of accuracy which I know not any other verse in the range of poetry that altogether equals. For most people have not a distinct idea of the clumsiness and massiveness of a large wave. The word wave is used too generally of ripples and breakers, and bendings in light drapery or grass. It does not by itself convey a perfect image. But the word mound is heavy, large, dark, definite. There is no mistaking the kind of wave meant, nor missing the sight of it. Then the term changing has a peculiar force also. Most people think of waves as rising and falling, but if they look at the sea carefully, they will perceive that the waves do not rise and fall. They change both place and form, but they do not fall. One wave goes on, and still on, now lower, now higher, now tossing its mane like a horse, now building itself together like a wall, now shaking, now steady but still the same wave, till at last it seems struck by something and changes, one knows not how, becomes another wave. The close of the line insists on this image and paints it still more perfectly. Foam that passed away, not merely melting, disappearing, but passing on, out of sight, on the career of the wave. Then, having put the absolute ocean fact as far as he may before our eyes, the poet leaves us to feel about it as we may, and to trace for ourselves the opposite fact, the image of the green mounds that do not change, and the white and written stones that do not pass away, and thence to follow out also the associated images of the calm life with the quiet grave, and the despairing life with the fading foam. Let no man move his bones. As for Samaria, her king is cut off like the foam upon the water. But nothing of this is actually told or pointed out, and the expressions, as they stand, are perfectly severe and accurate, utterly uninfluenced by the firmly governed emotion of the writer. Even the word mock is hardly an exception, as it may stand merely for deceive or defeat, without implying any impersonation of the waves. Paragraph 12. It may be well perhaps to give one or two more instances to show the peculiar dignity possessed by all passages which thus limit their expression to the pure fact, and leave the hearer to gather what he can from it. Here is a notable one from the Iliad. Helen, looking from the Scaean gate of Troy over the Grecian host, and telling Priam the names of its captains, says at last, "I see all the other dark-eyed Greeks, but two I cannot see, Castor and Pollux, whom one mother bore with me. Have they not followed from fair Lacedaemon? Or have they indeed come in their sea-wandering ships, but now will not enter into the battle of men, fearing the shame and the scorn that is in me?" Then Homer, "So she spoke, but them already the life-giving earth possessed, there in Lacedaemon, in the dear fatherland." Note here the high poetical truth carried to the extreme. The poet has to speak of the earth in sadness, but he will not let that sadness affect or change his thoughts of it. No, though Castor and Pollux be dead, yet the earth is our mother still, fruitful, life-giving. These are the facts of the thing. I see nothing else than these. Make what you will of them. Paragraph 13. Take another very notable instance from Casimir de Lavigne's terrible ballad, La Toilette de Constance. I must quote a few lines out of it here and there, to enable the reader who has not the book by him to understand its close. Vite, Anna, vite, au miroir. Plus vite, Anna. L'heure s'avance et je vais au bal ce soir, chez l'ambassadeur de France. Y pensez-vous, ils sont fanés, ces nœuds. Ils sont d'hier, mon Dieu, comme tout passe. Que du réseau qui retient mes cheveux, les glands d'azur retombant avec grâce. Plus haut, plus bas, vous ne comprenez rien? Que sur mon front ce saphir étincelle, vous me piquez maladroite. Ah, c'est bien. Bien, chère Anna, je t'aime, je suis belle. Celui qu'en vain je voudrais oublier, Anna, ma robe, il y sera, j'espère. Ah, fille profane, est-ce là mon collier? Quoi, ces grains d'or bénis par le Saint-Pierre? Il y sera. Dieu, s'il pressait ma main. En y pensant, à peine je respire. Père Anselmo doit m'entendre demain. Comment ferai-je, Anna, pour tout lui dire? Vite, un coup d'œil au miroir, le dernier. J'ai l'assurance qu'on va m'adorer ce soir chez l'ambassadeur de France. Près du foyer, Constance s'admirait. Dieu! Sur sa robe il vole une étincelle. Au feu, courez! Quand l'espoir l'enivrait, tout perdre ainsi. Quoi? Mourir est si belle. L'horrible feu ronge avec volupté ses bras s'enseignent et l'entoure et s'élève, et sans pitié dévore sa beauté. Ses 18 ans, et là est son doux rêve. Adieu bal, plaisir, amour. On disait pauvre Constance, et on dansait jusqu'au jour chez l'ambassadeur de France. Yes, that is the fact of it. Right or wrong the poet does not say. What you may think about it, he does not know. He has nothing to do with that. There lie the ashes of the dead girl in her chamber. There they dance till the morning at the ambassador's of France. Make what you will of it. If the reader will look through the ballad, of which I have quoted only about the third part, he will find that there is not from beginning to end of it a single poetical so-called expression, except in one stanza. The girl speaks as simple prose as may be. There is not a word she would not have actually used as she was dressing. The poet stands by, impassive as a statue, recording her words just as they come. At last the doom seizes her, and in the very presence of death, for an instant, his own emotions conquer him. He records no longer the facts only, but the facts as they seem to him. The fire gnaws with voluptuousness, without pity. It is soon past. The fate is fixed forever. And he retires into his pale and crystalline atmosphere of truth. He closes all with a calm veracity. They said, poor Constance. Paragraph 14. Now in this there is the exact type of the consummate poetical temperament. For be it clearly and constantly remembered that the greatness of a poet depends upon the two faculties, acuteness of feeling and command of it. A poet is great, first in proportion to the strength of his passion, and then that strength being granted in proportion to his government of it. There being, however, always a point beyond which it would be inhuman and monstrous if he pushed this government, and therefore a point at which all feverish and wild fancy becomes just and true. Thus the destruction of the kingdom of Assyria cannot be contemplated firmly by a prophet of Israel. The fact is too great, too wonderful. It overthrows him, dashes him into a confused element of dreams. All the world is, to his stunned thought, full of strange voices. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art gone down to the grave, no feller is come up against us. So still more, the thought of the presence of Deity cannot be borne without this great astonishment. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the fields shall clap their hands. Paragraph 15. But by how much this feeling is noble when it is justified by the strength of its cause, by so much it is ignoble when there is not cause enough for it, and beyond all other ignobleness is a mere affectation of it in hardness of heart. Simply bad writing may almost always, as above noticed, be known by its adoption of these fanciful metaphorical expressions as a sort of current coin. Yet there is even a worse, at least a more harmful, condition of writing than this, in which such expressions are not ignorantly and feelinglessly caught up, but by some master, skilful in handling, yet insincere, deliberately wrought out with chill and studied fancy, as if he should try to make an old lava stream look red-hot again by covering it with dead leaves, or white-hot with hoar-frost. When Young is lost in veneration, as he dwells on the character of a truly good and holy man, he permits himself for a moment to be overborne by the feeling so far as to exclaim, "Where shall I find him? Angels, tell me where! You know him. He is near you. Point him out. Shall I see glories beaming from his brow, or trace his footsteps by the rising flowers?" This emotion has worthy cause, and is thus true and right. But now hear the cold-hearted Pope say to a shepherd girl, "Wherever you walk, cool gales shall fan the glade. trees where you sit shall crowd into shade. Your praise the birds shall chant in every grove, and wind shall waft it to the powers above. But would you sing and rival Orpheus' strain, the wandering forests soon should dance again. The moving mountains hear the powerful call, and headlong streams hang listening in their fall. This is not, nor could it for a moment be mistaken for, the language of passion. It is simple falsehood, uttered by hypocrisy, definite absurdity, rooted in affectation and coldly asserted in the teeth of nature and fact. Passion will indeed go far in deceiving itself, but it must be a strong passion, not the simple wish of a lover to tempt his mistress to sing. Compare a very closely parallel passage in Wordsworth, in which the lover has lost his mistress. 3 years had Barbara in her grave been laid, when thus his moan he made: O move, thou cottage, from beyond yon oak, or let the ancient tree uprooted lie, that in some other way yon smoke may mount into the sky. If still beyond yon pine tree's ragged bough headlong the waterfall must come, O let it then be dumb. Be anything, sweet stream, but that which thou art now. Here is a cottage to be moved, if not a mountain, and a waterfall to be silent, if it is not to hang listening. But with what different relation to the mind that contemplates them! Here, in the extremity of its agony, the soul cries out wildly for relief, which at the same moment it partly knows to be impossible, but partly believes possible in a vague impression that a miracle might be wrought to give relief even to a less sore distress, that nature is kind, and God is kind, and that grief is strong. It knows not well what is possible to such grief. To silence a stream, to move a cottage wall, one might think it could do as much as that. Paragraph 16. I believe these instances are enough to illustrate the main point I insist upon respecting the pathetic fallacy, that so far as it is a fallacy, it is always the sign of a morbid state of mind, and comparatively of a weak one. Even in the most inspired prophet, it is a sign of the incapacity of his human sight or thought to bear what has been revealed to it. In ordinary poetry, if it is found in the thoughts of the poet himself, it is at once a sign of his belonging to the inferior school. If in the thoughts of the characters imagined by him, it is right or wrong according to the genuineness of the emotion from which it springs, always, however, implying necessarily some degree of weakness in the character. Take 2 most exquisite instances from Master Hans. The Jessie of Shenstone and the Ellen of Wordsworth have both been betrayed and deserted. Jessie, in the course of a most touching complaint, says: If through the garden's flowery tribes I stray, where bloom the jasmines that could once allure, I hope not to find delight in us, they say, for we are spotless, Jessie, we are pure. Compare with this some of the words of Ellen. Ah, why, said Ellen, sighing to herself, why do not words and kiss and solemn pledge, and nature that is kind in woman's breast, and reason set in man as wise and good, and fear of him who is a righteous judge, why do not these prevail for human life, to keep 2 hearts together, that began their springtime with one love, and that have need of mutual pity and forgiveness, sweet to grant or be received, while that poor bird, O come and hear him, thou who hast to me been faithless, hear him. Though a lowly creature, one of God's simple children, that yet know not the universal parent, how he sings! as if he wished the firmament of heaven should listen and give back to him the voice of his triumphant constancy and love, the proclamation that he makes how far his darkness doth transcend our fickle light. The perfection of both these passages, as far as regards truth and tenderness of imagination in the two poets, is quite insuperable. But of the two characters imagined, Jessie is weaker than Ellen, exactly in so far as something appears to her to be in nature which is not. The flowers do not really reproach her. God meant them to comfort her, not to taunt her. They would do so if she saw them rightly. Ellen, on the other hand, is quite above the slightest erring emotion. There is not the barest film of fallacy in all her thoughts. She reasons as calmly as if she did not feel. And although the singing of the bird suggests to her the idea of its desiring to be heard in heaven, she does not for an instant admit any veracity in the thought. As if, she says, I know he means nothing of the kind, but it does verily seem as if. The reader will find, by examining the rest of the poem, that Ellen's characters are throughout consistent in this clear though passionate strength. Author's note: I cannot quit this subject without giving two more instances, both exquisite, of the pathetic fallacy which I have just come upon in Maud. For a great speculation had failed, and ever he muttered and maddened, and ever wanned with despair. And out he walked, with the wind like a broken wordling wailed, and the flying gold of the ruined woodlands drove through the air. There has fallen a splendid tear from the passion flower at the gate. The red rose cries, She is near, she's near, and the white rose weeps, She's late. The larkspur listens, I hear, and the lily whispers, I wait. End of author's note. It is, I hope, now made clear to the reader in all respects that the pathetic fallacy is powerful only so far as it is pathetic, feeble so far as it is fallacious, and therefore that the dominion of truth is entire over this as over every other natural and just state of the human mind. End of the Pathetic Fallacy by John Ruskin.
On Getting Up on Cold Mornings by Leigh Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Italian author, Giulio Cordara, a Jesuit, has written a poem upon insects, which he begins by insisting that those troublesome and abominable little animals were created for our annoyance, and that they were certainly not inhabitants of paradise. We of the North may dispute this piece of theology, but on the other hand it is as clear as snow on the housetops that Adam was not under the necessity of shaving, and that when Eve walked out of her delicious bower, she did not step upon ice 3 inches thick. Some people say it is a very easy thing to get up of a cold morning. You have only, they tell you, to take the resolution, and the thing is done. This may be very true, just as a boy at school has only to take a flogging and the thing is over. But we have not at all made up our minds upon it, and we find it a very pleasant exercise to discuss the matter candidly before we get up. This, at least, is not idling, though it may be lying. It affords an excellent answer to those who ask how lying in bed can be indulged in by a reasoning being, a rational creature. How? Why, with the argument calmly at work in one's head, and the clothes over one's shoulder. Oh, it is a fine way of spending a sensible, impartial half-hour. If these people would be more charitable, they would get on with their argument better. But they are apt to reason so ill and to assert so dogmatically that one could wish to have them stand round one's bed of a bitter morning and lie before their faces. They ought to hear both sides of the bed, the inside and out. If they cannot entertain themselves with their own thoughts for half an hour or so, it is not the fault of those who can.
If their will is never pulled aside by the enticing arms of imagination, so much the luckier for the stage-coachman.
Candid inquiries into one's decumbency, besides the greater or less privileges to be allowed a man in proportion to his ability of keeping early hours, the work given to his faculties, etc., will at least concede their due merits to such representations as the following. In the first place, says the injured but calm appealer, I have been warm all night, and find my system in a state perfectly suitable to a warm-blooded animal. To get out of this state into the cold, besides the inharmonious and uncritical abruptness of the transition, is so unnatural to such a creature, that the poets, refining upon the tortures of the damned, make one of their greatest agonies consist in being suddenly transported from heat to cold, from fire to ice. They are haled out of their beds, says Milton, by harpy-footed furies, fellows who come to call them. On my first movement towards the anticipation of getting up, I find that such parts of the sheets and bolster as are exposed to the air of the room are stone cold. On opening my eyes, the first thing that meets them is my own breath rolling forth as if in the open air, like smoke out of a chimney. Think of this symptom. Then I turn my eyes sideways, and see the window all frozen over. Think of that. Then the servant comes in. It is very cold this morning, is it not? Very cold, sir. Very cold indeed, isn't it? Very cold indeed, sir. More than usually so, isn't it, even for this weather? Here the servant's wit and good nature are put to a considerable test, and the inquirer lies on thorns for the answer. Why, sir, I think it is. Good creature! There is not a better or a more truth-telling servant going. I must rise, however. Get me some warm water. Here comes a fine interval between the departure of the servant and the arrival of the hot water, during which, of course, it is of no use to get up. The hot water comes. Is it quite hot? Yes, sir. Perhaps too hot for shaving. I must wait a little. No, sir, it will just do. There is an over-nice propriety sometimes in an officious zeal of virtue, a little troublesome. Oh, the shirt! You must air my clean shirt. Linen gets very damp this weather. Yes, sir. Here another delicious 5 minutes. A knock at the door. Oh, the shirt. Very well. My stockings. I think the stockings had better be aired too. Very well, sir. Here another interval. At length everything is ready, except myself. I now, continues our incumbent, a happy word, by the by, for a country vicar, I now cannot help thinking a good deal, who can, upon the unnecessary and villainous custom of shaving. It is a thing so unmanly, here I nestle closer, so effeminate, here I recoil from an unlucky step into the colder part of the bed. No wonder that the Queen of France took part with the rebels against that degenerate king, her husband, who first affronted her smooth visage with a face like her own. The Emperor Julian never showed the luxuriancy of his genius to better advantage than in reviving the flowing beard. Look at Cardinal Bembo's picture, at Michelangelo's, at Titian's, at Shakespeare's, at Fletcher's, at Spencer's, at Chaucer's, at Alfred's, at Plato's. I could name a great man for every tick of my watch. Look at the Turks, a grave and otiose people. Think of Haroun al-Rashid and bedridden Hassan. Think of worthy Montague, the worthy son of his mother, above the prejudice of his time. Look at the Persian gentlemen, whom one is ashamed of meeting about the suburbs, their dress and appearance are so much finer than our own. Lastly, think of the razor itself, how totally opposed to every sensation of the bed, how cold, how edgy, how hard, how utterly different from anything like the warm and circling amplitude which sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Add to this benumbed fingers, which may help you to cut yourself, a quivering body, a frozen towel, and a ewer full of ice, and he that says there is nothing to oppose in all this only shows that he has no merit in opposing it. Thomson, the poet, who exclaims in his Seasons, "Falsely luxurious, will not man awake?" used to lie in bed till noon, because he said he had no motive in getting up. He could imagine the good of rising, but then he could also imagine the good of lying still, and his exclamation, it must be allowed, was made upon summer time, not winter. We must proportion the argument to the individual character. A money-getter may be drawn out of his bed by 3 or 4 pence, but this will not suffice for a student. A proud man may say, "What shall I think of myself if I don't get up?" But the more humble one will be content to waive this prodigious notion of himself out of respect to his kindly bed. The mechanical man shall get up without any ado at all, and so shall the barometer. An ingenious liar in bed will find hard matter of discussion even on the score of health and longevity. He will ask us for our proofs and precedents of the ill effects of lying later in cold weather, and sophisticate much on the advantages of an even temperature of body, of the natural propensity, pretty universal, to have one's way, and of the animals that roll themselves up and sleep all the winter. As to longevity, he will ask whether the longest life is of necessity the best, and whether Holborn is the handsomest street in London. End of On Getting Up on Cold Mornings by Leigh Hunt. Recording by Philippa.
Our Friend the Dog by Maurice Maeterlinck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Our Friend the Dog by Maurice Maeterlinck. Translated by Alexander Teixeira de Matos. I have lost, within these last few days, a little bulldog. He had just completed the 6th month of his brief existence. He had no history. His intelligent eyes opened to look out upon the world, to love mankind, then closed again on the cruel secrets of death. The friend who had presented me with him had given him, perhaps by antiphrasis, the startling name of Pelleas. Why rechristen him? For how can a poor dog, loving, devoted, faithful, disgrace the name of a man or an imaginary hero? Pelleas had a great bulging powerful forehead, like that of Socrates or Verlaine, and under a little black nose, blunt as a churlish assent, a pair of large hanging and symmetrical chops, which made his head a sort of massive, obstinate, pensive and 3-cornered menace. He was beautiful after the manner of a beautiful natural monster that has complied strictly with the laws of its species. And what a smile of attentive obligingness, of incorruptible innocence, of affectionate submission, of boundless gratitude and total self-abandonment lit up, at the least caress, that adorable mask of ugliness! Whence exactly did that smile emanate? From the ingenuous and melting eyes? From the ears pricked up to catch the words of man? From the forehead that unwrinkled to appreciate and love? Or from the stump of a tail that wriggled at the other end to testify to the intimate and impassioned joy that filled his small being, happy once more to encounter the hand or the glance of the god to whom he surrendered himself? Pelleas was born in Paris, and I had taken him to the country. His bonny fat paws, shapeless and not yet stiffened, carried slackly through the unexplored pathways of his new existence, his huge and serious head, flat-nosed and, as it were, rendered heavy with thought. For this thankless and rather sad head, like that of an overworked child, was beginning the overwhelming work that oppresses every brain at the start of life. He had, in less than 5 or 6 weeks, to get into his mind, taking shape within it, an image and a satisfactory conception of the universe. Man, aided by all the knowledge of his own elders and his brothers, takes 30 or 40 years to outline that conception, but the humble dog has to unravel it for himself in a few days. And yet, in the eyes of a God, who should know all things, would it not have the same weight and the same value as our own? It was a question, then, of studying the ground, which can be scratched and dug up and which sometimes reveals surprising things; of casting at the sky, which is uninteresting, for there is nothing there to eat; one glance that does away with it for good and all; of discovering the grass, the admirable and green grass, the springy and cool grass, a field for races and sports, a friendly and boundless bed in which lies hidden the good and wholesome couch grass. It was a question also of taking promiscuously 1,000 urgent and curious observations. It was necessary, for instance, with no other guide than pain, to learn to calculate the height of objects from the top of which you can jump into space; to convince yourself that it is vain to pursue birds who fly away, and that you are unable to clamber up trees after the cats who defy you there; to distinguish between the sunny spots where it is delicious to sleep and the patches of shade in which you shiver; to remark with stupefaction that the rain does not fall inside the houses; that water is cold, uninhabitable, and dangerous, while fire is beneficent at a distance, but terrible when you come too near; to observe that the meadows, the farmyards, and sometimes the roads, are haunted by giant creatures with threatening horns, creatures good-natured, perhaps, and at any rate silent, creatures who allow you to sniff at them a little curiously without taking offense, but who keep their real thoughts to themselves. It was necessary to learn, as the result of painful and humiliating experiment, that you are not at liberty to obey all nature's laws without distinction in the dwelling of the gods; to recognize that the kitchen is the privileged and most agreeable spot in that divine dwelling, although you are hardly allowed to abide in it because of the cook, who is a considerable but jealous power; to learn that doors are important and capricious volitions, which sometimes lead to felicity, but which most often, hermetically closed, mute and stern, haughty and heartless, remain deaf to all entreaties; to admit, once and for all, that the essential good things of life, the indisputable blessings, generally imprisoned in pots and stewpans, are almost always inaccessible; to know how to look at them with laboriously acquired indifference, and to practice to take no notice of them, saying to yourself that here are objects which are probably sacred, since merely to skim them with the tip of a respectful tongue is enough to let loose the unanimous anger of all the gods of the house. And then, what is one to think of the table on which so many things happen that cannot be guessed; of the derisive chairs on which one is forbidden to sleep; of the plates and dishes that are empty by the time that one can get at them; of the lamp that drives away the dark? How many orders, dangers, prohibitions, problems, enigmas has one not to classify in one's overburdened memory? And how to reconcile all this with other laws, other enigmas, wider and more imperious, which one bears within oneself, within one's instinct, which spring up and develop from one hour to the other, which come from the depths of time and the race, invade the blood, the muscles and the nerves, and suddenly assert themselves more irresistibly and more powerfully than pain, the word of the master himself, or the fear of death. Thus, for instance, to quote only one example, when the hour of sleep has struck for men, you have retired to your hole, surrounded by the darkness, the silence, and the formidable solitude of the night. All is sleep in the master's house. You feel yourself very small and weak in the presence of the mystery. You know that the gloom is peopled with foes who hover and lie in wait. You suspect the trees, the passing wind, and the moonbeams. You would like to hide, to suppress yourself by holding your breath. But still the watch must be kept. You must, at the least sound, issue from your retreat, face the invisible and bluntly disturb the imposing silence of the earth, at the risk of bringing down the whispering evil or crime upon yourself alone. Whoever the enemy be, even if he be man, that is to say, the very brother of the God whom it is your business to defend, you must attack him blindly, fly at his throat, fasten your perhaps sacrilegious teeth into human flesh, disregard the spell of a hand and voice similar to those of your master, never be silent, never attempt to escape, never allow yourself to be tempted or bribed, and, lost in the night without help, prolong the heroic alarm to your last breath. There is the great ancestral duty, the essential duty, stronger than death, which not even man's will and anger are able to check. All our humble history, linked with that of the dog in our first struggles against every breathing thing, tends to prevent his forgetting it. And when in our safer dwelling places of today, we happen to punish him for his untimely zeal, he throws us a glance of astonished reproach, as though to point out to us that we are in the wrong, and that if we lose sight of the main clause in the treaty of alliance which he made with us at the time when we lived in caves, forests, and fens, he continues faithful to it, in spite of us, and remains nearer to the eternal truth of life, which is full of snares and hostile forces. But how much care and study are needed to succeed in fulfilling this duty! And how complicated it has become since the days of the silent caverns and the great deserted lakes! It was all so simple then, so easy and so clear. The lonely hollow opened upon the side of the hill, and all that approached, all that moved on the horizon of the plains or woods, was the unmistakable enemy. But today you can no longer tell. You have to acquaint yourself with a civilization of which you disapprove, to appear to understand 1,000 incomprehensible things. Thus it seems evident that henceforth the whole world no longer belongs to the master, that his property conforms to unintelligible limits. It becomes necessary, therefore, first of all to know exactly where the sacred domain begins and ends. Whom are you to suffer? Whom to stop? There is the road by which everyone, even the poor, has the right to pass. Why? You do not know. It is a fact which you deplore, but which you are bound to accept. Fortunately, on the other hand, here is the fair path which none may tread. This path is faithful to the sound traditions. It is not to be lost sight of, for by it enter into your daily existence the difficult problems of life. Would you have an example? You are sleeping peacefully in a ray of the sun that covers the threshold of the kitchen with pearls. The earthenware pots are amusing themselves by elbowing and nudging one another on the edge of the shelves trimmed with paper lacework. The copper stewpans play at scattering spots of light over the smooth white walls. The motherly stove hums a soft tune, and dandles 3 saucepans blissfully dancing, and from the little hole that lights up its inside, defies the good dog who cannot approach, by constantly putting out at him its fiery tongue. The clock, bored in its oak case, before striking the august hour of meal time, swings its great gilt navel to and fro, and the cunning flies tease your ears. On the glittering table lie a chicken, a hare, 3 partridges, besides other things which are called fruits, peaches, melons, grapes, and which are all good for nothing. The cook guts a big silver fish and throws the entrails, instead of giving them to you, into the dust-bin. Ah, the dust-bin! Inexhaustible treasury, receptacle of windfalls, the jewel of the house. You shall have your share of it, an exquisite and surreptitious share, but it does not do to seem to know where it is. You are strictly forbidden to rummage in it. Man in this way prohibits many pleasant things, and life would be dull indeed and your days empty if you had to obey all the orders of the pantry, the cellar, and the dining-room. Luckily he is absent-minded and does not long remember the instructions which he lavishes. He is easily deceived. You achieve your ends and do as you please, provided you have the patience to await the hour. You are subject to man, and he is the one God, but you none the less have your own personal, exact, and imperturbable morality, which proclaims aloud that illicit acts become most lawful through the very fact that they are performed without the master's knowledge. Therefore, let us close the watchful eye that has seen. Let us pretend to sleep and to dream of the moon. Hark! A gentle tapping at the blue window that looks out on the garden. What is it? Nothing. A bough of hawthorn that has come to see what we are doing in the cool kitchen. Trees are inquisitive and often excited, but they do not count. One has nothing to say to them, they are irresponsible, they obey the wind, which has no principles. But what is that? I hear steps. Up, ears open, nose on the alert. It is the baker coming up the rails, while the postman is opening a little gate in the hedge of lime trees. They are friends. It is well. They bring something. You can greet them and wag your tail discreetly twice or thrice, with a patronizing smile. Another alarm. What is it now? A carriage pulls up in front of the steps. The problem is a complex one. Before all, it is of consequence to heap copious insults on the horses, great, proud beasts who make no reply. Meantime, you examine out of the corner of your eye the persons alighting. They are well clad and seem full of confidence. They are probably going to sit at the table of the gods. The proper thing is to bark without acrimony, with a shade of respect, so as to show that you are doing your duty, but that you are doing it with intelligence. Nevertheless, you cherish a lurking suspicion, and behind the guests' backs, stealthily, you sniff the air persistently and in a knowing way, in order to discern any hidden intentions. But halting footsteps resound outside the kitchen. This time it is the poor man dragging his crutch, the unmistakable enemy, the hereditary enemy, the direct descendant of him who roamed outside the bone-cramped cave which you suddenly see again in your racial memory. Drunk with indignation, your bark broken, your teeth multiplied with hatred and rage, you are about to seize their reconcilable adversary by the breeches, when the cook, armed with her broom, the ancillary and forsworn sceptre, comes to protect the traitor, and you are obliged to go back to your hole, where, with eyes filled with impotent and slanting flames, you growl out frightful but futile curses, thinking within yourself that this is the end of all things, and that the human species has lost its notion of justice and injustice. Is that all? Not yet, for the smallest life is made up of innumerous duties, and it is a long work to organize a happy existence upon the borderland of two such different worlds as the world of beasts and the world of men. How should we fare if we had to serve, while remaining within our own sphere, a divinity, not an imaginary one, like to ourselves, because the offspring of our own brain, but a God actually visible, ever present, ever active and as foreign, as superior to our being as we are to the dog. We now, to return to Pelleas, know pretty well what to do and how to behave on the master's premises. But the world does not end at the house door, and beyond the walls and beyond the hedge there is a universe of which one has not the custody, where one is no longer at home, where relations are changed. How are we to stand in the street, in the fields, in the market-place, in the shops? In consequence of difficult and delicate observations, we understand that we must take no notice of passers-by, obey no calls but the master's, be polite, with indifference, to strangers who pet us. Next, we must conscientiously fulfill certain obligations of mysterious courtesy toward our brothers the other dogs, respect chickens and ducks, not appear to remark the cakes at the pastry-cook's, which spread themselves insolently within reach of the tongue, show to the cats, who on the steps of the houses provoke us by hideous grimaces, a silent contempt, but one that will not forget, and remember that it is lawful and even commendable to chase and strangle mice, rats, wild rabbits, and, generally speaking, all animals (we learn to know them by secret marks) that have not yet made their peace with mankind. All this, and so much more. Was it surprising that Pelleas often appeared pensive in the face of those numberless problems, and that his humble and gentle look was often so profound and grave, laden with cares and full of unreadable questions? Alas, he did not have time to finish the long and heavy task which nature lays upon the instinct that rises in order to approach a brighter region. An ill of a mysterious character, which seems specially to punish the only animal that succeeds in leaving the circle in which it is born; an indefinite ill that carries off hundreds of intelligent little dogs, came to put an end to the destiny and the happy education of Pelleas. And now all those efforts to achieve a little more light, all that ardor in loving, that courage in understanding, all that affectionate gaiety and innocent fawning, all those kind and devoted looks, which turn to man to ask for his assistance against unjust death, all those flickering gleams which came from the profound abyss of a world that is no longer ours, all those nearly human little habits lie sadly in the cold ground, under a flowering elder tree in a corner of the garden. Man loves the dog, but how much more ought he to love it, if he considered, in the inflexible harmony of the laws of nature, the sole exception, which is that love of a being that succeeds in piercing, in order to draw closer to us, the partitions, every elsewhere impermeable, that separate the species. We are alone, absolutely alone on this chance planet, and amid all the forms of life that surround us, not one, excepting the dog, has made an alliance with us. A few creatures fear us, most are unaware of us, and not one loves us. In the world of plants we have dumb and motionless slaves, but they serve us in spite of themselves. They simply endure our laws and our yoke. They are impotent prisoners, victims incapable of escaping, but silently rebellious; and so soon as we lose sight of them they hasten to betray us and return to their former wild and mischievous liberty. The rose and the corn, had they wings, would fly at our approach like the birds. Among the animals we number a few servants who have submitted only through indifference, cowardice, or stupidity; the uncertain and craven horse, who responds only to pain and is attached to nothing; the passive and dejected ass, who stays with us only because he knows not what to do nor where to go, but who, nevertheless, under the cudgel and the pack-saddle, retains the idea that lurks behind his ears; the cow and the ox, happy so long as they are eating, and docile because for centuries they have not had a thought of their own; the affrighted sheep, who knows no other master than terror; the hen, who is faithful to the poultry yard because she finds more maize and wheat there than in the neighboring forest. I do not speak of the cat, to whom we are nothing more than a too large and uneatable prey; the ferocious cat, whose sidelong contempt tolerates us only as encumbering parasites in our own homes. She, at least, curses us in her mysterious heart; but all the others live beside us as they might live beside a rock or a tree. They do not love us, do not know us, scarcely notice us. They are unaware of our life, our death, our departure, our return, our sadness, our joy, our smile. They do not even hear the sound of our voice, so soon as it no longer threatens them; and when they look at us, it is with the distrustful bewilderment of the horse, in whose eye still hovers the infatuation of the elk or gazelle that sees us for the first time, or with the dull stupor of the ruminants, who look upon us as a momentary and useless accident of the pasture. For thousands of years they have been living at our side, as foreign to our thoughts, our affections, our habits, as though the least fraternal of the stars had dropped them but yesterday on our globe. In the boundless interval that separates man from all the other creatures, we have succeeded only, by dint of patience, in making them take 2 or 3 illusory steps. And if tomorrow, leaving their feelings toward us untouched, nature were to give them the intelligence and the weapons wherewith to conquer us, I confess that I should distrust the hasty vengeance of the horse, the obstinate reprisals of the ass, and the maddened meekness of the sheep. I should shun the cats as I should shun the tiger; and even the good cow, solemn and somnolent, would inspire me with but a wary confidence. As for the hen, with her round, quick eye, as when discovering a slug or a worm, I am sure that she would devour me without a thought. Now, in this indifference and this total want of comprehension in which everything that surrounds us lives, in this incommunicable world, where everything has its object hermetically contained within itself, where every destiny is self-circumscribed, where there exist among the creatures no other relations than those of executioners and victims, eaters and eaten, where nothing is able to leave its steel-bound sphere, where death alone establishes cruel relations of cause and effect between neighboring lives, where not the smallest sympathy has ever been made a conscious leap from one species to another, one animal alone, among all that breathes upon the earth, has succeeded in breaking through the prophetic circle, in escaping from itself to come bounding toward us, definitely to cross the enormous zone of darkness, ice and silence, that isolates each category of existence in nature's unintelligible plan. This animal, our good familiar dog, simple and unsurprising as may today appear to us what he has done, in thus perceptibly drawing nearer to a world in which he was not born, and for which he was not destined, has nevertheless performed one of the most unusual and improbable acts that we can find in the general history of life. When was this recognition of man by beast, this extraordinary passage from darkness to light, effected? Did we seek out the poodle, the collie, or the mastiff from among the wolves and the jackals, or did he come spontaneously to us? We cannot tell. So far as our human annals stretch he is at our side, as at present; but what are human annals in comparison with the times of which we have no witness? The fact remains that he is there in our houses, as ancient, as rightly placed, as perfectly adapted to our habits, as though he had appeared on this earth, such as he is now, at the same time as ourselves. We have not to gain his confidence or his friendship. He is born our friend. While his eyes are still closed, already he believes in us. Even before his birth, he has given himself to man. But the word friend does not exactly depict his affectionate worship. He loves us and reveres us as though we had drawn him out of nothing. He is, before all, our creature full of gratitude and more devoted than the apple of our eye. He is our intimate and impassioned slave, whom nothing discourages, whom nothing repels, whose ardent trust and love nothing can impair. He has solved, in an admirable and touching manner, the terrifying problem which human wisdom would have to solve, if a divine race came to occupy our globe. He has loyally, religiously, irrevocably recognized man's superiority, and has surrendered himself to him body and soul, without afterthought, without any intention to go back, reserving of his independence, his instinct and his character only the small part indispensable to the continuation of the life prescribed by nature. With an unquestioning certainty, an unconstraint and a simplicity that surprise us a little, deeming us better and more powerful than all that exists, he betrays, for our benefit, the whole of the animal kingdom to which he belongs, and without scruple denies his race, his kin, his mother and his young. But he loves us not only in his consciousness and his intelligence. The very instinct of his race, the entire unconsciousness of his species, it appears, think only of us, dream only of being useful to us. To serve us better, to adapt himself better to our different needs, he has adopted every shape and been able infinitely to vary the faculties, the aptitudes which he places at our disposal. Is he to aid us in the pursuit of game in the plains? His legs lengthen inordinately, his muzzle tapers, his lungs widen, he becomes swifter than the deer. Does our prey hide under wood? The docile genius of the species, forestalling our desires, presents us with the basset, a sort of almost footless serpent which steals into the closest thickets. Do we ask that he should drive our flocks? The same compliant genius grants him the requisite size, intelligence, energy, and vigilance. Do we intend him to watch and defend our house? His head becomes round and monstrous, in order that his jaws may be more powerful, more formidable, and more tenacious. Are we taking him to the south? His hair grows shorter and lighter, so that he may faithfully accompany us under the rays of a hotter sun. Are we going up to the north? His feet grow larger, the better to tread the snow, his fur thickens, in order that the cold may not compel him to abandon us. Is he intended only for us to play with, to amuse the leisure of our eyes, to adorn or enliven the home? He clothes himself in a sovereign grace and elegance. He makes himself smaller than a doll to sleep on our knees by the fireside, or even consents, should our fancy demand it, to appear a little ridiculous to please us. You shall not find, in nature's immense crucible, a single living thing that has shown a like suppleness, a similar abundance of forms, the same prodigious faculty of accommodation to our wishes. This is because, in the world which we know, among the different and primitive geniuses that preside over the evolution of the several species, there exists not one, excepting that of the dog, that ever gave us a thought to the presence of man. It will perhaps be said that we have been able to transform almost as profoundly some of our domestic animals, our hens, our pigeons, our ducks, our cats, our horses, our rabbits, for instance. Yes, perhaps, although such transformations are not comparable with those undergone by the dog, and although the kind of service which these animals render us remains, so to speak, invariable. In any case, whether this impression be purely imaginary or correspond with a reality, it does not appear that we feel in these transformations the same unfailing and preventing good will, the same sagacious and exclusive love. For the rest, it is quite possible that the dog, or rather the inaccessible genius of his race, troubles scarcely at all about us, and that we have merely known how to make use of various aptitudes offered by the abundant chances of life. It matters not. As we know nothing of the substance of things, we must needs cling to appearances, and it is sweet to establish that, at least in appearance, there is on the planet where, like unacknowledged kings we live in solitary state, a being that loves us. However the case may stand with these appearances, it is none the less certain that in the aggregate of intelligent creatures that have rights, duties, a mission and a destiny, the dog is a really privileged animal. He occupies in this world a preeminent position enviable among all. He is the only living being that has found and recognizes an indubitable, tangible, unexceptionable and definite God. He knows to what to devote the best part of himself. He knows to whom above him to give himself. He has not to seek for a perfect, superior and infinite power in the darkness, amid successive lies, hypotheses and dreams. That power is there, before him, and he moves in its light. He knows the supreme duties which we all do not know. He has a morality which surpasses all that he is able to discover in himself, and which he can practice without scruple and without fear. He possesses truth in its fullness. He has a certain and infinite ideal. And it was thus that the other day, before his illness, I saw my little Pelléas sitting at the foot of my writing table, his tail carefully folded under his paws, his head a little on one side, the better to question me, at once attentive and tranquil, as a saint should be in the presence of God. He was happy with the happiness which we, perhaps, shall never know, since it sprang from the smile and the approval of a life incomparably higher than his own. He was there, studying, drinking in all my looks, and he replied to them gravely, as from equal to equal, to inform me, no doubt, that at least through the eyes, the most immaterial organ that transformed into affectionate intelligence the light which we enjoyed, he knew that he was saying to me all that love should say. And when I saw him thus, young, ardent and believing, bringing me, in some wise, from the depths of unwearied nature, quite fresh news of life and trusting and wonderstruck, as though he had been the first of his race that came to inaugurate the earth, and as though we were still in the first days of the world's existence, I envied the gladness of his certainty, compared it with the destiny of man, still plunging on every side into darkness, and said to myself that the dog who meets with a good master is the happier of the two. End of Our Friend the Dog, by Maurice Maeterlinck. Translated by Alexander Teixeira de Matos. Recorded by Roger Moline.
The Philosophy of Composition, by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. Charles Dickens, in a note now lying before me, alluding to an examination I once made of the mechanism of Barnaby Rudge, says, "By the way, are you aware that Godwin wrote his Caleb Williams backwards? He first involved his hero in a web of difficulties, forming the second volume, and then, for the first, cast about him for some mode of accounting for what had been done. I cannot think this the precise mode of procedure on the part of Godwin, and indeed what he himself acknowledges is not altogether in accordance with Mr. Dickens' idea, but the author of Caleb Williams was too good an artist not to perceive the advantage derivable from at least a somewhat similar process. Nothing is more clear than that every plot worth the name must be elaborated to its denouement before anything be attempted with the pen. It is only with the denouement constantly in view that we can give a plot its indispensable air of consequence or causation, by making the incidents, and especially the tone at all points, tend to the development of the intention. There is a radical error, I think, in the usual mode of constructing a story. Either history affords a thesis, or one is suggested by an incident of the day, or at best the author sets himself to work in the combination of striking events to form merely the basis of his narrative, designing generally to fill in with description, dialogue, or authorial comment whatever crevices of fact or action may from page to page render themselves apparent. I prefer commencing with the consideration of an effect, keeping originality always in view, for he is false to himself who ventures to dispense with so obvious and so easily attainable a source of interest. I say to myself, in the first place, of the innumerable effects or impressions of which the heart, the intellect, or more generally the soul is susceptible, what one shall I, on the present occasion, select? Having chosen a novel, first, and secondly a vivid effect, I consider whether it can be best wrought by incident or tone, whether by ordinary incidents and peculiar tone, or the converse, or by peculiarity both of incident and tone, afterward looking about me, or rather within, for such combinations of event or tone as shall best aid me in the construction of the effect. I have often thought how interesting a magazine paper might be written by any author who would, that is to say, who could, detail, step by step, the processes by which any one of his compositions attained its ultimate point of completion. Why such a paper has never been given to the world, I am much at a loss to say. But perhaps the authorial vanity has had more to do with the omission than any one other cause. Most writers, poets in especial, prefer having it understood that they compose by a species of fine frenzy, an ecstatic intuition, and would positively shudder at letting the public take a peep behind the scenes, at the elaborate and vacillating crudities of thought, at the true purposes seized only at the last moment, at the innumerable glimpses of idea that arrived not at the maturity of full view, at the fully matured fancies discarded in despair as unmanageable, at the cautious selections and rejections, at the painful erasures and interpolations, in a word, at the wheels and pinions, the tackle for scene shifting, the step ladders and demon traps, the cock's feathers, the red paint and the black patches, which, in 99 cases out of the 100, constitute the properties of the literary histrio. I am aware, on the other hand, that the case is by no means common, in which an author is at all in condition to retrace the steps by which his conclusions have been attained. In general, suggestions, having arisen pell-mell, are pursued and forgotten in a similar manner. For my own part, I have neither sympathy with the repugnance alluded to, nor, at any time, the least difficulty in recalling to mind the progressive steps of any of my compositions. And since the interest of an analysis or a reconstruction, such as I have considered a desideratum, is quite independent of any real or fancied interest in the thing analysed, it will not be regarded as a breach of decorum on my part to show the modus operandi by which some one of my own works was put together. I select The Raven as the most generally known. It is my design to render it manifest that no one point in its composition is referable either to accident or intuition. that the work proceeded step by step to its completion with the precision and rigid consequence of a mathematical problem. Let us dismiss, as irrelevant to the poem per se, the circumstance, or say the necessity, which in the first place gave rise to the intention of composing a poem that should suit at once the popular and the critical taste. We commence then with this intention. The initial consideration was that of extent. If any literary work is too long to be read at one sitting, we must be content to dispense with the immensely important effect derivable from unity of impression. For if 2 sittings be required, the affairs of the world interfere, and everything like totality is at once destroyed. But since, caeteris paribus, no poet can afford to dispense with anything that may advance his design, it but remains to be seen whether there is, in extent, any advantage to counterbalance the loss of unity which attends it. Here I say no, at once. What we term a long poem is, in fact, merely a succession of brief ones, that is to say, of brief poetical effects. It is needless to demonstrate that a poem is such only inasmuch as it intensely excites, by elevating, the soul, and all intense excitements are, through a cycle necessity, brief. For this reason, at least 1/2 of the Paradise Lost is essentially prose, a succession of poetical excitements interspersed inevitably with corresponding depressions, the whole being deprived, through the extremeness of its length, of the vastly important artistic element, totality or unity of effect. It appears evident, then, that there is a distinct limit, as regards length, to all works of literary art, the limit of a single sitting; and that, although in certain classes of prose composition, such as Robinson Crusoe, demanding no unity, this limit may be advantageously overpassed, it can never properly be overpassed in a poem. Within this limit, the extent of a poem may be made to bear mathematical relation to its merit; in other words, to the excitement or elevation; again, in other words, to the degree of the true poetical effect which it is capable of inducing. For it is clear that the brevity must be in direct ratio of the intensity of the intended effect. This with one proviso, that a certain degree of duration is absolutely requisite for the production of any effect at all. Holding in view these considerations, as well as that degree of excitement which I deemed not above the popular, while not below the critical, taste, I reached at once what I conceived the proper length for my intended poem, a length of about 100 lines. It is, in fact, 108. My next thought concerned the choice of an impression, or effect, to be conveyed. And here I may as well observe that, throughout the construction, I kept steadily in view the design of rendering the work universally appreciable. I should be carried too far out of my immediate topic were I to demonstrate a point upon which I have repeatedly insisted, and which, with the poetical, stands not in the slightest need of demonstration. The point, I mean, that beauty is the sole legitimate province of the poem. A few words, however, in elucidation of my real meaning, which some of my friends have evinced a disposition to misrepresent. That pleasure which is at once the most intense, the most elevating, and the most pure, is, I believe, found in the contemplation of the beautiful. When, indeed, men speak of beauty, they mean precisely, not a quality, as is supposed, but an effect. They refer, in short, just to that intense and pure elevation of soul, not of intellect, or of heart, upon which I have commented, and which is experienced in consequence of contemplating the beautiful. Now I designate beauty as the province of the poem, merely because it is an obvious rule of art that effects should be made to spring from direct causes, that objects should be attained through means best adapted for their attainment, no one as yet having been weak enough to deny that the peculiar elevation alluded to is most readily attained in the poem. Now the object, truth, or the satisfaction of the intellect, and the object passion, or the excitement of the heart, are, although attainable to a certain extent in poetry, far more readily attainable in prose. Truth, in fact, demands a precision, and passion a homeliness (the truly passionate will comprehend me), which are absolutely antagonistic to that beauty which, I maintain, is the excitement or pleasurable elevation of the soul. It by no means follows from anything here said, that passion, or even truth, may not be introduced, and even profitably introduced, into a poem; for they may serve in elucidation, or aid the general effect, as discords in music, by contrast. But the true artist will always contrive first to tone them into proper subservience to the predominant aim, and secondly to unveil them, as far as possible, in that beauty which is the atmosphere and the essence of the poem. Regarding, then, beauty as my province, my next question referred to the tone of its highest manifestation, and all experience has shown that this tone is one of sadness. Beauty of whatever kind, in its supreme development, invariably excites the sensitive soul to tears. Melancholy is thus the most legitimate of all the poetical tones. The length, the province, and the tone being thus determined, I betook myself to ordinary induction, with the view of obtaining some artistic piquancy which might serve me as a keynote in the construction of the poem, some pivot upon which the whole structure might turn. In carefully thinking over all the usual artistic effects, or more properly points, in the theatrical sense, I did not fail to perceive immediately that no one had been so universally employed as that of the refrain. The universality of its employment sufficed to assure me of its intrinsic value, and spared me of the necessity of submitting it to analysis. I considered it, however, with regard to its susceptibility of improvement, and soon saw it to be in a primitive condition. As commonly used, the refrain, or burden, not only is limited to lyric verse, but depends for its impression upon the force of monotone, both in sound and thought. The pleasure is deduced solely from the sense of identity, of repetition. I resolved to diversify, and so vastly heighten, the effect, by adhering in general to the monotone of sound, while I continually varied that of thought. That is to say, I determined to produce continuously novel effects by the variation of the application of the refrain itself remaining, for the most part, unvaried. These points being settled, I next bethought me of the nature of my refrain. Since its application was to be repeatedly varied, it was clear that the refrain itself must be brief, for there would have to be an insurmountable difficulty in frequent variations of application in any sentence of length. In proportion to the brevity of the sentence would, of course, be the facility of the variation. This led me at once to a single word as the best refrain. The question now arose as to the character of the word. Having made up my mind to a refrain, the division of the poem into stanzas was, of course, a corollary, the refrain forming the close to each stanza. That such a close, to have force, must be sonorous and susceptible of protracted emphasis, admitted no doubt; and these considerations inevitably led me to the long O as the most sonorous vowel, in connection with R as the most producible consonant. The sound of the refrain being thus determined, it became necessary to select a word embodying this sound, and at the same time in the fullest possible keeping with that melancholy which I had predetermined as the tone of the poem. In such a search it would have been absolutely impossible to overlook the word "nevermore." In fact, it was the very first which presented itself. The next desideratum was a pretext for the continuous use of the one word "nevermore." In observing the difficulty which I had once found in inventing a sufficiently plausible reason for its continuous repetition, I did not fail to perceive that this difficulty arose solely from the preassumption that the word was to be so continuously or monotonously spoken by a human being. I did not fail to perceive, in short, that the difficulty lay in the reconciliation of this monotony with the exercise of reason on the part of the creature repeating the word. Here, then, immediately arose the idea of a non-reasoning creature capable of speech, and very naturally a parrot in the first instance suggested itself, but was superseded forthwith by a raven, as equally capable of speech and infinitely more in keeping with the intended tone. I had now gone so far as the conception of a raven, the bird of ill omen, monotonously repeating the one word "nevermore" at the conclusion of each stanza, in a poem of melancholy tone and in length about 100 lines. Now, never losing sight of the object's supremeness or perfection at all points, I asked myself, of all melancholy topics, what, according to the universal understanding of mankind, is the most melancholy? Death, was the obvious reply. And when, I said, is this most melancholy of topics most poetical? From what I have already explained at some length, the answer, here also, is obvious, when it most closely allies itself to beauty. The death, then, of a beautiful woman is, unquestionably, the most poetical topic in the world. Equally is beyond doubt that the lips best suited for such topic are those of a bereaved lover. I had now to combine the two ideas, of a lover lamenting his deceased mistress, and a raven continuously repeating the word "nevermore." I had to combine these, bearing in mind my design of varying, at every turn, the application of the word repeated, but the only intelligible mode of such combination is that of imagining the raven employing the word in answer to the queries of the lover. And here it was that I saw at once the opportunity afforded for the effect on which I had been depending, that is to say, the effect of the variation of application. I saw that I could make the first query propounded by the lover, the first query to which the raven should reply "nevermore," that I could make this first query a commonplace one, the second less so, the third still less, and so on, until at length the lover, startled from his original nonchalance by the melancholy character of the word itself, by its frequent repetition, and by a consideration of the ominous reputation of the fowl that uttered it, is at length excited to superstition, and wildly propounds queries of a far different character, propounds them half in superstition, and half in that species of despair which delights in self-torture, propounds them not altogether because he believes in the prophetic or demoniac character of the bird, which, reason assures him, is merely repeating a lesson learned by rote, but because he experiences a frenzied pleasure in so modelling his questions as to receive from the expected "nevermore" the most delicious, because the most intolerable, of sorrow. Perceiving the opportunity thus afforded me, or, more strictly, thus forced upon me in the progress of the construction, I first established in mind the climax, or concluding query, that to which "nevermore" should be in the last place an answer, that in reply to which this word "nevermore" should involve the utmost conceivable amount of sorrow and despair. Here, then, the poem may be said to have its beginning, where all works of art should begin; for it was here, at this point of my preconsiderations, that I first put pen to paper in the composition of the stanza. "Prophet!" said I, "thing of evil! Prophet still, if bird or devil! By that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul sorrow laden, if, within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." I composed this stanza, at this point, first that, by establishing the climax, I might the better vary and graduate, as regards seriousness and importance, the preceding queries of the lover; and secondly, that I might definitely settle the rhythm, the metre, and the length and general arrangement of the stanza; as well as graduate the stanzas which were to precede, so that none of them might surpass this in rhythmical effect. Had I been able, in the subsequent composition, to construct more vigorous stanzas, I should, without scruple, have purposely enfeebled them, so as not to interfere with the climacteric effect. And here I may as well say a few words of the versification. My first object, as usual, was originality. The extent to which this has been neglected, in versification, is one of the most unaccountable things in the world. Admitting that there is little possibility of variety in mere rhythm, it is still clear that the possible varieties of metre and stanza are absolutely infinite, and yet, for centuries, no man in verse has ever done, or ever seemed to think of doing, an original thing. The fact is, originality, unless in minds of very unusual force, is by no means a matter, as some suppose, of impulse or intuition. In general, to be found, it must be elaborately sought, and although a positive merit of the highest class, demands in its attainment less of invention than negation. Of course, I pretend to no originality in either the rhythm or metre of The Raven. The former is trochaic, the latter is octameter acatalectic, alternating with heptameter catalectic repeated in the refrain of the 5th verse, and terminating with tetrameter catalectic. Less pedantically, the feet employed throughout, trochees, consist of a long syllable followed by a short. The first line of the stanza consists of 8 of these feet, the second of 7 1/2, in effect 2/3, the third of 8, the fourth of 7 1/2, the fifth the same, the sixth 3 1/2. Now each of these lines, taken individually, has been employed before, and what originality The Raven has is in their combination into stanza. Nothing even remotely approaching this combination has ever been attempted. The effect of this originality of combination is aided by other unusual, and some altogether novel effects, arising from an extension of the application of the principles of rhyme and alliteration. The next point to be considered was the mode of bringing together the lover and the raven, and the first branch of this consideration was the locale. For this, the most natural suggestion might seem to be a forest, or the fields. But it has always appeared to me that a close circumscription of space is absolutely necessary to the effect of insulated incident. It has the force of a frame to a picture. It has an indisputable moral power in keeping concentrated the attention, and, of course, must not be confounded with mere unity of place. I determined, then, to place the lover in his chamber, in a chamber rendered sacred to him by memories of her who had frequented it. The room is represented as richly furnished, this in mere pursuance of the ideas I have already explained on the subject of beauty, as the sole true poetical thesis. The locale being thus determined, I had now to introduce the bird, and the thought of introducing him through the window was inevitable. The idea of making the lover suppose, in the first instance, that the flapping of the wings of the bird against the shutter is a tapping at the door, originated in a wish to increase, by prolonging, the reader's curiosity, and in a desire to admit the incidental effect arising from the lover's throwing open the door, finding all dark, and thence adopting the half fancy that it was the spirit of his mistress that knocked. I made the night tempestuous, first, to account for the raven seeking admission, and secondly, for the effect of contrast with the physical serenity within the chamber. I made the bird alight on the bust of Pallas, also for the effect of contrast between the marble and the plumage, it being understood that the bust was absolutely suggested by the bird, the bust of Pallas being chosen, first, as most in keeping with the scholarship of the lover, and secondly, for the sonorousness of the word Pallas itself. About the middle of the poem, also, I have availed myself of the force of contrast, with a view of deepening the ultimate impression. For example, an air of the fantastic, approaching as nearly to the ludicrous as was admissible, is given to the raven's entrance, he comes in with many a flirt and flutter. Not the least obeisance made he, not a moment stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. In the two stanzas which follow, the design is more obviously carried out. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven now, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. The effect of the denouement being thus provided for, I immediately dropped the fantastic for a tone of the most profound seriousness, this tone commencing in the stanza directly following the one last quoted, with the line, "But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only," etc. From this epoch the lover no longer jests, no longer sees anything even of the fantastic in the raven's demeanor. He speaks of him as a grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore, and feels the fiery eyes burning into his bosom's core. This revolution of thought, or fancy, on the lover's part, is intended to induce a similar one on the part of the reader, to bring the mind into a proper frame for the denouement, which is now brought about as rapidly and as directly as possible. With the denouement proper, with the raven's reply, Nevermore, to the lover's final demand, if he shall meet his mistress in another world, the poem, in its obvious phase, that of a simple narrative, may be said to have its completion. So far, everything is within the limits of the accountable, of the real. A raven, having learned by rote the single word Nevermore, and having escaped from the custody of its owner, is driven at midnight, through the violence of a storm, to seek admission at a window from which a light still gleams, the chamber window of a student, occupied half in poring over a volume, half in dreaming of a beloved mistress deceased. The casement being thrown open at the fluttering of the bird's wings, the bird itself perches on the most convenient seat out of the immediate reach of the student, who, amused by the incident and the oddity of the visitor's demeanor, demands of it, in jest, and without looking for a reply, its name. The raven addressed answers with its customary word, Nevermore, a word which finds immediate echo in the melancholy heart of the student, who, giving utterance aloud to certain thoughts suggested by the occasion, is again startled by the fowl's repetition of Nevermore. The student now guesses the state of the case, but is impelled, as I have before explained, by the human thirst for self-torture, and in part by superstition, to propound such queries to the bird as will bring him, the lover, the most of the luxury of sorrow, through the anticipated answer, Nevermore. With the indulgence, to the utmost extreme, of this self-torture, the narration, in what I have termed its first or obvious phase, has a natural termination, and so far there has been no overstepping of the limits of the real. But in subjects so handled, however skilfully, or with however vivid an array of incident, there is always a certain hardness, or nakedness, which repels the artistical eye. Two things are invariably required. First, some amount of complexity, or, more properly, adaptation; and secondly, some amount of suggestiveness, some undercurrent, however indefinite, of meaning. It is this latter, in especial, which imparts to a work of art so much of that richness, to borrow from colloquy a forcible term, which we are too fond of confounding with the ideal. It is the excess of the suggested meaning, it is the rendering this the upper instead of the undercurrent of the theme, which turns into prose, and that of the very flattest kind, the so-called poetry of the so-called transcendentalists. Holding these opinions, I added the 2 concluding stanzas of the poem, their suggestiveness being thus made to pervade all the narrative which has preceded them. The undercurrent of meaning is rendered first apparent in the lines, "Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door." Quoth the Raven, "Nevermore." It will be observed that the words "from out my heart" involve the first metaphorical expression in the poem. They, with the answer "nevermore," dispose the mind to seek a moral in all that has been previously narrated. The reader begins now to regard the Raven as emblematical, but it is not until the very last line of the very last stanza that the intention of making him emblematical of mournful and never-ending remembrance is permitted distinctly to be seen. And the Raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. End of The Philosophy of Composition by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Plea for Old Cap Collier by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Will H. Hogg, Esquire. For a good many years now I have been carrying this idea around with me. It was more or less of a loose and unformed idea, and it wouldn't gel. What brought it round to the solidification point was this. Here the other week, being half sick, I was laid up over Sunday in a small hotel in a small seacoast town. I had read all the newspapers and all the magazines I could get hold of. The local bookstore, of course, was closed. They won't let the oysters stay open on Sunday in that town. The only literature my fellow guests seemed interested in was mail-order tabs and price currents. Finally, when despair was about to claim me for her own, I ran across an ancient fifth reader, all tattered and stained and having that smell of age which is common to old books and old sheep. I took it up to bed with me and I read it through from cover to cover. Long before I was through, the very idea which for so long had been sloshing round inside of my head, this idea which, as one might say, had been aged in the wood, took shape. Then and there I decided that the very first chance I had, I would sit me down and write a plea for Old Cap Collier. In my youth I was spanked freely and frequently for doing many different things that were forbidden, and also for doing the same thing many different times and getting caught doing it. That, of course, was before the Boy Scout movement had come along to show how easily and how sanely a boy's natural restlessness and a boy's natural love for adventure may be directed into helpful channels. That was when nearly everything a normal, active boy craved to do was wrong, and therefore held to be a spankable offense. This was a general rule in our town. It did not especially apply to any particular household, but it applied practically to all the households with which I was in any way familiar. It was a community where an old-fashioned brand of applied theology was most strictly applied. Heaven was a place which went unanimously Democratic every fall because all the Republicans had gone elsewhere. Hell was a place full of red-hot coals and clinkered sinners and unbaptized babies and a smell like somebody cooking ham, with a deputy devil coming in of a morning with an asbestos napkin draped over his arm and flicking a fireproof cockroach off the tablecloth and leaning across the back of Satan's chair and saying, "Good morning, boss. How are you going to have your lost souls this morning? Fried on one side or turned over?" Sunday was 3 weeks long, and longer than that if it rained. About all a fellow could do after he'd come back from Sunday school was to sit round with his feet cramped into the shoes and stockings which he never wore on weekdays, and with the rest of him encased in starchy, uncomfortable dress-up clothes. Just sit around and itch. You couldn't scratch hard either. It was sinful to scratch audibly and with good, broad, free strokes, which is the only satisfactory way to scratch. In our town they didn't spend Sunday, they kept the Sabbath, which is a very different thing. Looking back on my juvenile years, it seems to me that, generally speaking, when spanked, I deserved it. But always there were two punishable things against which, being disciplined, my youthful spirit revolted with a sort of inarticulate sense of injustice. One was for violation of the Sunday code, which struck me as wrong. The code, I mean, not the violation, without knowing exactly why it was wrong. And the other, repeated times without number, was when I had been caught reading nickel libraries, erroneously referred to by our elders as dime novels. I read them at every chance. So did every normal boy of my acquaintance. We traded lesser treasures for them. We swapped them on the basis of 2 old volumes for 1 new one. We maintained a clandestine circulating library system which had its branch offices in every stable loft in our part of town. The more daring among us read them in school behind the shelter of an open geography propped up on the desk. Shall you ever forget the horror of the moment when, carried away on the wings of adventure with Nick Carter or Bigfoot Wallace or Frank Reed or Bully Old Cap, you forgot to flash occasional glances of cautious inquiry forward in order to make sure the teacher was where she properly should be, at her desk up in front, and read on until that subtle sixth sense which comes to you when a lot of people begin staring at you warned you something was amiss, and you looked up and round you and found yourself all surrounded by a ring of cruel, gloating eyes. I say cruel advisedly because up to a certain age children are naturally more cruel than tigers. Civilization has provided them with tools, as it were, for practicing cruelty, whereas the tiger must rely only on his teeth and his bare claws. So you looked round, feeling that the shadow of an impending doom encompassed you, and then you realized that for no telling how long the teacher had been standing just behind you, reading over your shoulder. And at home, were you caught in the act of reading them, or, what from the parental standpoint was almost as bad, in the act of harboring them? I was. House-cleaning times when they found them hidden under furniture or tucked away on the back shelves of pantry closets, I was paddled until I had the feelings of a slice of hot buttered toast somewhat scorched on the underside. And each time, having been paddled, I was admonished that boys who read dime novels, only they weren't dime novels at all, but cost uniformly 5 cents a copy, always came to a bad end, growing up to be criminals or Republicans or something equally abhorrent. And I was urged to read books which would help me to shape my career in a proper course. Such books were put into my hands, and I loathed them. I know now why when I grew up my gorge rose and my appetite turned against so-called classics. Their style was so much like the style of the books which older people wanted me to read when I was in my early teens. Such were the specious statements advanced by the oldsters, and we had no reply for their argument, or if we had one, could not find the language in which to couch it. Besides, there was another and a deeper reason. A boy, being what he is, the most sensitive and the most secretive of living creatures, regarding his innermost emotions, rarely does bare his real thoughts to his elders, for they, alas, are not young enough to have a fellow feeling, and they are too old and they know too much to be really wise. What we might have answered had we had the verbal facility, and had we not feared further painful corporeal measures for talking back, or what was worse, ridicule, was that reading old Cap Collier never yet sent a boy to a bad end. I never heard of a boy who ran away from home and really made a go of it, who was actuated at the start by the nickel library. Burning with a sense of injustice, filled up with the realization that we were not appreciated at home, we often talked of running away and going out west to fight Indians, but we never did. I remember once 2 of us started for the far west and got nearly as far as Oak Grove Cemetery when, the dusk of evening impending, we decided to turn back and give our parents just one more chance to understand us. What also we might have pointed out was that in a 5-cent story, the villain was absolutely sure of receiving suitable and adequate punishment for his misdeeds. Right then and there, on the spot, he got his. And the heroine was always so perfectly pure. And the hero always was a hero to his fingertips, never doing anything unmanly or wrong or cowardly, and always using the most respectful language in the presence of the opposite sex. There was never any sex problem in a nickel library. There were never any smutty words or questionable phrases. If a villain said, "Curse you," he was going pretty far. Any one of us might whet up our natural instincts for cruelty on Fore's Book of Martyrs, or read all manner of unmentionable horrors in the Old Testament, but, except surreptitiously, we couldn't walk with Nick Carter, whose motives were ever pure, and who never used the naughty word, even in the passion of the death grapple with the top-booted forces of sinister evil. We might have told our parents, had we had the words in which to state the case, and they but the patience to listen, that in a nickel library there was logic, and the thrill of swift action, and the sharp spice of adventure. There invariably virtue was rewarded and villainy confounded. There inevitably was the final triumph for law and for justice and for the right. There, embalmed in one thin paper volume, was all that Sanford and Merton lacked, all that the Rollo books never had. We might have told them that though the Leatherstocking Tales and Robinson Crusoe and 2 Years Before the Mast and Ivanhoe were all well enough in their way, the trouble with them was that they mainly were so long-winded. It took so much time to get to where the first punch was, whereas Ned Buntline or Colonel Prentice Ingraham would hand you an exciting jolt on the very first page, and sometimes in the very first paragraph. You take J. Fenimore Cooper now. He meant well and he had ideas, but his Indians were so everlastingly slow about getting under way with their scalping operations. Chapter after chapter there was so much fashionable and difficult language that the plot was smothered. You couldn't see the woods for the trees. But it was the accidental finding of an ancient and reminiscent volume one Sunday in a little hotel which gave me the cue to what really made us such confirmed rebels against constituted authority, in a literary way of speaking. The thing which inspired us with hatred for the so-called juvenile classic was a thing which struck deeper even than the sentiments I have been trying to describe. The basic reason, the underlying motive, lay in the fact that in the school books of our adolescence, and notably in the school readers, our young mentalities were fed forcibly on a pap which affronted our intelligence at the same time that it cloyed our adolescent palates. It was not altogether the lack of action, it was more the lack of plain common sense in the literary spoon victuals which they ladled into us at school that caused our youthful souls to revolt. In the final analysis, it was this, more than any other cause, which sent us up to the haymow for delicious, forbidden hours in the company of Calamity Jane and Wild Bill Hickok. Midway of the old dog-eared reader which I picked up that day, I came across a typical example of the sort of stuff I mean. I hadn't seen it before in 25 years, but now, seeing it, I remembered it as clearly almost as though it had been the week before, instead of a century before, when for the first time it had been brought to my attention. It was a piece entitled The Shipwreck, and it began as follows. In the winter of 1824, Lieutenant G of the United States Navy, with his beautiful wife and child, embarked in a packet at Norfolk, bound to South Carolina. So far, so good. At least here is a direct beginning. A family group is going somewhere. There is an implied promise that before they have traveled very far, something of interest to the reader will happen to them. Sure enough, the packet runs into a storm and founders. As she is going down, Lieutenant G puts his wife and baby into a lifeboat manned by sailors, and then, there being no room for him in the lifeboat, he remains behind upon the deck of the sinking vessel while the lifeboat puts off for shore. A giant wave overturns the burdened cockle shell, and he sees its passengers engulfed in the waters. Up to this point, the chronicle has been what a chronicle should be. Perhaps the phraseology has been a trifle toploftical, and there are a few words in it long enough to run as serials, yet at any rate we are getting an effect in drama. But bear with me while I quote the next paragraph just as I copied it down. The wretched husband saw but too distinctly the destruction of all he held dear. But here, alas and forever, were shut off from him all sublunary prospects. He fell upon the deck, powerless, senseless, a corpse, the victim of a sublime sensibility. There's language for you. How different it is from that historic passage when the crack of Little Sure Shot's rifle rang out and another redskin bit the dust. Nothing is said there about anybody having his sublunary prospects shut off. Nothing about the redskin becoming the victim of a sublime sensibility. In 15 graphic words and in one sentence, Little Sure Shot croaked him. And then, with bated breath, you moved on to the next paragraph, sure of finding in it yet more attractive casualties, snappily narrated. No, sir, in the nickel library the author did not waste his time and yours telling you that an individual, on becoming a corpse, would simultaneously become powerless and senseless. He credited your intelligence for something. For contrast, take the immortal work entitled Deadwood Dick of Deadwood, or The Picked Party by Edward L. Wheeler, a copy of which has just come to my attention again nearly 30 years after the time of my first reading of it. Consider the opening paragraph. The sun was just kissing the mountain tops that frown down upon Billy Goat Gulch, and in the aforesaid mighty seam, in the face of mighty nature, the shadows of a warm June night were gathering rapidly. The birds had mostly hushed their songs and flown to their nests in the dismal, lonely pines, and only the tuneful twang of a well-played banjo aroused the brooding quiet, save it be the shrill, croaking screams of a crow perched upon the top of a dead pine, which rose from the nearly perpendicular mountain side that retreated in the ascending from the gulch bottom. That, as I recall, was a powerfully long bit of description for a nickel library. And having got it out of his system, Mr. Wheeler wasted no more valuable space on the scenery. From this point on he gave you action with reason behind it and logic to it, and the guarantee of a proper climax and a satisfactory conclusion to follow. Deadwood Dick marched many a flower-strewn mile through my young life, but to the best of my recollection he never shut off anybody's sublunary prospects. If a party deserved killing, Deadwood just naturally up and killed him, and the historian told about it in graphic yet straightforward terms of speech. And that was all there was to it, and that was all there should have been to it.
At the risk of being termed an iconoclast and a smasher of the pure high ideals of the olden days, I propose to undertake to show that practically all of the preposterous asses and the impossible idiots of literature found their way into the school readers of my generation. With the passage of years there may have been some reform in this direction, but I dare affirm, without having positive knowledge of the facts, that a majority of these half-wits still are being featured in the grammar-grade literature of the present time. The authors of school readers, even modern school readers, surely are no smarter than the run of grown-ups, even, say, as you and as I, and we blindly go on holding up as examples before the eyes of the young of the period the characters and the acts of certain popular figures of poetry and prose who, did but we give them the acid test of reason, would reveal themselves either as incurable idiots or else as figures in scenes and incidents which physically could never have occurred. You remember, don't you, the schoolbook classic of the noble lad who, by reason of his neat dress and by his use in the most casual conversation of the sort of language which the late Mr. Henry James used when he was writing his very Jamesiest, secured a job as a trusted messenger in the large city store, or in the city's large store, if we are going to be purists about it, as the boy in question undoubtedly was. It seems that he had supported his widowed mother and a large family of brothers and sisters by shoveling snow and, I think, laying brick or something of that technical nature.
After this lapse of years I won't be sure about the bricklaying, but at any rate work was slack in his regular line, and so he went to the proprietor of this vast retail establishment and procured a responsible position on the strength of his easy and graceful personal address and his employment of some of the most stylish adjectives in the dictionary. At this time he was nearly 7 years old. Yes, sir, actually nearly 7. We have the word of the school book for it. We should have had a second chapter on this boy. Probably at 9 he was being considered for president of Yale. No, Harvard. He would know too much to be president of Yale.
Then there was the familiar instance of the Spartan youth who, having stolen a fox and hidden it inside his robe, calmly stood up and let the animal gnaw his vitals, rather than be caught with it in his possession.
But why, I ask you, why? What was the good of it all? What object was served? To begin with, the boy had absconded with someone else's fox, or with somebody's else fox, which is undoubtedly the way a compiler of school readers would phrase it. This, right at the beginning, makes the morality of the transaction highly dubious. In the second place, he showed poor taste. If he was going to swipe something, why should he not have swiped a chicken or something else of practical value? We waive that point, though, and come to the lack of discretion shown by the fox.
He starts eating his way out through the boy, a messy and difficult procedure, when merely by biting an aperture in the tunic he could have emerged by the front way with ease and dispatch. And what is the final upshot of it all?
The boy falls dead with a large, unsightly gap in the middle of him. Probably, too, he was a boy whose parents were raising him for their own purposes. As it was, all gnawed up in this fashion, and deceased besides, he loses his attractions for everyone except the undertaker. The fox presumably has an attack of acute indigestion. And there you are. Compare the moral of this with the moral of any one of the old Cap Collier series, where virtue comes into its own and sanity is prevalent throughout, and vice gets what it deserves and all. In McGuffey's Third Reader, I think it was, occurred that story about the small boy who lived in Holland among the dikes and dams. One evening he went across the country to carry a few illustrated postcards or some equally suitable gift to a poor blind man, and on his way back home in the twilight he discovered a leak in the seawall. If he went for help, the breach might widen while he was gone, and the whole structure give way, and then the sea would come roaring in, carrying death and destruction, and windmills and wooden shoes and pineapple cheeses on its crest. At least this is the inference one gathers from reading Mr. McGuffey's account of the affair. So what does the quick-witted youngster do? He shoves his little arm in the crevice on the inner side, where already the water is trickling through, thus blocking the leak. All night long he stands there, one small, half-frozen Dutch boy holding back the entire North Atlantic. Not until centuries later, when Judge Alton B. Parker runs for president against Colonel Roosevelt and is defeated practically by acclamation, is there to be presented so historic and so magnificent an example of a contest against tremendous odds. In the morning a peasant, going out to mow the tulip beds, finds the little fellow crouched at the foot of the dike and inquires what ails him. The lad, raising his weary head, but wait, I shall quote the exact language of the book. "I am hindering the sea from running in," was the simple reply of the child. Simple? I'll say it is. Positively nothing could be simpler unless it be the stark simplicity of the mind of an author who figures that when the Atlantic Ocean starts boring its way through a crack in a seawall, you can stop it by plugging the hole on the inner side of the seawall with a small boy's arm. Ned Buntline may never have enjoyed the vogue among parents and teachers that Mr. McGuffey enjoyed, but I'll say this for him. He knew more about the laws of hydraulics than McGuffey ever dreamed. And then there was Peter Hurdle, the ragged lad who engaged in a long but tiresome conversation with the philanthropic and inquisitive Mr. Lennox, during the course of which it developed that Peter didn't want anything. When it came on to storm, he got under a tree. When it was hungry, he ate a raw turnip. Raw turnips, it would appear, grew all the year round in the fields of the favored land where Peter resided. If the chill winds of autumn blew in through one of the holes in Peter's trousers, they blew right out again through another hole. And he didn't care to accept the dime which Mr. Lennox, in an excessive generosity, offered him, because, it seemed, he already had a dime. When it came to being plumb contented, there probably never was a soul on this earth that was the equal of Master Hurdle. He even was satisfied with his name, which I would regard as the ultimate test. Likewise, there was the case of Hugh Idle and Mr. Toil. Perhaps you recall that moving story. Hugh tries to dodge work. Wherever he goes, he finds Mr. Toil in one guise or another, but always with the same harsh voice and the same frowning eyes, bossing some job in a manner which would cost him his bossship right off the reel in these times when union labor is so touchy. And what is the moral to be drawn from this narrative? I know that all my life I have been trying to get away from work, feeling that I was intended for leisure, though never finding time somehow to take it up seriously. But what was the use of trying to discourage me from this agreeable idea back yonder in the formative period of my earlier years? In Harper's Fourth Reader, edition of 1888, I found an article entitled "The Difference Between the Plants and Animals." It takes up several pages and includes some of the fanciest language the senior Mr. Harper could disinter from the unabridged. In my own case, and I think I was no more observant than the average urchin of my age, I can scarcely remember a time when I could not readily determine certain basic distinctions between such plants and such animals as a child is likely to encounter in the temperate parts of North America. While emerging from infancy, some of my contemporaries may have fallen into the error of the little boy who came into the house with a haunted look in his eye and asked his mother if mulberries had 6 legs apiece and ran around in the dust of the road, and when she told him that such was not the case with mulberries, he said, "Then, mother, I feel that I have made a mistake." To the best of my recollection, I never made this mistake, or at least if I did, I am sure I made no inquiry afterward which might tend further to increase my doubts, and in any event I am sure that by the time I was old enough to stumble over Mr. Harper's favorite big words, I was old enough to tell the difference between an ordinary animal, say a house cat, and any one of the commoner forms of plant life, such as, for example, the scaly bark hickory tree, practically at a glance. I'll add this, too. Nick Carter never wasted any of the golden moments which he and I spent together in elucidating for me the radical points of difference between the plants and the animals. In the range of poetry selected by the compilers of the readers for my especial benefit as I progressed onward from the primary class into the grammar grades, I find on examination of these earlier American authorities an even greater array of chuckleheads than appear in the prose divisions. I shall pass over the celebrated instance, as read by us in class in a loud tone of voice and without halt for inflection or the taking of breath, of the Turk who at midnight in his guarded tent was dreaming of the hour when Greece, her knees in suppliance bent, would tremble at his power. I remember how vaguely I used to wonder who it was that was going to grease her knees, and how she should feel called upon to have them greased at all. Anyway, also, I shall pass over the instance of Abu Ben Adhem, whose name led all the rest in the golden book in which the angel was writing. Why shouldn't it have led all the rest? A man whose front name begins with A.B., whose middle initial is B, and whose last name begins with A.D., will be found leading all the rest in any city directory or any telephone list anywhere. Alphabetically organized as he was, Mr. Adhem just naturally had to lead. And yet for hours on end, my teachers consumed her energies and mine in a more or less unsuccessful effort to cause me to memorize the details as set forth by Mr. Leigh Hunt. In 3 separate school books, each the work of a different compilator, I discover Sir Walter Scott's poetic contribution touching on young Lochinvar. Young Lochinvar, who came out of the West, the same as the Plum Plan and subsequently came, and the Hiram Johnson presidential boom, and the initiative and the referendum and the IWW. Even in those ancient times, the West appears to have been a favorite place for upsetting things to come from, so I can't take issue with Sir Walter there. But I do take issue with him where he says, so light to the croup the fair lady he swung, so light to the saddle before her he sprung. Even in childhood's hour, I am sure I must have questioned the ability of young Lochinvar to perform this achievement, for I was born and brought up in a horseback riding country. Now, in the light of yet fuller experience, I wish Sir Walter were alive today so I might argue the question out with him. Let us consider the statement on its physical merits solely. Here we have young Lochinvar swinging the lady to the croup, and then he springs to the saddle in front of her. Now, to do this, he must either take a long running start and leapfrog clear over the lady's head as she sits there, and land accurately in the saddle, which is scarcely a proper thing to do to any lady, aside from the difficulty of springing 10 or 15 feet into the air and coming down crotched out on a given spot, or else he must contribute a feat in contortion the like of which has never been duplicated since. To be brutally frank about it, the thing just naturally is not possible. I don't care if young Lochinvar was as limber as a yard of fresh tripe, and he certainly did shake a lithesome calf in the measures of the dance, if Sir Walter in an earlier stanza is to be credited with veracity. Even so, I deny that he could have done that croup trick. There isn't a croupier at Monte Carlo who could have done it. Buffalo Bill couldn't have done it. Ned Buntline wouldn't have had Buffalo Bill trying to do it. Doug Fairbanks couldn't do it. I couldn't do it myself. Skipping over Robert Southey's tiresome redundancy and spending so much of his time and mine when I was in the 5th reader stage in telling how the waters came down at Ladour, when it was a petrified cinch that they, being waters, would have to come down. Anyway, I would next direct your attention to 2 of the foremost idiots in all the realm of poesy. One a young idiot, and one an older idiot, probably with whiskers, but both embalmed in verse, and both, mind you, stuck into every orthodox reader to be glorified before the eyes of childhood. I refer to that juvenile champion among idiots, the boy who stood on the burning deck, and to the ship's captain in the poem called The Tempest. Let us briefly consider the given facts as regards the latter. It was winter, and it was midnight, and a storm was on the deep, and the passengers were huddled in the cabin, and not a soul would dare to sleep, and they were shuddering there in silence. One gathers the silence was so deep you could hear them shuddering, and the stoutest held his breath, which is a considerable feat, as I can testify, because the stouter a fellow gets, the harder it is for him to hold his breath for any considerable period of time. Very well, then, this is the condition of affairs. If ever there was a time when those in authority should avoid spreading alarm, this was the time. By all the traditions of the maritime service, it devolved upon the skipper to remain calm, cool, and collected. But what does the poet reveal to a lot of trusting school children? "We are lost!" the captain shouted as he staggered down the stair. Now, he didn't whisper it. He didn't tell it to a friend in confidence. He bellowed it out at the top of his voice so all the passengers could hear him. The only possible excuse which can be offered for that captain's behavior is that his staggering was due not to the motion of the ship, but to alcoholic stimulant. Could you imagine little Sure Shot, the terror of the Pawnees, drunk or sober, doing an asinine thing like that? Not in 10,000 years you couldn't. But then we must remember that little Sure Shot, being a moral dime novel hero, never indulged in alcoholic beverages under any circumstances. The boy who stood on the burning deck has been played up as an example of youthful heroism for the benefit of the young of our race ever since Mrs. Felicia Dorothea Hemans set him down in black and white. I deny that he was heroic. I insist that he merely was feeble-minded. Let us give this youth the careful once-over. The scene is the Battle of the Nile. The time is August 1798. When the action of the piece begins, the boy stands on the burning deck, whence all but him had fled. You see, everyone else aboard had had sense enough to beat it, but he stuck because his father had posted him there. There was no good purpose he might serve by sticking, except to furnish added material for the poetess, but like the leather-headed young imbecile that he was, he stood there with his feet getting warmer all the time, while the flame that lit the battle's wreck shone round him o'er the dead. After which there came a burst of thunder sound. The boy, oh, where was he? Ask of the winds that far around with fragments strewed the sea. Ask the waves, ask the fragments, ask Mrs. Hemans, or to save time, inquire of me. He has become totally extinct. He is no more, and he never was very much. Still, we need not worry. Mentally, he must have been from the very outset a liability rather than an asset. Had he lived, undoubtedly he would have wound up in a home for the feeble-minded. It is better so as it is, better that he should be spread about over the surface of the ocean in a broad general way, thus saving all the expense and trouble of gathering him up and burying him and putting a tombstone over him. He was one of the incurables. Once upon a time, writing a little piece on another subject, I advanced the claim that the champion half-wit of all poetic anthology was Sweet Alice, who, as described by Mr. English, wept with delight when you gave her a smile, and trembled in fear at your frown. This, of course, was long before Prohibition came in. These times there are many ready to weep with delight when you offer to give them a smile, but in Mr. English's time and Alice's there were plenty of saloons handy. I remarked what an awful killjoy Alice must have been, weeping in a disconcerting manner when somebody smiled in her direction, and trembling violently should anybody so much as merely knit his brow. But when I gave Alice first place in the list, I acted too hastily. Second thought should have informed me that undeniably the post of honor belonged to the central figure of Mr. Henry W. Longfellow's poem Excelsior. I ran across it, Excelsior I mean, in 3 different readers the other day when I was compiling some of the data for this treatise. Naturally, it would be featured in all 3. It wouldn't do to leave Mr. Longfellow's hero out of a volume in which space was given to such lesser village idiots as Casabianca and the Spartan youth. Let us take up this sad case verse by verse. The shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village passed a youth who bore, mid snow and ice, a banner with the strange device, Excelsior! There we get an accurate pen picture of this young man's deplorable state. He is climbing a mountain in the dead of winter. It is made plain later on that he is a stranger in the neighborhood. Consequently, it is fair to assume that the mountain in question is one he has never climbed before. Nobody hired him to climb any mountain. He isn't climbing it on a bet or because somebody dared him to climb one. He is not dressed for mountain climbing. Apparently, he is wearing the costume in which he escaped from the institution where he had been an inmate, a costume consisting simply of low stockings, sandals, and a kind of flowing woolen nightshirt, cut short to begin with and badly shrunken in the wash. He has on no rubber boots, no sweater, not even a pair of earmuffs. He also is bareheaded. Well, any time the wearing of hats went out of fashion, he could have had no use for his head anyhow. I grant you that in the poem Mr. Longfellow does not go into details regarding the patient's garb. I am going by the illustration in the reader. The original Mr. McGuffey was very strong for illustrations. He stuck them in everywhere in his readers, whether they matched the themes or not. Being as fond of pictures as he undoubtedly was, it seems almost a pity he did not marry the tattooed lady in a circus, and then when he got tired of studying her pictorially on one side, he could ask her to turn around and let him see what she had to say on the other side. Perhaps he did. I never gleaned much regarding the family history of the McGuffeys. Be that as it may, the wardrobe is entirely unsuited for the rigors of the climate in Switzerland in winter time. Symptomatically, it marks the wearer as a person who is mentally lacking. He needs a keeper almost as badly as he needs some heavy underwear. But this isn't the worst of it. Take the banner. It bears the single word, Excelsior. The youth is going through a strange town late in the evening in his nightie, and at winter time, carrying a banner advertising a shredded wood fiber commodity which won't be invented until 150 years after he is dead. Can you beat it? You can't even tie it. Let us look further into the matter. His brow was sad, his eyes beneath flashed like a falchion from its sheath, and like a silver clarion rung the accents of that unknown tongue, Excelsior. Get it, don't you? Even his features fail to jibe. His brow is corrugated with grief, but the flashing of the eye denotes a lack of intellectual coherence which any alienist would diagnose at a glance as evidence of total dementia, even were not confirmatory proof offered by his action in huckstering for a product which doesn't exist in a language which no one present can understand. The most delirious typhoid fever patient you ever saw would know better than that. To continue. In happy homes he saw the light of household fires gleam warm and bright. Above the spectral glaciers shone, and from his lips escaped a groan. Excelsior! The last line gives him away still more completely. He is groaning now where a moment before he was clarioning. A bit later, with one of those shifts characteristic of the mentally unbalanced, his mood changes and again he is shouting. He's worse than a cuckoo clock, that boy. Try not the pass, the old man said. Dark lowers the tempest overhead. The roaring torrent is deep and wide. And loud that clarion voice replied, Excelsior! O stay, the maiden said, and rest thy weary head upon this breast. A tear stood in his bright blue eye, but still he answered with a sigh, Excelsior! Beware the pine tree's withered branch, beware the awful avalanche. This was the peasant's last good night. A voice replied, far up the height, Excelsior! These 3 verses round out the picture. The venerable citizen warns him against the pass. Past privileges up that mountain have all been suspended. A kind-hearted maiden tenders hospitalities of a most generous nature, considering that she never saw the young man before. Some people might even go so far as to say that she should have been ashamed of herself. Others that Mr. Longfellow, in giving her away, was guilty of an indelicacy, to say the least of it. Possibly she was practicing up to qualify for membership on the reception committee the next time the visiting firemen came to her town, or when there was going to be an Elks reunion, so I, for one, shall not question her motives. She was hospitable. Let it go at that. The peasant couples with his good-night message a reference to the danger of falling pine wood, and also avalanches, which have never been pleasant things to meet up with when one is traveling on a mountain in an opposite direction. All about him firelights are gleaming, happy families are gathered before the hearthstone, and through the windows the evening yodel may be heard percolating pleasantly. There is every inducement for the youth to drop in and rest his poor, tired, foolish face and hands, and thaw out his knee joints, and give the maiden a chance to make good on that proposition of hers. But no, high up above timberline, he has an engagement with himself and Mr. Longfellow, to be frozen as stiff as a dried herring. And so, now groaning, now with his eye flashing, now with a tear, undoubtedly a frozen tear, standing in the eye, now clarioning, now sighing, onward and upward he goes. At break of day as heavenward, the pious monks of Saint Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer. A voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior! I'll say this much for him, he certainly is hard to kill. He can stay out all night in those clothes with the thermometer below zero, and at dawn still be able to chirp the only word that is left in his vocabulary. He can't last forever, though. There has to be a finish to this lamentable fiasco sometime. We get it. A traveler by the faithful hound, half buried in the snow, was found, still grasping in his hand of ice that banner with the strange device, Excelsior. There in the twilight, cold and gray, lifeless but beautiful he lay, and from the sky, serene and far, A voice fell like a falling star. Excelsior! The meteoric voice said, Excelsior. It should have said, Bonehead. It would have said it too if Ned Buntline had been handling the subject, for he had a sense of verities, had Ned. Probably that was one of the reasons why they barred his works out of all the school books. With the passage of years, I rather imagine that Lieutenant G of the United States Navy, who went to so much trouble and took so many needless pains in order to become a corpse, may have vanished from the school readers. I admit I failed to find him in any of the modern editions through which I glanced, but I am able to report, as a result of my researches, that the well-known croup specialist young Lochinvar is still there, and so likewise is Casabianca, the total loss. And as I have said before, I ran across Excelsior 3 times. Just here the other day, when I was preparing the material for this little book, I happened upon an advertisement in a New York paper of an auction sale of a collection of so-called dime novels, dating back to the old Beatles Boys Library in the early 80s, and coming on down through the years into the generation when Nick and Old Cap were succeeding some of the earlier favorites. I read off a few of the leading titles upon the list. Bronze Jack, the California Thoroughbred, or the Lost City of the Basaltic Buttes. A strange story of a desperate adventure after fortune in the weird, wild Apache land, by Albert W. Aiken. Tombstone Dick, the Train Pilot, or The Traitor's Trail, a story of the Arizona wilds, by Ned Buntline. The Tarantula of Taos, or Giant George's Revenge, a tale of Sardine Box City, Arizona, by Major Sam S. Buckskin Sam Hall. Red Top Rube, the Vigilante Prince, or The Black Regulators of Arizona, by Major E. L. St. Vrain. Old Grizzly Adams, the Bear Tamer, or The Monarch of the Mountains. Deadly Eve and the Prairie Rover. Arizona Joe, the Boy Pard of Texas Jack. Pacific Pete, the Prince of the Revolver. Kit Carson, King of the Guides. Leadville Nick, the Boy Sport, or The Mad Miner's Revenge. Lighthouse Liege, or The Firebrand of the Everglades. The Desperate Dozen, or The Fair Fiend. Nighthawk Kit, or The Daughter of the Ranch. Joaquin the Saddle King. Mustang Sam, the Wild Rider of the Plains. Adventures of Wild Bill, the Pistol Prince, from youth to his death by assassination. Deeds of daring, adventure, and thrilling incidents in the life of J. B. Hickok, known to the world as Wild Bill. These titles and many another did I read, and reading them my mind slid back along a groove in my brain to a certain stable loft in a certain Kentucky town, and I said to myself that if I had a boy, say about 12 or 14 years old, I would go to this auction and bid in these books, and I would back them up and reinforce them with some of the best of the collected works of Nick Carter and Cap Collier and Nick Carter Jr. and Frank Reed, and I would buy, if I could find it anywhere, a certain paperbacked volume dealing with the life of the James boys, not Henry and William, but Jesse and Frank, which I read ever so long ago. And I would confer the whole lot of them upon that offspring of mine, and I would say to him, "Here, my son, is something for you, a rare and precious gift. Read these volumes openly. Never mind the crude style in which most of them are written. It can't be any worse than the stilted and artificial style in which your school reader is written. And anyhow, if you are ever going to be a writer, style is a thing which you laboriously must learn, and then, having acquired added wisdom, you will forget part of it and chuck the rest of it out the window and acquire a style of your own, which merely is another way of saying that if you have good taste to start with, you will have what is called style in writing. And if you haven't that set of good taste, you won't have a style, and nothing can give it to you. Read them for the thrills that are in them. Read them remembering that if this country had not had a pioneer breed of buckskin Sams and Deadwood Dicks, we should have had no native school of dime novelists. Read them for the brisk and stirring movement, for the spirit of outdoor adventure and life which crowds them, for their swift but logical processions of sequences, for the phases of pioneer Americanism they rawly but graphically portray, and for their moral values. Read them along with your Coopers and your Ivanhoe and your Mayne Reids. Read them through, and perhaps someday, if fortune is kinder to you than ever it was to your father, with a background behind you and a vision before you, you may be inspired to sit down and write a dime novel of your own, almost good enough to be worthy of mention in the same breath with the two greatest adventure stories, dollar-sized dime novels is what they really were, that ever were written. Written, both of them, by sure enough writing men, who, I'm sure, must have based their moods and their modes upon the memories of the dime novels which they in their turn read when they were boys of your age. I refer, my son, to a book called Huckleberry Finn, and to a book called Treasure Island.
End of A Plea for Old Cap Collier by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Jack Throw, Tokyo, Japan.
The Production of Vinegar from Honey by the Reverend Jared W. Banks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, March 2009. The Production of Vinegar from Honey by the Reverend Jared W. Banks. Vinegar, or dilute acetic acid, is produced by a process of fermentation from certain vegetable substances. After alcoholic fermentation has taken place, there follows, under suitable conditions, a further decomposition by means of which the alcohol is converted into a more highly oxidized body, acetic acid, with water as a byproduct. Note: C2H6O plus O2 equals H2O plus C2H4O2. Alcohol plus oxygen equals water plus acetic acid. The proportions of the chemical constituents of acetic acid are as follows: carbon 46.83, oxygen 46.82, hydrogen 6.35. End note. These conditions require that the liquid shall contain alcohol, nitrogenous matter, and alkaline salts in certain proportions, and that it shall be in contact with the air, at a suitable temperature, for a sufficient length of time. The researches of Pasteur showed the process of oxidation to be due to a microscopical fungus, Mycoderma aceti, possessing the power of condensing oxygen and conveying it to the fermentable substance. This organism, which is a true bacterium,
as the fermentation proceeds, forms a leathery membrane, slightly differing according to the substance fermenting, on the surface of the liquor, which constitutes the so-called mother of vinegar, or vinegar plant. The oxidation of alcohol into acetic acid can also be performed independently of the organic agent. Finely divided platinum, for instance, is capable of effecting disintegration of the alcohol, and of placing it in immediate contact with the oxygen of the atmosphere, thus accomplishing the acidification. Vinegar, on the continent, is prepared from weak or sour wine, hence its name, vin aigre. In this country it is, to a large extent, produced from an infusion of malt, but considerable quantities of inferior quality are made from sour beer, etc. The vinegars thus produced, if properly purified, and providing no injurious adulterants, are resorted to, are, for many purposes, almost all that can be desired, but for table use, for sauces and salads, where delicacy of flavor is appreciated, and for medicinal purposes, where pureness and wholesomeness are essential, I venture to say that no vinegar can be compared with that produced from honey. In the first place, it possesses a delicious flavor and aroma, altogether lacking in the ordinary vinegar. Agreeable of taste and smell are to a large extent dependent upon the substance from which the vinegar is manufactured, and it is impossible to supply these artificially. That the malt vinegar manufactured in this country is conspicuously wanting in these qualities must be a matter of general experience. Moreover, owing to its great cheapness, acetic acid distilled from wood, besides being employed for pickling and other purposes for which it is well adapted, diluted and treated with volatile oils, is every year superseding to a large extent the vinegars in general use. That this bears no comparison as regards the agreeable qualities, even with the ordinary vinegars, need scarcely be pointed out. On the other hand, honey, of all saccharine substances, containing as it does all the essentials for harmonious bouquet and flavor, is the one par excellence from which we might expect to produce an ideal vinegar. The result is found amply to justify the anticipation, and that its superiority in this respect will be duly appreciated by the connoisseur in salads and condiments goes without saying. But, indeed, so marked is this distinction that I venture to think it would be readily admitted by all who gave it a trial. On the ground of wholesomeness, honey vinegar is to be preferred. It has been clearly ascertained that large quantities of vinegar sold in this country contain injurious adulterants and impurities. Many samples, upon analysis, have been found to include a considerable percentage of sulphuric acid or nitric acid, added either as a preservative or to increase the acidity. Others have contained, as the results of carelessness in manufacture, such poisonous ingredients as copper, arsenic, and lead. Little wonder that disagreeable consequences so often follow the taking of vinegar, even in small quantities. Immunity from these impurities and adulterants, producing as they so frequently do injurious effects, especially in the case of invalids, is surely greatly to be desired, and every possible improvement, either in respect of the material employed or in the process of manufacture of so important an article of consumption, surely deserves to receive the most careful attention. Mode of production. If honey and water in proper proportions be exposed to the atmosphere, at a suitable temperature for a sufficient length of time, acetic fermentation will in due course ensue. At the same time, to obtain the best results, careful attention must be given to certain details, and various precautions taken. The alcoholic ferment must be carried on under suitable conditions, in order that it may be complete. The temperature must be neither too high nor too low. Suitable and sufficient nutrient material also for the ferment germ must be present. That is a proper proportion of nitrogenous matter, together with certain inorganic salts, which may be added in the form of a little ammonium phosphate and potassium tartrate. The acetic fermentation which follows must also be regulated with due care, and not allowed to continue longer than necessary, or deterioration of the liquor will take place with a gradual loss of acidity. The fining also of the liquor must be carefully attended to, in order to render it perfectly clear and bright. And finally, it is only when the alcoholic and acetic fermentations have been effected in a completely satisfactory manner, and the vinegar stored for a sufficiently long period under the most suitable conditions, that the ripening process is effected, without which it will be found lacking in that agreeable flavor and aroma which are its special characteristics. Proportion of honey to water. In the first place, we have to determine the proper proportion of honey to water. Commercial vinegar is required by law to contain a minimum of 3% acetic acid. Note: it is frequently found to contain less, the acetic being often replaced by other and injurious acids. End note. Proof vinegar contains 5.4%, with a specific gravity of 1.006 to 1.019. For all ordinary purposes this is a convenient strength, and first-class vinegars contain about this percentage. Of course, the percentage of acetic acid is dependent on a satisfactory alcoholic fermentation and suitable conditions for the development of the acetic germ. But supposing the conditions favorable, it is possible to obtain from an aqueous solution of 1 part honey to 8 of water about 5% acetic acid. A suitable proportion will thus be 1 part honey to from 7 to 8 parts of water by weight. Suitable receptacles. When made in small quantities, almost any open vessel will serve as a receptacle for the liquor, always excepting glazed or metal ones, in which vinegar must never be allowed to stand. Owing to the solvent effects of the acid, the liquor is, in these cases, liable to be injuriously contaminated. The vessel used should be covered with muslin or cream cloth to protect from insects, etc. A small cask is also a convenient receptacle, but this should not be filled more than 3 parts full, and the bunghole must be left open, protected with gauze or other coarse material. Note: the process here described has reference only to the production of the vinegar in small quantities. It is impossible to produce it on a large scale with any degree of success without the employment of artificial heat and with special apparatus. End note. Starting the fermentation. In due course, if left alone, alcoholic fermentation by a natural process will be set up, but I am inclined to think, from my own experience, that it is best to add, in the first instance, a small quantity of yeast. If, as sometimes happens, the fermentative action be too slow, putrefaction of a portion is liable to take place, and the vinegar is spoilt. The acetic fermentation is accelerated by the addition of vinegar plant, and also by the presence of the commencement of a small quantity of vinegar. Temperature. A suitable temperature is 70° Fahrenheit, or from that to 80°. Summer is therefore by far the best time for vinegar making, as this temperature is then easily obtainable, especially if the vessel be exposed to the heat of the sun. At a little over 100° Fahrenheit the development of the acetic germ ceases, while below 68° it is gradually arrested. Duration of process. The length of time before the completion of the process varies according to circumstances, while usually, under completely favorable conditions, in from 6 to 8 weeks sufficient acetification has taken place. Not unfrequently a longer period is required. Racking and clearing. When the proper degree of acetification is reached, the liquor should be strained or, if in a cask, be racked into a fresh one without tilting, then fined with isinglass or allowed to settle for a week or two, when it may be drawn off clear and bottled. It may subsequently require decanting and rebottling. The membrane or plant is useful for restarting the action, but it must not be allowed to remain for any length of time out of the liquor, or be exposed to a low temperature, or it will be injured. Color. The color will at first be found to be quite light, but in course of time it will assume an amber shade and gradually darken with age. That this coloration may proceed as rapidly as possible, the vinegar should be bottled in light glass bottles and exposed to the light. Dilute acetic acid has been in general use from remote times. The ancient Hebrews used it, as we know from the several allusions to it in the Old Testament. It is mentioned also in the New Testament. The Greeks and Romans, too, made use of it. It is frequently spoken of by classical writers as Pliny, Livy, and others. In our own times it is almost universally employed for culinary and preservative purposes, besides being largely used medicinally. Vinegar is antiscorbutic and antibilious. Largely diluted, it forms a very refreshing beverage. It has been in past ages and in modern times so used by soldiers on long marches, and by others employed on hard and exhausting labor, with beneficial results. The vapor of vinegar inhaled greatly relieves hoarseness, and diluted as a gargle is useful in throat complaints. Honey and honey vinegar in equal quantities, and taken a teaspoonful at a time, is an excellent remedy for sore throat and cough. Mixed with water, it is cooling and invigorating for sponging the body. Taken in moderation, owing to its effect upon fatty and other substances, vinegar is an aid to digestion. Pure vinegar is usually only unwholesome if taken in large quantities. Raspberry vinegar. Pour 1 pint of honey vinegar on a quart of bruised raspberries. Let it stand in a closed vessel for 3 days, and stir occasionally. Strain through flannel without squeezing, and to 1 pint of liquor put 1 1/4 pound of honey. Boil for 10 minutes, skim, and bottle when cold. One great advantage in using honey vinegar is that, being quite free from sulfuric or nitric acid, it does not stain silver or table linen. End of Production of Honey from Vinegar, by Jared W. Banks.
The second inaugural address of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lincoln's second inaugural, read by Jeff McAlvin.
Fellow countrymen, at this second appearing to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement, somewhat in detail, of a course to be pursued, seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is as well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hope for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation. Both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish, and the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was, somehow, the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union, even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained. Neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease with, or even before the conflict itself should cease. Each looked for an easier triumph, and a result less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. But let us judge not, that we be not judged. The prayers of both could not be answered, that of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses which, in the providence of God, must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to both North and South this terrible war, as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet, if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
End of Second Inaugural Address by Abraham Lincoln.
A town with two persons, the editor and the postmaster, its population. From the New York Tribune, January 7, 1900, page 16. From the Abilene, Kansas Reflector. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had an experience once in running a newspaper which has never been duplicated by any other man in the world, said C.H. Pattison. For 3 months I ran a weekly paper in a town with 2 inhabitants, the postmaster and myself. It was in Congress, Colorado. That was a boom mining town in 1883, and miners flocked in there by the hundreds on account of a strike. Claims were gobbled up like hotcakes. Under the mining law, after $500 worth of work is done on a claim, it is necessary to insert a legal notice in a newspaper of general circulation for a period of 3 months. My father held an office in San Juan County, and while out visiting him I saw an opportunity to lease a newspaper plant and make a lot of money running legal notices. I did so. For several months I did a land office business. It was a thriving little town. The business of the town enabled the postmaster to make about $1,500 a year. A few months before there was to be another readjustment of the postmaster's salary, things began to drag at Congress. The mines were not panning out well. There was a strike made at Telluride, and all of the miners picked up and went to that place. They were followed by the merchants, saloon-men, gamblers, dance-hall people, and all. Within a week there was no one left there but the postmaster, James Edwards, and myself. Edwards did not care to give up his post office as long as it paid so well. He was from Ohio. I was tied up with a lot of legal publications. I was certain to get my money for the notices as soon as they had run the required length of time, so I could not leave. We had everything our own way. I could help him run his post office, and he would help me write hot stuff, set it up, and pull the lever on an old Washington hand press. The post office business was confined almost wholly to handling the circulation of my paper, the Red Mountain Pilot, about 50 copies. The day that the legal notices last appeared, I told Edwards that I was going to pull up stakes and leave. His big salary ran another month, and he wanted me to stay, offering to divide up, but that was no inducement. When he found that I was determined to leave, he said, "I'll lock up the post office and go too." He turned the key in the door of the post office, and I locked the door of the newspaper office, and we both walked out of town. End of A Town with Two Persons. Recorded by Craig Campbell.
Yeast by Thomas H. Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, March 2009. Yeast by Thomas H. Huxley. I have selected tonight the particular subject of yeast for two reasons, or rather, I should say for three. In the first place, because it is one of the simplest and the most familiar objects with which we are acquainted. In the second place, because the facts and phenomena which I have to describe are so simple that it is possible to put them before you without the help of any of those pictures or diagrams which are needed when matters are more complicated, and which, if I had to refer to them here, would involve the necessity of my turning away from you now and then, and thereby increasing very largely my difficulty, already sufficiently great, in making myself heard. And thirdly, I have chosen this subject because I know of no familiar substance forming part of our everyday knowledge and experience, the examination of which, with a little care, tends to open up such very considerable issues as does this substance, yeast. In the first place, I should like to call your attention to a fact with which the whole of you are, to begin with, perfectly acquainted. I mean the fact that any liquid containing sugar, any liquid which is formed by pressing out the succulent parts of the fruits of plants, or a mixture of honey and water, if left to itself for a short time, begins to undergo a peculiar change. No matter how clear it might be at starting, yet after a few hours, or at most a few days, if the temperature is high, this liquid begins to be turbid, and by bubbles make their appearance in it, and a sort of dirty-looking yellowish foam or scum collects at the surface, while at the same time, by degrees, a similar kind of matter, which we call the lees, sink to the bottom. The quantity of this dirty-looking stuff that we call the scum and the lees goes on increasing until it reaches a certain amount, and then it stops. And by the time it stops, you find the liquid in which this matter has been formed has become altered in its quality. To begin with, it was a mere sweetish substance, having the flavor of whatever might be the plant from which it was expressed, or having merely the taste and the absence of smell of a solution of sugar. But by the time that this change that I have been briefly describing to you is accomplished, the liquid has become completely altered. It has acquired a peculiar smell, and what is still more remarkable, it has gained the property of intoxicating the person who drinks it. Nothing can be more innocent than a solution of sugar. Nothing can be less innocent, if taken in excess, as you all know, than those fermented matters which are produced from sugar. Well, again, if you notice that bubbling, or, as it were, seething of the liquid, which has accompanied the whole of this process, you will find that it is produced by the evolution of little bubbles of air-like substance out of the liquid, and I dare say you all know this air-like substance is not like common air. It is not a substance which a man can breathe with impunity. You often hear of accidents which take place in brewers' vats, when men go in carelessly and get suffocated there without knowing that there was anything evil awaiting them. And if you tried the experiment with this liquid I am telling you of, while it was fermenting, you would find that any small animal let down into the vessel would be similarly stifled, and you would discover that a light lowered down into it would go out. Well then, lastly, if after this liquid has been thus altered you expose it to that process which is called distillation, that is to say, if you put it into a still and collect the matters which are sent over, you obtain, when you first heat it, a clear transparent liquid, which, however, is something totally different from water. It is much lighter, it has a strong smell, and it has an acrid taste, and it possesses the same intoxicating power as the original liquid, but in a much more intense degree. If you put a light to it, it burns with a bright flame, and it is that substance which we know as spirits of wine. Now these facts which I have just put before you, all but the last, have been known from extremely remote antiquity. It is, I hope, one of the best evidences of the antiquity of the human race, that among the earliest records of all kinds of men you find a time recorded when they got drunk. We may hope that that must have been a very late period in their history. Not only have we the record of what happened to Noah, but if we turn to the traditions of a different people, those forefathers of ours who lived in the high lands of northern India, we find that they were not less addicted to intoxicating liquids, and I have no doubt that the knowledge of this process extends far beyond the limits of historically recorded time. And it is a very curious thing to observe that all the names we have of this process, and all that belongs to it, are names that have their roots not in our present language, but in those older languages which go back to the times at which this country was peopled. That word fermentation, for example, which is the title we apply to the whole process, is a Latin term, and a term which is evidently based upon the fact of the effervescence of the liquid. Then the French, who are very fond of calling themselves a Latin race, have a particular word for ferment, which is levure, and in the same way we have the word leaven. Those two words having reference to the heaving up or to the rising of the substance which is fermented. Now those are words which we get from what I call the Latin side of our parentage. But if we turn to the Saxon side, there are a number of names connected with the process of fermentation. For example, the Germans call fermentation, and the old Germans did so, garen, and they call anything which is used as a ferment by such names, such as Geist and Yeast, and finally in Low German, yeast. And that word, you know, is the word our Saxon forefathers used, and is almost the same as the word which is commonly employed in this country to denote the common ferment of which I have been speaking. So they have another name, the word hefe, which is derived from the verb heben, which signifies to raise up. And they have yet a third name, which is also one common in this country. I do not know whether it is common in Lancashire, but it is certainly very common in the Midland countries. The word barm, which is derived from a root which signifies to raise or to bear up. Barm is something borne up, and thus there is much more real relation than is commonly supposed by those who make puns between the beer which a man takes down his throat and the beer upon which that process, if carried to excess, generally lands him, for they are both derived from the root signifying bearing up. The one thing is borne upon men's shoulders, and the other is the fermented liquid which was borne up by the fermentation taking place in itself. Again, I spoke of the produce of fermentation as spirit of wine. Now what a very curious phrase that is, if you come to think of it. The old alchemists talked of the finest essence of anything as if it had the same sort of relation to the thing itself as a man's spirit is supposed to have to his body. And so they spoke of that fine essence of the fermented liquid as being the spirit of the liquid. Thus came about that extraordinary ambiguity of language, in virtue of which you apply precisely the same substantive name to the soul of man and to a glass of gin, And then there is still yet one other most curious piece of nomenclature connected with this matter, and that is the word alcohol itself, which is now so familiar to everybody. Alcohol originally meant a very fine powder. The women of the Arabs and the other Eastern people are in the habit of tinging their eyelashes with a very fine black powder which is made of antimony, and they call that kohl, and the al is simply the article put in front of it, so as to say the kohl. And up to the 17th century in this country the word alcohol was employed to signify any very fine powder. You find it in Robert Boyle's works that he uses alcohol for a very fine subtle powder. But then this name of anything very fine and very subtle came to be specifically connected with the fine and subtle spirit obtained from the fermentation of sugar, and I believe that the first person who fairly fixed it as the proper name of what we now commonly call spirits of wine was the great French chemist Lavoisier, so comparatively recent is the use of the word alcohol in this specialized sense. So much by way of general introduction to the subject on which I have to speak tonight. What I have hitherto stated is simply what we call common knowledge, which anybody may acquaint himself with. And you know that what we call scientific knowledge is not any kind of conjuration, as people sometimes suppose, but it is simply the application of the same principles of common sense that we apply to common knowledge carried out, if I may so speak, to knowledge which is uncommon. And all that we know now of this substance, yeast, and all the strange issues to which that knowledge has led us, have simply come out of the inveterate habit, and a very fortunate habit for the human race it is, which scientific men have of not being content until they have routed out all the different chains and connections of apparently simple phenomena, until they have taken them to pieces and understood the conditions upon which they depend. I will try to point out to you now what has happened in consequence of endeavoring to apply this process of analysis, as we call it, this teasing out of an apparently simple fact into all the little facts of which it is made up, to the ascertained facts relating to the barm or the yeast. Secondly, what has come of the attempt to ascertain distinctly what is the nature of the products which are produced by fermentation. Then what has come of the attempt to understand the relation between the yeast and the products. And lastly, what very curious side issues, if I may so call them, have branched out in the course of this inquiry, which has now occupied somewhere about 2 centuries. The first thing was to make out precisely and clearly what was the nature of this substance, this apparently mere scum and mud that we call yeast. And that was first commenced seriously by a wonderful old Dutchman of the name of Leeuwenhoek, who lived some 200 years ago, and who was the first person to invent thoroughly trustworthy microscopes of high powers. Now, Leeuwenhoek went to work upon this yeast mud, and by applying to it high powers of the microscope, he discovered that it was no mere mud such as you might at first suppose, but that it was a substance made up of an enormous multitude of minute grains, each of which had just as definite a form as if it were a grain of corn, although it was vastly smaller, the largest of these not being more than the 2,000th of an inch in diameter, while, as you know, a grain of corn is a large thing, and the very smallest of these particles were not more than the 7,000th of an inch in diameter. Leeuwenhoek saw that this muddy stuff was in reality a liquid, in which there were floating this immense number of definitely shaped particles, all aggregated in heaps and lumps, and some of them separate. That discovery remained, so to speak, dormant for fully a century, and then the question was taken up by a French discoverer, who, paying great attention and having the advantage of better instruments than Leeuwenhoek had, watched these things and made the astounding discovery that they were bodies which were constantly being reproduced and growing. Then, when one of these rounded bodies was once formed and had grown to its full size, it immediately began to give off a little bud from one side, and then that bud grew out until it had attained the full size of the first, and that, in this way, the yeast particle was undergoing a process of multiplication by budding, just as effectual and just as complete as the process of multiplication of a plant by budding. and thus this Frenchman, Quignard de la Tour, arrived at the conclusion, very creditable to his sagacity, and which has been confirmed by every observation and reasoning since, that this apparently muddy refuse was neither more nor less than a mass of plants, of minute living plants, growing and multiplying in the sugary fluid in which the yeast is formed. And from that time forth we have known this substance which forms the scum and the lees as the yeast plant, and it has received a scientific name, which I may use without thinking of it, and which I will therefore give you, namely, torula. Well, this was a capital discovery. The next thing to do was to make out how this torula was related to the other plants. I won't weary you with the whole course of investigation, but I may sum up its results, and they are these: that the torula is a particular kind of a fungus, a particular state, rather, of a fungus or mold. There are many molds which, under certain conditions, give rise to this torula condition, to a substance which is not distinguishable from yeast, and which has the same properties as yeast, that is to say, which is able to decompose sugar in the curious way that we shall consider by and by, so that the yeast plant is a plant belonging to a group of the fungi, multiplying and growing and living in this very remarkable manner in the sugary fluid which is, so to speak, the nidus or home of the yeast. That, in a few words, is, as far as investigation, by the help of one's eye and by the help of the microscope, has taken us. But now there is an observer whose methods of observation are more refined than those of men who use their eye, even though it be aided by the microscope. A man who sees indirectly further than we can see directly. That is the chemist. And the chemist took up this question, and his discovery was not less remarkable than that of the microscopist. The chemist discovered that the yeast plant being composed of a sort of bag, like a bladder, inside which is a peculiar soft semi-fluid material. The chemist found that this outer bladder was the same composition as the substance of wood, that material which is called cellulose, and which consists of the elements carbon and hydrogen and oxygen, without any nitrogen. But then he also found, the first person to discover it was an Italian chemist named Fabroni, in the end of the last century, that this inner matter which was contained in the bag which constitutes the yeast plant was a substance containing the elements carbon and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen, that it was what Fabroni called a vegeto-animal substance, and that it had the peculiarities of what are commonly called animal products. This again was an exceedingly remarkable discovery. It lay neglected for a time, until it was subsequently taken up by the great chemists of modern times, and they, with their delicate methods of analysis, have finally decided that, in all essential respects, the substance which forms the chief part of the contents of the yeast plant is identical with the material which forms the chief part of our own muscles, which forms the chief part of our own blood, which forms the chief part of the white of the egg, that, in fact, although this little organism is a plant, and nothing but a plant, yet that its active living contents contain a substance which is called protein, which is of the same nature as the substance which forms the foundation of every animal organism whatever. Now we come next to the question of the analysis of the products, of that which is produced during the process of fermentation. So far back as the beginning of the 16th century, in the times of transition between the old alchemy and the modern chemistry, there was a remarkable man, Van Helmont, a Dutchman, who saw the difference between the air which comes out of a vat where something is fermenting and common air. He was the man who invented the term gas, and he called this kind of gas sylvestre, so to speak, gas that is wild, and lives in out-of-the-way places, having in his mind the identity of this particular kind of air with that which is found in some caves and cellars. Then, the gradual process of investigation going on, it was discovered that this substance, then called fixed air, was a poisonous gas, and it was finally identified with that kind of gas which is obtained by burning charcoal in the air, which is called carbonic acid. Then the substance alcohol was subjected to examination, and it was found to be a combination of carbon and hydrogen and oxygen. Then the sugar which was contained in the fermenting liquid was examined, and that was found to contain the three elements carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So that it was clear there were in sugar the fundamental elements which are contained in the carbonic acid and in the alcohol. And then came that great chemist Lavoisier, and he examined into this subject carefully, and possessed with that brilliant thought of his which happens to be propounded exactly apropos to this matter of fermentation, that no matter is ever lost, but that matter only changes its form and changes its combinations. He endeavored to make out what became of the sugar which was subjected to fermentation. He thought he discovered that the whole weight of the sugar was represented by the carbonic acid produced; that, in other words, supposing this tumbler to represent the sugar, that the action of fermentation was at it were the splitting of it, and the one half going away in the shape of carbonic acid, and the other half going away in the shape of alcohol. Subsequent inquiry, careful research with the refinements of modern chemistry, have been applied to this problem, and they have shown that Lavoisier was not quite correct; that what he says is quite true for about 95% of the sugar, but that the other 5%, or nearly so, is converted into two other things, one of them matter which is called succinic acid, and the other matter which is called glycerin, which you all know now as one of the commonest of household matters. It may be that we have not got to the end of this refined analysis yet, but at any rate, I suppose I may say, and I speak with some little hesitation for fear my friend Professor Roscoe here may pick me up for trespassing upon his province, but I believe I may say that now we can account for 99% at least of the sugar, and that 99% is split up into these four things: carbonic acid, alcohol, succinic acid, and glycerin. So that it may be that none of the sugar whatever disappears, and that only its parts, so to speak, are rearranged, and if any of it disappears, certainly it is a very small portion. Now these are the facts of the case. There is the fact of the growth of the yeast plant, and there is the fact of the splitting up of the sugar. What relation have these two facts to one another? For a very long time that was a great matter of dispute. The early French observers, to do them justice, discerned the real state of the case, namely, that there was a very close connection between the actual life of the yeast plant and this operation of the splitting up of the sugar, and that one was in some way or other connected with the other. All investigation subsequently has confirmed this original idea. It has been shown that if you take any measures by which other plants of like kind to the torula would be killed, and by which the yeast plant is killed, then the yeast loses its efficiency. But a capital experiment upon this subject was made by a very distinguished man, Helmholtz, who performed an experiment of this kind. He had two vessels, one of them we will suppose full of yeast, but over the bottom of it, as this might be, was tied a thin film of bladder. Consequently, through that thin film of bladder all the liquid parts of the yeast would go, but the solid parts would be stopped behind. The torula would be stopped. The liquid parts of the yeast would go. And then he took another vessel containing a fermentable solution of sugar, and he put one inside the other, and in this way you see the fluid parts of the yeast were able to pass through with the utmost ease into the sugar, but the solid parts could not get through at all. And he judged thus: if the fluid parts are those which excite fermentation, then, inasmuch as these are stopped, the sugar will not ferment. And the sugar did not ferment, showing quite clearly that an immediate contact with the solid living torula was absolutely necessary to excite this process of splitting up the sugar. This experiment was quite conclusive as to this particular point, and has had very great fruits in other directions. Well then, the yeast plant being essential to the production of fermentation, where does the yeast plant come from? Here again was another great problem opened up, for, as I said at starting, you have, under ordinary circumstances in warm weather, merely to expose some fluid containing a solution of sugar or any form of syrup or vegetable juice to the air in order, after a comparatively short time, to see all these phenomena of fermentation. Of course, the first obvious suggestion is that the torula has been generated within the fluid. In fact, it seems at first quite absurd to entertain any other conviction, but that belief would most assuredly be an erroneous one. Towards the beginning of this century, in the vigorous times of the old French wars, there was a Monsieur Appert, who had his attention directed to the preservation of things that ordinarily perish, such as meats and vegetables; and in fact he laid the foundation of our modern method of preserving meats, and he found that, if he boiled any of these substances and then tied them so as to exclude the air, that they would be preserved for any time. He tried these experiments, particularly with the must of wine and with the wort of beer, and he found that if the wort of beer had been carefully boiled and was stopped in such a way that the air could not get at it, it would never ferment. What was the reason of this? That again became the subject of a long string of experiments, with this ultimate result, that if you take precautions to prevent any solid matters from getting into the must of wine or the wort of beer, under these circumstances, that is to say, if the fluid has been boiled and placed in a bottle, and if you stuff the neck of the bottle full of cotton wool, which allows the air to go through and stops anything of a solid character, however fine, then you may let it be for 10 years and it will not ferment. But if you take that plug out and give the air free access, then sooner or later fermentation will set up, and there is no doubt whatever that fermentation is excited only by the presence of some torula or other, and that that torula proceeds in our present experience from pre-existing torulae. These little bodies are excessively light. You can easily imagine what must be the weight of little particles, but slightly heavier than water, and not more than the 2,000th or perhaps 7,000th of an inch in diameter. They are capable of floating about and dancing like motes in the sunbeam. They are carried about by all sorts of currents of air. The great majority of them perish, but one or two, which may chance to enter into a sugary solution, immediately enter into active life, find there the conditions of their nourishment, increase and multiply, and may give rise to any quantity whatever of this substance yeast. And whatever may be true or not be true about this spontaneous generation, as it is called in regard to all other kinds of living things, it is perfectly certain, as regards yeast, that it always owes its origin to this process of transportation or inoculation, if you like so to call it, from some other living yeast organism. And so far as yeast is concerned, the doctrine of spontaneous generation is absolutely out of court. And not only so, but the yeast must be alive in order to exert these peculiar properties. If it be crushed, if it be heated so far that its life is destroyed, that peculiar power of fermentation is not excited. Thus we have come to this conclusion as the result of our inquiry, that the fermentation of sugar, the splitting of the sugar into alcohol and carbonic acid, glycerin and succinic acid, is the result of nothing but the vital activity of this little fungus, the torula. And now comes the further exceedingly difficult inquiry: how is it that this plant, the torula, produces this singular operation of the splitting up of the sugar? Fabroni, to whom I referred some time ago, imagined that the effervescence of fermentation was produced in just the same way as the effervescence of a Seidlitz powder, that the yeast was a kind of acid, and that the sugar was a combination of carbonic acid and some base to form the alcohol, and that the yeast combined with this substance and set free the carbonic acid, just as when you add carbonate of soda to acid you turn out the carbonic acid. But of course the discovery of Lavoisier that the carbonic acid and the alcohol taken together are very nearly equal in weight to the sugar completely upset this hypothesis. Another view was therefore taken by the French chemist, Thenard, and it is still held by a very eminent chemist, M. Pasteur, and their view is this: that the yeast, so to speak, eats a little of the sugar, turns a little of it to its purposes, and by so doing gives such a shape to the sugar that the rest of it breaks up into carbonic acid and alcohol. Well then, there is a third hypothesis, which is maintained by another very distinguished chemist, Liebig, which denies either of the other two, and which declares that the particles of the sugar are, as it were, shaken asunder by the forces at work in the yeast plant. Now I am not going to take you into these refinements of chemical theory. I cannot for a moment pretend to do so, but I may put the case before you by an analogy. Suppose you compare the sugar to a card house, and suppose you compare the yeast to a child coming near the card house. Then Fabroni's hypothesis was that the child took half the cards away. Thenard's and Pasteur's hypothesis is that the child pulls out the bottom card and thus makes it tumble to pieces. And Liebig's hypothesis is that the child comes by and shakes the table and tumbles the house down. I appeal to my friend here, Professor Roscoe, whether that is not a fair statement of the case. Having thus, as far as I can, discussed the general state of the question, it remains only that I should speak of some of those collateral results which have come in a very remarkable way out of the investigation of yeast. I told you that it was very early observed that the yeast plant consisted of a bag made up of the same material as that which composes wood, and of an interior semifluid mass which contains a substance, identical in its composition, in a broad sense, with that which constitutes the flesh of animals. Subsequently, after the structure of the yeast plant had been carefully observed, it was discovered that all plants, high and low, are made up of separate bags of cells, as they are called. These bags or cells, having the composition of the pure matter of wood, having the same composition, broadly speaking, as the sac of the yeast plant, and having in their interior a more or less fluid substance containing a matter of the same nature as the protein substance of the yeast plant. And therefore this remarkable result came out, that however much a plant may differ from an animal, yet that the essential constituent of the contents of these various cells or sacs, of which the plant is made up, the nitrogenous protein matter, is the same in the animal as in the plant. And not only was this gradually discovered, but it was found that these semi-fluid contents of the plant cell had, in many cases, a remarkable power of contractility quite like that of the substance of animals. And about 24 or 25 years ago, namely, about the year 1846, to the best of my recollection, a very eminent German botanist, Hugo von Moll, conferred upon this substance which is found in the interior of the plant cell, and which is identical with the matter found in the inside of the yeast cell, and which again contains an animal substance similar to that of which we ourselves are made up, he conferred upon this that title of protoplasm, which has brought other people a great deal of trouble since. I beg particularly to say that, because I find many people suppose that I was the inventor of the term, whereas it has been in existence for at least 25 years. And then other observers taking the question up, came to this astonishing conclusion, working from this basis of the yeast, that the differences between animals and plants are not so much in the fundamental substances which compose them, not in the protoplasm, but in the manner in which the cells of which their bodies are built up have become modified. There is a sense in which it is true, and the analogy was pointed out very many years ago by some French botanists and chemists. There is a sense in which it is true that every plant is substantially an enormous aggregation of bodies similar to yeast cells, each having to a certain extent its own independent life. And there is a sense in which it is also perfectly true, although it would be impossible for me to give the statement to you that proper qualifications and limitations on an occasion like this, but there is also a sense in which it is true that every animal body is made up of an aggregation of minute particles of protoplasm, comparable each of them to the individual separate yeast plant. And those who are acquainted with the history of the wonderful revolution which has been worked in our whole conception of these matters in the last 30 years, will bear me out in saying that the first germ of them, to a very great extent, was made to grow and fructify by the study of the yeast plant, which presents us with living matter in almost its simplest condition. Then there is yet one last and most important bearing of this yeast question. There is one direction probably in which the effects of the careful study of the nature of fermentation will yield results more practically valuable to mankind than any other. Let me recall to your minds the fact which I stated at the beginning of this lecture. Suppose that I had here a solution of pure sugar with a little mineral matter in it, and suppose it were possible for me to take upon the point of a single needle one single solitary yeast cell, measuring no more perhaps than the 3,000th of an inch in diameter, not bigger than one of those little colored specks of matter in my own blood at this moment, the weight of which it would be difficult to express in the fraction of a grain, and put it into this solution. From that single one, if the solution were kept at a fair temperature in a warm summer day, there would be generated in the course of a week enough toluene to form a scum at the top and to form some lees at the bottom, and to change the perfectly tasteless and entirely harmless fluid, syrup, into a solution impregnated with the poisonous gas carbonic acid, impregnated with the poisonous substance alcohol, and that in virtue of the changes worked upon the sugar by the vital activity of these infinitesimally small plants. Now you see that this is a case of infection, and from the time that the phenomena of fermentation were first carefully studied, it has constantly been suggested to the minds of thoughtful physicians that there was a something astoundingly similar between this phenomena of the propagation of fermentation by infection and contagion and the phenomena of the propagation of diseases by infection and contagion. Out of this suggestion has grown that remarkable theory of many diseases which has been called the germ theory of disease, the idea, in fact, that we owe a great many diseases to particles having a certain life of their own, and which are capable of being transmitted from one living being to another, exactly as the yeast plant is capable of being transmitted from one tumbler of saccharine substance to another. And this is a perfectly tenable hypothesis, one which in the present state of medicine ought to be absolutely exhausted and shown not to be true, until we take to others which have less analogy in their favor. And there are some diseases most assuredly in which it turns out to be perfectly correct. There are some forms of what we called malignant carbuncle which have been shown to be actually affected by a sort of fermentation, if I may use the phrase, by a sort of disturbance and destruction of the fluids of the animal body, set up by minute organisms which are the cause of this destruction and of this disturbance, and only recently the study of the phenomena which accompany vaccination has thrown the immense light in this direction, tending to show by experiments of the same general character as that to which I referred as performed by Helmholtz, that there is a most astonishing analogy between the contagion of that healing disease and the contagion of destructive diseases. For it has been made out quite clearly by investigations carried on in France and in this country, that the only part of the vaccine matter which is contagious, which is capable of carrying on its influence in the organism of the child who is vaccinated, is the solid particles and not the fluid. By experiments of the most ingenious kind, the solid parts have been separated from the fluid parts, and it has then been discovered that you may vaccinate a child as much as you like with the fluid parts, but no effect takes place, though an excessively small portion of the solid particles, the most minute that can be separated, is amply sufficient to give rise to all the phenomena of the cowpox, by a process which we can compare to nothing but the transmission of fermentation from one vessel into another, by the transport to the one of the toluene particles which exist in the other. And it has been shown to be true of some of the most destructive diseases which infect animals, such diseases as that terrible and destructive disorder of horses, glanders, that in these also the active power is the living solid particle, and that the inert part is the fluid. However, do not suppose that I am pushing the analogy too far. I do not mean to say that the active solid parts in these diseased matters are of the same nature as living yeast plants, but so far as it goes, there is a most surprising analogy between the two, and the value of the analogy is this, that by following it out we may some time or other come to understand how these diseases are propagated, just as we understand now about fermentation, and that, in this way, some of the greatest scourges which afflict the human race may be, if not prevented, at least largely alleviated. This is the conclusion of the statements which I wished to put before you. You see we have not been able to have any accessories. If you will come in such numbers to hear a lecture of this kind, all I can say is, that diagrams cannot be made big enough for you, and that it is not possible to show any experiments illustrative of a lecture on such a subject as I have to deal with. Of course my friends, the chemists and physicists, are very much better off, because they can not only show you experiments, but you can smell them and hear them. But in my case such aids are not attainable, and therefore I have taken a simple subject and have dealt with it in such a way that I hope you all understand it, at least so far as I have been able to put it before you in words. And having once apprehended such of the ideas and simple facts of the case as it was possible to put before you, you can see for yourselves the great and wonderful issues of such an apparently homely subject. End of Yeast by Thomas H. Huxley.